where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wanted fire, a mind on this guard. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fed. I'll hurt all slow illusions, no hollow in compare. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Misled, thinking truth from the wreckage, raising dawn from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare. Exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the Lord will give his bid. On his growl rings through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, tripping keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Begin the chaos of found to
Welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lunch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you, and let's party. And look who's coming in hot with the big $5 shout out to Wicked Dream. We already now have an ad-free show. Thank you so very, very much. Of course, every donation comes with a treat for the Overlord. Oh, he's still got his old peanut butter. We'll see if we can get him some new peanut butter, and Wicked Dream getting us started. Thank you so very, very much. We also got Calypso in the building. Welcome to the party. So, oh man, I really just want to dive into, oh wait, no, that's not it. Literally, I was scrolling through the clips that I put in to, just show the NotSoErudite and Rachel Wilson debate. And I was scrolling down and I found this, and it's just fucking perfect. If you have not seen any of the clips, I sped it up a little bit to make it a little bit funnier. But that is what we will be covering tonight. Kyla and aka NotSoErudite. I didn't think we were gonna get the DebateCon debates for like another month. I mean, maybe it's just because when I went to DebateCon in Jersey and I did the Andrew or Rachel Wilson versus 5, those videos took forever to come out. Maybe that was on Uncensored America, because shout out to Modern Day Debate. It is here. Indeed, she does. Just a little sneak peek to let you know that she really is tweaking.
Yeah, so in the case of America, I would say booming countries that are succeeding as a result of the labor force being injected with women and basically everyone who wants to work. America is a really good example of how it is working, you know.
That is not sped up. That is not sped up. As you can see here, that is the regular
yeah, so in
speed.
the case of America, I would say booming countries that are succeeding.
Wow. And so I show that because it does take a while to get there. It does take a while to warm up and cook, but just as a sneak peek of where we are going. Calypso said I could never. Well, yeah, no, I didn't even read this, right? It's blunt. Why do we drive on parkways and park in driveways? The important questions. The important questions. Like I said, I watched it on the member-only Crucible stream when they did it live. She was tweaking. I'm tweaking. I'm tweaking. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. And if you are familiar with her a little bit at all, you know she's a very fast speaker in general. And so, like, I mean, I think of myself as somebody who speaks usually a little bit more quickly than average. And yeah, it just seems like she, you know, Destiny transformed into or he transed himself and showed up for the debate. So I did skip the opening statements because I think, you know, they're talking about feminism and we kind of understand where Rachel is coming from. We kind of understand where Kyla is coming from. Rachel basically talking about how you know, all the putting, you know, wanting women to change the traditional roles leads to the collapse of a demographic, and so you can't have feminism if you don't have people. And Kyla's basically saying that's not correct. You're flattening all of the problems into feminism, and there's more there. That's about the opening statement. So without further ado, let's dive right in. As always, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
Okay, so I'm actually very curious about your relationship to feminism. Like, what got you interested in feminism and specifically concerns about feminism and its impacts on?
Well, it's sugar free, so I don't think so, man. We got Dick Johnson in the building. Welcome to the party. You're a slow listener. I don't know how you're keeping up here, because that'd be moving. And those of you who have been at movie nights, you will see how very, very different it is when you know, when I'm high versus when I'm either sober or drinking. I'm talking like, I mean, you can talk about like this thing and like that thing. That's like, you know, the normal. So can I guess that you are eighth sister, aka Al Puke, aka HRH, aka Jennifer? Is that you?
Interested in feminism and specifically concerns about feminism and its impacts on society, like what personally in your life or ideologically?
Well, that was a beautiful opening, and I appreciate all the sentiments therein, but none of this addresses the fact that we are about to fall off a demographic cliff that will make all of these beautiful, lofty sentiments mean absolutely nothing. Because as you addressed in your opening, it's not a coincidence that feminism did not exist until the industrial and technological revolutions. You need technology and first world living standards to have this idea that we can just push women into the workforce. Everyone can follow their dreams and do what their heart tells them to do, and everybody should have choices and all that sort of thing.
Sounds great, but does it work?
But if we don't have enough men to run this first world standard of living, we will be like the only places in the world that are still below replacement birth rates, which would be like Africa, Pakistan. That's where we're going
No, thank you.
to be if we don't solve the demographic problem. So as much as I would love to talk about how we feel and what got us into this, I'm concerned by the fact that I like air conditioning. I live in Texas, okay? I like power, I like infrastructure, and we won't have that if women don't start producing the next generation of work.
I mean, we've already seen all the heat deaths in Europe, and they're very feminist there. So
Workers who can maintain the standard that allows women to even think about whether they want to have babies or become doctors.
Okay, yeah, if you want.
Nope. And this is, I wonder if this will tie in We'll do a side quest if it comes up. But Sean had just dropped a video about how, woke 1.0 versus woke 2.0. And like, oh, she was anti-woke. And she really has 12-year-old videos straight up calling out wokeness in the same way. And it's never changed. So we'll get there if it comes up. But Rachel's got it.
We're gonna just do the boys' way. We can just do the boys' way.
I don't think it's inherently male to have concerns about the rational real world implications of what's happening with feminism.
It's a joke.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay, so let's maybe get into the starting point then for you. So at what point, what's the period you think is most prolific for feminism really changing the she economy that you described? Is there a window of time?
Would be the 1970s.
What happened in the 1970s?
I'm glad you asked.
You're so
You'll notice that there's a reason that I chose the words that I chose. It's not just that she's tweaking. It's that she's so arrogant. This is such a common liberal woman thing. Like, well, I'm going to talk to you like you're 5 years old. So that when I tell you really bad ideas, if you don't accept them, then that makes you a meanie. It's so obnoxious.
welcome. We're
What
tag teaming
happened
this
in
really.
the 70s was we had just been through the Vietnam War, which was very unpopular and extremely expensive, and the U.S. Treasury needed more income tax coming in.
And quick side note, I had no idea how bad it was, like the experience for Vietnam vets coming home. I didn't realize, like, because I'm from the thank you for your service generation. I didn't know, like I just saw a TikTok about, somebody asking, why do we do that? And a military person was like, well, this is why. It's like, holy shit. Getting spit on, couldn't get jobs, all that shit. That's completely foreign to me.
And this was at the exact same time that the Rockefellers and the Fords created gender studies. They passed Title IX and started handing out college scholarships and funding for women to go to college like candy. And we saw over 20% increase in females in the workforce just in that decade alone. By the 90s, women were on par with men. And what happened at the same time as that is Roe v. Wade and the birth control pill. So women started
And the
having,
gold standard getting removed. That one's kind of important too.
What's that?
Well, the gold standard got removed as well.
Sure. I don't
Well,
think
that's economically
Okay.
super important, right?
it's important, but
What
I
do you
don't
mean
think
it's important? We fundamentally changed our relationship from the gold.
See, like already, she was waiting for whatever was going to come out of Rachel's mouth. She was going to spit it back at her. You remember the to spit it in the other way. You remember the clip from when Andrew Wilson was on whatever and was with that Charlie girl that apparently was a lesbian, and he talks about or she's like, I want to test your worldview, and you have a wife that's been with, and immediately he just goes, well, you lick snares, you do that, and you do that. And she's still trying to ask, like, do the men that listen to you, do the women that listen to you, like, just repeating back the same thing without any point in a very emotionally charged way. And there's not enough time. There's not enough time, even with the Adderall and Red Bull, for her to have heard and coded the message and then be like, really? Because like if somebody says something like the world is flat, and I hear that, I mean, the world is flat, that's one thing because I'm responding to it. But if I'm not even listening and I'm just waiting for the words to come out so that I can regurgitate them, then that's not the same thing. Listen to how quickly.
Right?
it's important, but
What
I
do you
don't
mean
think
it's important? We fundamentally changed.
So that was a genuine question, and she said it's important, and then Rachel said yes, it's important. Like, what do you mean it's important? Like, hey, yo, whoa, you got the answer that you wanted. Calypso said, I'm super old, so when I was playing Foursquare, my 6th grade teachers called me over and asked if I was for women's liberation. I said nope and ran back to my game. There you go. Thank you, Jane Fonda. Yep, that's exactly what the person said. Thank Jane Fonda and feminism.
Our relationship from the gold standard, the petrodollar under Nixon in
but
1971.
that's not why women joined the economy. That's
But that
not why
might
women
explain economic
started.
changes, no?
No, it doesn't.
The gold standard.
Because what you're not understanding is it's about the birth rate. It's not that women working is a problem if they were still having 2.2 or 2.5 babies per woman. But when you tell women, hey, spend all your fertile years going to college and starting a career and don't even think about settling down and having kids until you're 31, which is the average age that a woman is having her first child now, that's a serious problem. And we have historical examples of countries who've gone through this.
And again, that's the crux of this, is that even when you intellectualize it and you put your name the language that you use is so advanced, and you're talking about, well, the philosophical dilemmas of blah 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 blah. It doesn't matter if you're not acknowledging what's going on, and if you're just using bigger words to use the same talking points, then you're not really saying anything. Shout out to the Big Daddy Pod with the new profile pic. I like that. Welcome with the $5. Thank you. So very, very much. Oh, man, you gotta reach up for your treat there. Right here, Mort. There you go. Thank you. Big Daddy Pod said, thank you for your service. Started in the early 90s when the Gulf War started. The soldiers in that war were the children of Vietnam veterans. That makes a lot of sense. And yeah, I just, I had no idea. As for my entire life, we lauded the military, and even as without knowing that stuff, when I originally saw the video, it was the military woman. She was playing the other person's video. And so the video, why do we say thank you for your service? Like, there's a bunch of important jobs and blah, 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 blah. And so then she comes and she tells the story about how Vietnam vets came back and this and that and that. And so now it is, it's a way to remind us and that if you are in the military, then it's not really about saying you're welcome. It's thank you for your service and thank you for your support. It's a collaborative thing. Shout out to Leah Bobia in the building. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. How are we doing? Very much appreciated. And of course, that's going to aid to the weekly and the nightly goal. Thank you so very, very much. A new co-sponsor of the stream. Let's fucking go. Let's dive back in.
That's a serious problem, and we have historical examples of countries who've gone through this. Russia is a great one. They made abortion legal and paid for in state hospitals under Lenin, and it was so bad, like the demographic cliff was so bad for Russia that by the time Stalin came to power, he had to roll all of that back. But because they were communists, they wanted to push women into the workforce. You need workers to have communism. Women needed to be working, and they tried to do women workers and pronatalism at the same time. It did not work.
All economies need workers, right? The most important piece of basically capital investment is human capital.
You could also look at South Korea, which is a very capitalist Western style economy, but has also been taken over by feminism, and they have 0.7 births per woman right now. So there's not going to be a South Korea in the next 20 or 30 years if they don't turn it around.
I'm curious.
And so notice how that, the South Korea not being a thing in a few years, that is never talked about in your basic feminist conversations. So the stuff that Kyla's going to bring up, should women work and doing OnlyFans and stuff like that. This is much more of an academic conversation and an intellectual conversation without. Oh, come on. Are we back? Okay. Kyla's using the basic arguments and using language around it to try to bolster it, while Rachel is having a much higher level conversation in just normal words. Big words are good. Having an expansive vocabulary is good, but it doesn't replace good ideas.
Not going to be a South Korea in the next 20 or 30 years if they don't turn it around.
I'm curious, what's the number one correlate to declining birth rates in a nation?
Women's access to higher education.
Correct. Yes, women's access. It's actually everyone's access to higher education. So I'm curious, would you consider Saudi Arabia particularly feminist?
Not particularly feminist.
Qatar?
No.
Okay, so the Gulf states also have declining birth rates, but feminism isn't causing that. What's happening there?
Because they've started.
Saudi Arabia, famous for feminizing. Qatar, famous for feminizing.
They have started letting women work. They've started allowing things like birth control.
Their birth rate's been declining for a long time. Actually, it's below replacement.
So I don't know the ins and outs of that, but Kyle is trying to make it seem like, well, you said feminism makes it bad, and this is bad without feminism. Therefore, feminism is good. Like that's not how this works. That's not how this works. There's a completely different collection of factors there. The Big Daddy Pod again with the $5. Where my applause there? Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. What, you gotta eat it? What's the matter? He's been acting weird. He's been acting weird. Let's put it right in his face. Why are you shaking? Is it raining? Is it raining? He doesn't like the rain. He gets in his chihuahua shake. Big Daddy Pod for the $5 said it's grown into a near veneration of military, similar to the Romans. Now it's almost a sin against Uncle Sam to criticize the soldiers or the government. Yup. And again, like, I'm 36, so like, I'm young, but I'm not like a kid. And having had no idea that it was like that, crazy. And it does, again, speak to the fact that there can be big cultural swings within a single generation if it's done right. I mean, that's the one I always appeal to is smoking cigarettes. I did that poll about if you're Gen X, do you or have you ever or do you still smoke? And I forget the exact numbers, but the overwhelming majority of you at least used to be smokers. You do that with millennials, and it's going to be much less. And then Gen Z, like, Zoomers don't smoke. The only reason they smoke is because they're being subversive. And, I mean, it does get it is a cycle, but yeah, absolutely. Thank you again. Of course, that makes you the sole sponsor of the stream. Very much appreciated.
Things like birth
Their
control.
birth rate's
It's
been
more
declining
subtle.
for a long time. Actually, it's below replacement now.
Yes, everybody in first world economies where there's urbanization, industrialization, as I explained, that's what enables feminism.
So isn't it urbanization that we're blaming here? Because I feel like there's an
not
interesting
until
thing.
you push women into the workforce and they stop having kids. Again,
So it's not the fact that they work. It's what happens when women are not able to be home.
if women were working as nurses and still having 2.5 kids per woman, I would have no problem with it. But nothing you're addressing tells me what we're going to do about this.
Well, nothing.
What-
Shout out again to our new sole sponsor of the stream, the Big Daddy Pod. That's 175 out of 250 for the week, 3 out of 15 donos for the night, and 15 out of $75. Thank you so very, very much, guys. Yeah, right. You got all you fucking Xers. The smoking. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not, well, I was gonna try to use a looks maxing word, but yeah, I'm not moralizing because I get into my own shit. But the point is that it, there was a big push, especially later on with millennials as we were like out of college, because a lot of us did smoke in college, but it was more of a social thing. Like, I did, and then it just kind of went away. And so by the time we were 25, like, if you're out dating, then no smoking is a pretty big thing. And like, especially on the apps, like, if you said that you smoked, then that would, oh, you okay, bums? Okay, you just hang out there. That's okay. We'll make it work. I don't know what's going on with him. But of course, the treats do help. Wicked Dream. You want to come back up? Yeah? There you go. Shout out to Wicked Dream. Said teamwork makes the dream work. Again, we have co-sponsors of the stream. Very, very, very much appreciated. Where does that bring us, guys? That's 180 out of 254 out of 15 and 20 out of 75. Boom. And the ampersand goes back. Big Daddy Pod and Wicked Dream. Can't let Dane do it by himself. Teamwork makes the dream work. Thank you so very, very much. And we go, yeah. Thank you. But yeah, see how all you guys saying, I smoke too. I used to smoke. It's not worse. It's more addictive because of the opportunity. Like, I can smoke, I can constantly smoke while I'm sitting here. I smoke in the car. I literally go to sleep like this. I find that it's better, like, because if I just put it down, that I go to reach for it more often. And so I find that just having it in my hand, which is why the fume I thought would work well for me, having it in my hand, I'll hit it less than if I put it down, because then I have to pick it up. And if I'm going to pick it up, we're going to hit it. But if it's just there, and you'll notice a lot of times I need, this hand for the mouse here, but you'll notice a lot of times it just sits there. It just sits there. I don't put it down, because then picking it up becomes a thing. And like we know, I have a little bit of a fixation with picking things up and putting them in my mouth, if you know what I mean. But yeah, point being, one generation, and that was almost gone. Big Daddy Pod said, I would have addressed the semantics of feminism as a movement towards egalitarianism. She sort of touched on it, but not outright. That would have neutralized the Gulf states retort. Absolutely. And I think from what I saw so far, my biggest, obviously Rachel won, but my biggest frustration was that it seemed like Rachel was more focused on pushing her message rather than addressing the debate at hand. And I'll bring that up more, but it seemed like, well, okay, I'm not really going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about what's in my book, which, fair enough, but that's not really a debate. We got Avery. Welcome to the party. Let's do a fate dilly-dilly. This is a brand new one. I'm so fucking mad. I went to see Spider-Man yesterday, and waiting for the post-credit scene. I'm like, okay, I got this. I got my candy, got my water bottle, got my phone, got everything. Didn't even bring the wallet in, so I got everything, and I put this in my pants pocket. By the time I got up and walked back to the car, it was gone. So I had to buy a new one on the way home. Like, come on, man, come on. Welcome to the party. Clips said, asked Dad to bring me 2-pack today, so I didn't have to scrounge for butts. That's the thing. They're so expensive. Insane. Yeah, exactly. That's where the problem is. You are not 91. I don't believe you. Well, I don't know about vaping, but surely. Yup. We got Glowing Dog. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. We also got Extra Driller. Welcome to the party, guys. The Big Daddy Pod taking it one more time. Let's see if he'll eat. Of course, every donation comes with a treat for the Overlord. Thank you. So very, very much. Big Daddy Pod said, as simpish as it sounds, I didn't want anything that dominant in my life besides the Deej. Plus, I grew up in a severe smoking home and hated it. And I mean, I don't necessarily fully agree with what Asmongold said, but in relation to his new girlfriend and him wanting him to clean up and all that stuff, he's like, simping isn't necessarily bad. You just have to find the right woman worth simping for. So, hey. Dilly fucking dilly. And yep, I'm right there with you. Thank you. So very, very much, guys. It would be cheaper if I smoked as much as I would smoke a cigarette, but it's more expensive because of how much I smoke it. Pack a day smoker for 30 years. God damn. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. All right, let's update this banner before I forget. That brings us to 185. 185. That is 5 out of 15 and 25 out of 75 with our boy, the Big Daddy Pod, taking back the sponsor spot. He said, Wicked, you ain't shit. I am the sponsor now. Thank you. So very, very much, guys. All right, let's do it.
And if women were working as nurses and still having 2.5 kids per woman, I would have no problem with it. But nothing you're addressing tells me what we're going to do about this.
Well, nothing you're pointing to says it all falls at the feet of feminism.
Notice again, that was not the end of Rachel's sentence.
addressing tells me what we're going to do about this.
Well, nothing you're pointing
how is
to
your-
says it all falls at the feet of feminism, right? What you're pointing
Why
to
did
right
the women
now,
stop having babies?
Yeah, I'm sure the cigarettes didn't do that the first time, right?
because of modernization through increased education. Saudi
Yeah,
Arabia,
because they're-
I'm so sorry. As much as you want to insist Saudi Arabia is feminist, it's certainly not.
And straw man. Did she say that Saudi Arabia was feminist? Or did you say the aspects that I'm talking about in American feminism that lead to the issues that I'm talking about also appear in Saudi Arabia?
Come on, man.
I mean, from the jump, we are 20 minutes in, and I think we started, let's see, we started, I think, 2 minutes ago. 3.5 minutes of playing time. 3.5 minutes. And she's already been annoying. She's already straw manning. It's insane. It's insane. Oh my goodness. We got a war going on here. What is happening? What is happening? We got the Big Daddy Pod with another $5. Let's get Morty's treat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much. Another $5, said the D. Smoked 37 years ago when I met her, but she quit because she knew I wouldn't date her if she didn't. That's wife material right there. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Shout out to the Deej. I really am jealous of all of you that have no idea what a shit show the dating market is, but in the best way. I'm so happy that a lot of you have found someone legit. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Again with the big $10 from Wicked said, I am the captain now. Are we? Let's see. We got 5, 10, 20. And then we got 5, 10, 15, 20. Oh, it's still tied, guys. It's still tied. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. All right. So what did we add here? I'm bad at math. Hold on. I'm bad at math. So I'm going to do one at a time. So we added 5. So we're going to bring that to 90. That's 90. 6, 25. That's 30. Because then it'll be easier. Then we have the 10, which brings us to 200 out of 250. And that's over the halfway mark at a 7 out of 15 and 40 out of 75. Again, with our co-sponsors. And of course, that $10 gets us a little treat. That's why you always got to keep an eye on the gold. I'll move the thing. Is this another one? Hold on, let's give credit here, read this out, and then we'll go back to what he's doing. The Big Daddy Pod with, again, another 5. Said, I definitely value the Deej 100% and want her safe and happy, but I don't hesitate to tell her to shut the hell up when she needs it. That's love, baby. That is love. He's like, I don't want that. I got peanut butter right here. Okay, we'll leave that for you. Thank you guys so very, very much. And I believe we got a new sponsor of the stream. Thank you, guys. You are amazing, amazing. So I'll keep us up here while you watch him do that, and we'll dive back in. Guys, thank you so very, very much. Here's what. Oh, okay. Oh, wrong one.
Yeah,
Arabia,
because
I'm so sorry. As much as you want to insist Saudi Arabia is feminist, it's certainly not. In fact, do you know why women in Saudi Arabia are pushed into education? It increases their dowry value. That's why. Because it's like
that sounds like an Islam problem.
Well, Victoria, England did this as well, where essentially they view proof of education as good genetic stock, so it makes that wife a more valuable woman. So
Right,
I
but
don't know what's
nobody had a
feminist
birth
about
rate
that.
crisis in Victorian England.
Well, the thing that you have to disentangle.
Oh my God. Oh my God. with another big $20. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And yes, sir, that does indeed make you the new sole sponsor of the stream. So, okay, we are at 225, 9 out of 15, and 65 out of 75. My goodness, you guys are going hard, and I cannot complain. I don't know how far we're gonna get in this this debate, but since you guys are so awesome, I guess we'll just keep it fucking rolling. The party rages on. My goodness, thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much, guys. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate it. You guys are the world to me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please enjoy him enjoying the fruits of your labor. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We'll back this up a little bit because I know we're kind of getting wild, but big W for the entire chat and, of course, our sponsor, Wicked. I'm going to go down so you get the full effect. Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Ay, 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 oh! Where is it? Now I'm really losing count. All right, we had 10, 15, 25, 30, 35, 40 versus 20, 30, 35, 40. Go! Sponsors of the stream! My goodness. Can't get ahead in this world. And that is a 5. So we are $5 away from the goal. And only five donos, $5, guys. That is each. And remember, 99 cents counts. 99 cents counts. Thank you again to our co-sponsors. I don't have the words. You guys are amazing. Oh, there you go. Finish that up. Did you get it on your tail? He got it on his tail. There you go. Guys, thank you. So very, very much. Where did we leave off? We let that one, right? Yeah. Okay, so you're good? Okay, you're good. Thank you. Big Daddy Pod's a dating market. If Deej left me, I'd pack up and leave with her. If she told me she had a boyfriend today, I'd probably ask her what kind of tractor he had, or if he had a workshop, or if his workshop had a vehicle lift in it. Hey, I don't blame you. I do think that, you get to a certain point. That, oh wait. No, 70. Okay, hold on. There we go. Boom. But I hear you. It's that bad out there. That's like, hey, I kind of found one. So in these days, if you're gonna just, be a third boyfriend, then that's, weird as all fuck, because you would have entered that. But if you've been with someone for the last 20 years, and now, shit's going sideways. Now that you say this, I'm sure it's somewhat tongue in cheek, but kind of not as well. This actually puts into perspective the older couples who have been together for a while, and then one of them decides to trans themselves. That makes a little bit more sense to me. My goodness. I don't know. Dilly to you guys. Fridays are usually slow. You guys are coming in and warming my fucking heart. Let's fucking do this.
They view proof of education as good genetic stock, so it makes that wife a more valuable woman. So
right, but
I don't know
nobody
what's feminist
had a birth
about
rate
that.
crisis in Victorian England.
Well, the thing that you have to disentangle here is, why is Saudi Arabia having the same problems that you're falling at the feet of feminism? And I'm saying it looks more like modernization might be the problem here. And Saudi Arabia certainly has both modernization, but it certainly doesn't have feminism. So you're going to have to answer the Qatar
CDC
Gulf
and
problem.
the United Nations both say that the main correlate for declining birth rates is sending women to college and sending them to work.
I didn't
And
disagree with that.
As a mother
That's just not
of 5,
feminism.
as a mother
necessarily.
of 5.
So now we're going to play the game of anything that I don't like. That's just not feminism. That's just not okay. Where's the list of what is and is not feminism? If it's an ideology, then it might have some basic tenets, but whatever falls from that is feminism by definition.
You cannot have more than maybe one child and work full time because you have to outsource motherhood to daycare, which
Why?
is expensive. What do you mean, why?
Why do we have the runaway cost issues in America?
Runaway what?
Cost
Money printer go burp. And I mean, hey, if you're going to double the workforce,
issues in America.
It's
Double the
not
taxes.
runaway cost issues. It's the
not?
fact that
It's not affordable right now. It's
you
tougher.
can't make
and what a brilliant ending. What a brilliant ending.
not runaway cost issues. It's the
It's
fact
not.
that
It's not affordable right now. It's
you
tougher.
can't make daycare cheap enough for it to offset the cost of a woman working full time. That's math. How are you
typically-
going
The
to
math
make
ain't
daycare
mathing.
cheap enough that a woman can have 5 babies and work a full-time job? And why would you want that?
Well,
Why don't we want mothers? Any mothers here love having to send their kids to be raised by someone else all day? Do you
well,
guys
the question
Yeah, we love it. No, of course not. Of course not. Leah said, can confirm Kyla has every conversation with the same tone. She truly believes she has more important things to say than anyone she speaks with. And I don't necessarily hate the fact that I don't necessarily hate the fact that she is a little bit softer in her tone. That was one of the first things that I actually did like about her. But it's when she and I'll show you the difference. I'll show you the difference. I think it is. I don't know it well enough. But I'll show you the difference from when she gets to, when she gets to the more condescending tone. I think she has, in general, a kind of soft, feminine voice, and I appreciate that. It's when she gets to the fucking condescension where she's talking like she's talking to a 5-year-old. That's the bullshit. Yeah, I'm getting jazzed, baby. Fuck Islam. Haram Islam. Islam Islam. He is indeed the captain now. Well, he wasn't then, but he is now. Okay, hold on. Holy guacamole is right. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Nikki said the not Rachel chick, that's Kyla, aka NotSoErudite, has a voice that makes me want to kick her in the twat. Yeah. Yep. It gets there. Indeed. It's in this really shitty book called The Feminine Mystique. I'm looking at it across the room right now. I'm sure it's brilliant. Brilliant. We got 50 BG in the building. Welcome to the party. So in order for this to happen, you have to restrict the rights of people. How can we impose Rachel's worldview? I think the general idea is that people like Kyla, or people who are on Kyla's side of this, would understand that Rachel is correct and then want to behave in a different way. So it's not necessarily about imposing it's not so much enforcing, it's imposing by, just teaching people this is the right way, this is the wrong way. I think. Before we get here, one more, we got equality and deference because vagina over on Rumble. Welcome to the party. Said, liked, and shared. Again, guys, if you can't be in the Dono battle, that is totally fine. It's an absolutely free show. All I ask is that you hit the like, you subscribe, share the video with everybody you know. It does not even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link, just by telling the platform that you want more people to see it. They will show it to more people. Welcome. Quality said, Jiggle Tits versus Andrew's Woodchuck. Who will win? If Woodchuck is like Andrew, they love the state. Well, I think you might be a little bit surprised. It's going in a different direction. But first, let's fucking go. Let's give him a brick. I got a refill. All right, we'll give him a brick and a mini there. A brick and a mini. There you go. Take them both. There you go. Wicked with a big 20. So I was with my wife for 11 years. I've been divorced for just under a year. And starting over in this market is not easy. I mean, facts is facts. And I mean, the fact of the matter is that at least I have some of the experience of going along with the changes, being in a relationship, and then just being thrust into this world. That's gotta be hell. That's gotta be hell. I do not envy you, but I do very much. Thank you. We have hit the goal, ladies and gentlemen.
Watches when the Nazi eclair. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the sinking journey of
Drone.com to get me a new chair. That's the movie night.
He stands in the fall of a world misled. Thinking truth from the wreckage, lazy thought from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare. Exposing every shadow, we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the Lord will give his dead. On his growl rings through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, tripping keeps the balance right.
Oh, that is a movie night. That is hitting the goal. And that is making this little man so fucking happy, which is the most important thing in the world to me. Dane and Wicked on their own. Thank you, guys, so very, very much. Oh man, and so we gotta figure things out. We'll talk later about the movie night stuff. I do actually want to see some of this debate. But guys, oh my goodness, thank you so very, very much. And again, I definitely do not envy anybody who, one, has not really seen the beginnings of the dating market, and two, was just thrust right into it. Not fun. I would not want to do that. Shout out to you two star-crossed lovers. Nikki said, teach young women that they will work for someone no matter what the choice is between a husband and a family that loves you and leaves a legacy, or a boss who doesn't give a shit.
Bingo.
Yep. Indeed. 50. So the more educated and modern a society becomes, the birth rate drops. And that's Rachel's argument. And I think oh, indeed, we get push-ups. Indeed, we get push-ups. Those are common indeed. And yes, we have it. Go. What did you say? More educated. Yeah. The maybe teaching is better word. Yeah, I hear you. And that's the argument that Rachel's trying to make, that it's like, it's not that women are bad. It's not that women excelling is bad. It's the process that this is how women should be. That is the problem. That is the problem. And because Kyla can so well intellectualize, in the bad way, some of these things, then it makes it hard to really demonstrate that. But that's really all we're saying. That's really all we're saying. Oh, you guys are amazing. Movie night. Gang. All right. So I think we are all set up here. Let's get back into it. Oh, my heart is warm. I didn't even finish my first drink yet. You guys are amazing. Thank you. So so what I'm thinking is that maybe we extend. Fuck it. We'll just go through the whole thing, however long it takes, and that's what we'll do.
And again,
Why would you want that?
well,
Why don't we want mothers? Any mothers here love having to send their kids to be raised by someone else all day? Do you
Thank you guys
question
so much.
You can narrativize, but the question I'm actually trying to pose you and get an answer to is, what changed in the 70s, as you claim, where women started becoming dual income earners? What?
So this is, as we'll find out, I saw this part. She's not asking what Rachel thinks. She's trying to say, well, this thing that I think happened, therefore your argument falls apart. She's not asking as like a genuine question. She's asking like a pop quiz. And you'll see she starts doing that a
Fair
lot.
advice, but the question I'm actually trying to pose you and get an answer to is what changed in the 70s, as you claim, where women started becoming dual income earners? What
She's not genuinely asking. And so in this situation, I don't know. Tell me the thing. Do the thing that you want, or say the thing that you want to make a point on. Stop doing this fucking bullshit. Well, do you know what happened? I know what happened. Therefore. It's fucking obnoxious. A shout out to the Vigilante TV. Welcome. That's a primitivist argument. Can you say a little more on that? I don't fully understand what that means. But welcome to the party. Equality said, not quite the more educated a society is. Men have greater education and better employment increases their odds of marriage and children, and has the opposite effect in women. The women are the problem. Oh boy, that's a little sexist. How dare you? The Big Daddy Pod with the Big Five. Thank you so very much, sir. Of course, a treat for the Overlord. Big Daddy Pod for the $5 said I didn't do well dating before I got married. Found a pretty girl with low standards in men and sexually harassed her into submission. Bingo. That's the way to do it. Jokes. We're all joking. This is all consensual. Thank you. Adding more push-ups just because we already hit the goal, guys. Don't forget, you can still add the push-ups, and every $10 will get Morty every $10 donut will get Morty a refill. Thank you. Let's rage on.
advise, but the question I'm actually trying to pose you and get an answer to is what changed in the 70s, as you claim, where women started becoming dual income earners? What changed in families? What was going on? And you're like, the gold standard.
Are you asking
that doesn't
what?
matter.
No, I'm
See? Rachel caught it. She's like, wait, are you asking me or are you?
I'm telling you exactly what happened. And this is not me. This is the U.S. Department of Labor, the U.S. Department of Commerce. All the sources in my slides say that in the 70s, the reason was because we had a huge income tax deficit because of the Vietnam War. At the same time that they had passed birth control legislation, making it legal. And not only that, making it free and cheap and socially acceptable. We had Roe v. Wade. Now everybody can get an abortion. And at the same time, you start pushing through the culture through a massive propaganda campaign, through things like, remember the Stepford Wives movies? Remember the Mary Tyler Moore show? The 70s were just saturated with girl boss empowerment stuff. And I was born in 1980 with She-Ra and Madonna and, telling women that motherhood is a ball and chain, that the smart girls go to college and have their own money and they don't need a man. So you've got this cultural propaganda campaign. You've got
independent women don't need no man. All right, so Vigilante was asking if this is a primitivism argument, saying it's basically the ideology that we need to go back to pre-tech standards. I don't know, not necessarily. She's explicitly saying that. I mean, she is absolutely appealing to more traditional roles. But as she says, like, it's not the women are not the problem. It's not that women exist. That's not a problem. It's not that women work. That's not the problem. It's the ideology that women should all do this thing, and exactly what she's talking about, the cultural propaganda that she's pushing out is harmful to the longevity of the human race, or if you want to talk about Americans, or whichever thing. And I don't necessarily, I want to make it clear that I don't necessarily think all of the same things that Rachel thinks on these things. I do think feminism is bad. I'm sure if I did more research that I might agree with more of her things and also have bigger things against it. But I mean, feminism is feminism as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, no. We got Futo in the building. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. Like you said, immediately following the sexual revolution and women en masse entering the workforce, manufacturing was sent to China, and your economy had too many workers. Great for corporations. Bingo. Yeah, it's all it's like a domino. It's a domino effect. First you start this, then you put this ideology, then that makes people behave this way, and then this behavior has negative effects. That's really what we're talking about. The Big Daddy Pod with another $5. Thank you so very much. You got it. There you go. Thank you, sir, for the $5. Said, who's joking? Nothing says I love you like a restraining order. You need to start a consultant and coaching business for branding your streams. Right. I get a lot of help from other people. So those are the people that need to do it. There's someone in particular that I'm thinking of. But thank you. Very, very, very much appreciated. And of course, adding to our goal, if you didn't notice, we are now working towards the double feature, which would be 400 points. And we are now at... Shit, what did I just do? Hold on. Yeah, okay. Wait, sorry, I messed up. We are at 265 out of 400. 13 out of 15 for the night, but we already hit that goal. And 100 out of 75, I believe. Let me save that and double check. We have 5, 10, 20, 40, 60. So I'm pretty sure that's going to keep you in the spot. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 35, 40, 45. So we got our sponsor still hanging on to the spot. He is the captain now, but getting us so much closer to that double feature, guys. Thank you. Cannot tell you how much I appreciate it. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate. I mean, you guys are just going hard. My goodness. Thank you so very, very much. The Vigilante TV said feminism is very misunderstood by the right, mostly because online feminists are retarded. And that's why when it comes to this, I feel like I tweeted this to her that I was like, I think a better conversation could have been had. Because they didn't dive too deep into either of their arguments. It was like both of them wanted to give a lecture. And I understand that. I understand, this is a big event for whatever you want to say, what you want to say. But in terms of the debate aspect of it, this could have been a much more fruitful conversation. But, maybe she's tweaking out too hard. 50 said, if you had a daughter, you would want her to pursue her dreams and passions. No shot you would promote her to have kids at 20. Disagree. I think that, I agree with the first part. So what I think the argument that Rachel is making is that if we have a society where it does give women that choice, but it doesn't demonize any of those choices, then and my hypothetical daughter does want to get married at 20. She's aware that she can go and do other things, but she chooses to do that because she sees that having a family is more important than having a job. And vice versa. If she decides that at 20 that, oh, fuck that, I'm never having kids, I just want to be a boss babe, that would be how feminism and egalitarianism really should be. But instead, it's no, you're bad for this. No, there's no way you would want someone to find the love of their life and a family at 20 years old. What? Why the fuck not? That sounds like that's all I've dreamed of since I was a little girl. So why not? Shout out to Arthur. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. Nikki said, I used to be married to a wealthy man. I got so much crap from people for not working, and I said, why do we need more money when someone else needs a job to live? Bingo. There you go. Oh, we gonna get there. Don't you worry. All right, guys. Thank you again. I don't have the words. So thank you. You gotta earn it.
Go to college and have
a bitch and a frogurt, and you'll get a shout out.
their own money, and they don't need a
Give me money.
man. So you've got this cultural propaganda campaign. You've got government money subsidizing college, which is why it's so expensive, by the way. And then you've got birth control and abortion. Okay. So the trend becomes, go get your bag, go get your career. Men are icky and bad. They're going to abuse you. Children are a ball and chain. They're going to hold you back.
Right. And so it's the design that one is inherently worse than the other. If the whole idea is women should be able to choose, then why are the feminists themselves demonizing the choice of women? It's almost like it doesn't make sense.
Men are icky and bad. They're going to abuse you. Children are a ball and chain that are going to hold you back. You need
No, it's don't be a Frogert.
to go to work.
Sure.
And that's
so
what women do. They
still haven't gotten an answer to the Gulf states. Seems like that one is just
still haven't got.
Because she hasn't said the thing that you want her to say. Kyla is asking Rachel a question so that Kyla can be set up. Well, we don't. Actually, so my main contention with your argument is that we condition kids to fall for this propaganda of feminism. So I don't think girls and women actually choose what they get. That's definitely a fair argument. That, like, so just so I'm clear that this is what you're saying. I don't want to mix up your words. But you're saying that it's not the fault of the feminists, especially the younger feminists, because this is what they're being indoctrinated with, right? And so I definitely agree that is an aspect, but at a certain point, you got to grow up. And so would you say the same thing about red pillers? That if you're a 25-year-old incel red pill woman hater, that is like, well, I mean, it's not really that bad because this is just, the world that they were thrown into. No, of course not. You have to take responsibility for yourself. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. My arms are going to fall off, guys. My arms are going to fall off. Funkmaster General with the 10 gifted memberships. That does not make him the new sponsor of the stream. When has that ever happened? What it does do is get a refill. Dilly fucking dilly. Holy fucking shit. You guys are amazing. Oh my goodness. Let's see, where does that bring us? That brings us to 295 out of 400, 14 out of 15, which we already hit, and 130 out of 75. So, oh man, we got some push-ups to do. The Funkmaster General. Thank you so very, very much, guys. You have been so fucking generous tonight. Thank you. I don't know what to say. Thank you so very, very much. You're throwing me up. You're throwing me out. Oh, okay. Where were we? So Extra Driller was saying, that the argument is saying that we don't necessarily want to blame the feminists because they were propagandized into it. And I said, that's fair enough, but there has to be a line of age level maturity, whatever you want to say, that, okay, yes, you were thrust upon even people who were in cults, people who were born into cults, eventually can get out and see what's really going on, because the fact of the matter is you are someone who we all are someone who has to take responsibility for our own lives. But I don't underestimate the strength of propaganda, even when we were still reading magazines and stuff. Then it makes sense that women would see the world in a certain way. You guys are gonna turn my fucking arms into jelly. The Big Daddy Pod with the $5. So Brittany Griner just filed for divorce from the woman who fought so hard to free her from Russia. Even the best women make ungrateful wives. Yep. That's why you gotta find the right ones. Thank you so very, very much, sir. All right, let's try to watch some of this debate.
You children are a ball and chain that are going to hold you back. You need to go to work.
Sure.
And that's
so
what women do. They
still haven't gotten
300
an
guys.
answer to the Gulf states. Seems like that one is just
still
like
haven't gotten an answer to
mysterious
how you're going to do
Islamic- Hold on.
feminism with no more babies.
Rachel, you have to let me talk for us to have a conversation, right? I'm letting you speak. Give me some space to speak as well.
Shout out again, guys. We are 100 points shy of the double feature. Quality said, I find it funny. When men govern women, women are the victims. When women make their own decisions, still the victims. It's almost like they are toddlers with tits. That is a weird statement, but you ain't wrong. You ain't wrong.
Babies.
Rachel, you have to let me talk for us to have a conversation, right? I'm letting you speak. Give me some space to speak as well, right? So let's talk a little bit about the 70s.
Oh, honey, I have to care about who you are for there to be a rivalry.
Go ahead, Kyla.
Oh, if you want Rachel to just monologue, I can just sit here if you want. But if you want the debate and show, I have to participate too. So let's talk.
She has to. She has to. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Again with a $2 holla. Morty knows. He's like, oh, we on fire tonight, baby. He said, no, less beans, the muff diving women.
What?
Jesus Christ on a motorbike. I'll take your word for that. And Wicked, again. Where did you drop? Where did it go? Oh. Well, conveniently enough, we need a refill. I feel like I'm doing a pretty good job keeping my mind on what the arguments actually are.
Talk a little bit about the
Wow, wow.
70s.
Dilly fucking Dilly. Again. Let's fucking go! I'm gonna make sure we're not gonna run out. Holy shit! Thank you so very, very much. That is $157 so far, guys, and 322 points. Guys, you've doubled where we started the night, and it's only been an hour. At this point, I'm like, hey, if we can get a $5, I'll keep the ads free, and you guys are double and tripling the goal. My fucking goodness. My goodness. I've never felt the love like this. You guys are amazing. Thank you. So very, very much. The Big Daddy Pots. Kyla literally tried. You tell him how to run MDD. When they think that they know everything, then we'll do it this way, which is going to be funny. I'm going to come back to this because it is fucking funny. I think that might be co-sponsorship. I think that might be co-sponsorship. Oh, no, you had that one. Okay, so, yeah. Wait, it's like, I'm keeping that shit. I'm keeping that shit. Thank you. The 20 gifted memberships. My goodness. So again, I'm going to do a members-only stream because of last week we didn't get the after party. And I'm going to figure out what to do. But either way, we are going to go through this whole debate, even if it takes it all night. All night. I don't care how much you throw at me. I will remember where we're at, and I will get through this debate. If you grabbed a membership from Funkmaster General, please tell him thank you. But now, every single Monday, Wednesday, Friday stream, we usually do a members-only after party where you are invited. Thank you. So very, very much. Let me double-check the math on that, and we'll dive back in.
If you want the debate and show, I have to participate too. So let's talk a little bit about the 70s. So the 70s is where, what did you say, what percentage increase?
It was something over 20%.
Until 20%. So 70s to what? What was the 20% point? Was it the 90s, 2000s?
No, just in the 70s alone, I believe it went up.
No.
Female labor force participation went way up in the 70s.
So
So
I'm
the
gonna-
biggest jump, and then it continued in the 80s and 90s,
Yes.
and now we
Yeah,
have
so-
about equal
okay.
numbers.
So I'm going to show you a beautiful thing that we can do in the world. Okay. This is a graph. This is a very, very wonderful graph that makes your point look true. This is your point. Okay. So we've got 1975.
Number go up.
We've got 39%. It's from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Okay. You're going to love it.
Fuck, I
And by
forgot.
1990s, we have that almost 20% jump to 58%. And look how steep that looks. Very spooky graph. The issue with
See, that's where it comes. That's the first time I've really heard it. Ooh, a spooky graph. Bitch, shut the fuck up. We're all. Did you drop it? Where'd it go? I got you. Oh, you lazy bones. Are you lazy bones or you old bones? All right, sorry. I'm still trying to figure all this out. But yeah, the spooky graph. And then let's not forget about when Lance from the Surfs was on Timcast and he tried to talk about how trans is the same thing as left-handedness.
By 1990s, we have that almost 20% jump to 58%. And look how steep that looks. Very spooky graph. The issue with cherry-picked data is that if you zoom out and include all data that's relevant, suddenly spooky lines don't look so spooky. In the 70s, nothing magically happened at all, actually. We had a consistent trend of women since the 1950s going into workplace, particularly married women, because unmarried women always participate in the workforce.
Yes.
If you actually want a spooky graph with a big jump, the major point when women entered the workforce at astronomical numbers, was a 10% leap in like 4 years, is this graph. It was World War II. This is the only notable moment. If you'll notice on this graph, it's all the same trend line. So
Wicked hanging on to that spot, or that sponsorship, guys. 382 out of 400, 17 out of 15, and $217. Thank you. My arms will not thank you until in a few days. Then I'll be jacked. Quality's got to run. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out. Say congratulations on the donations. Well, congratulations. I don't know. But thank you. You're throwing me off, guys. All right, let's see what some of the chat is saying. Where we go? Oh, who's getting deported? Funkmaster for the win. Right. They said, I used to be a feminist. Ick. If I can see the light, anyone can.
Bingo.
It happens in steps. I was just talking about this to somebody that was having trouble talking to their dad about, just politics in general. I'm like, you're not going to convince him in one night. It's a thing over time that you have to really work towards. And that's the same thing of losing or leaving a bad ideology. that it's a matter of continuing and continuing and continuing. Vigilante said, when people interrupt us in debates, we should all start talking to them. That's my new method. Because usually I'm just like, I'll keep talking and you can stop. But I'm just, well, you have to talk and then I talk. But actually, I hate that. So let's not be like Kyla. Let's not be like NotSoErudite. Shout out to Faith no more. Shout out to Faith no more. Oh yeah. So you gotta pick a movie. We got Costco Law School in the building. Welcome. That anti-feminism is supposed to remove women from public politics. So having two women publicly debate the merits of feminism is laughable. The irony indeed. I have seen The Fifth Element. Yes. I wouldn't be mad at Kyle anymore for that. Nikki said, do you know how much wages would jump if women stopped participating in the workforce and immigration was strictly controlled? By a lot, but because we're already in the situation where there is a lot of women and illegals, then the world would fall, or the country would fall apart if they just disappeared. But that's what I'm saying. When Vidgie's on Rachel's side, now we know that something is amiss. Yeah. W for me, L for the arms. All right. We got everything. Oh my goodness. The Big Daddy Pond. Yeah, that's you, Mort. Another $5. So Rachel never scored a nuclear shot, but she did win the debate simply because she couldn't refute her point. And that's the name of the game, right? That's the name of the game. Thank you so very, very much. Let's watch this debate.
Is this graph? It was World War II. This is the only notable notice on this graph. It's all the same trend line.
Oh my God! Fuck! Why is it that easy to be deleted? Holy fucking shit! God damn it! I pressed one thing. Oh my Lord. All right, hold on a second. I have to remake the entire fucking thing now. Jesus! All right, so we have weekly, movie. No, I guess can I play this? Here, I'll do this. I'll do this. I'll do that. So that you guys can watch while I'm doing this. All right, Jesus Christ. Ay. You click on the banner to pull it up and down, but there's a trash thing right in the corner, and it's not like, are you sure? Jesus Christ.
The only notable moment, if you'll notice on this graph, it's all the same trend line. So if you're going to blame everything
Wait a minute.
Hold on, let me finish my thought, then you can attack it. If you're going to blame everything from 1970s forward, you're going to have a tough time because the data shows that it's the identical trend since the 1940s. And if you zoom out 200 years, you get this graph, which is a U. So once you actually look at the whole comprehensive story, your narrative falls apart really quickly because nothing remarkable happened in the 1970s except for one thing. And I'm curious if you know what actually happened in the 1970s.
See? She's not actually asking, what do you think happened in the 70s? I know the one thing. Do you know what it is?
Well, instead of playing Pop Quiz Kyla,
Thank you! Oh, this is empty. Fuck it! We'll do it live! Oh no brands. Called it.
Know what actually happened in the 1970s.
Well, instead of playing Pop Quiz Kyla, first
Good
of
one.
all, here's
Yeah, I think it is a good one.
So good.
It's just your typical debate move.
I just want to be clear.
Dude,
If you don't know
what
words,
think happened to this? What
I'll
do you
let you
think
finish,
about
sorry.
this? What happened here? Okay.
I just want to be very clear before
I
we get
thought
to the
we were
personal.
going to take turns.
Well, if we're going to get to the personal
in,
insults, I'm just going to quickly respond.
I didn't insult you. I just pointed
Pop
out that
quiz
your
Kyla.
strategy
Women.
is to
Compliment.
pop
Notorious
quiz your
compliment.
opponent. It's something you do in every debate.
So thank you. The front loading of saying my opponent Kyla will just happen to know way more
When you're
technological
done being offended, I'll
information and
respond
knowledge
to the
than
actual
me.
point.
I mean,
know
I'll
you
take
wanted to
it.
have a girl debate, but I would like to stick
No,
to
you said the boy
actual
debate.
argument.
So here we are, baby girl. You want the boy debate?
Baby
We're
girl.
doing it.
Yeah, we're doing it.
Ooh.
What happened?
So what
Yeah.
happened in the 1970s? Again, that's so
happened?
magical.
What happened after World War II?
What happened
To all
after
those
World
women
War II?
who went to work,
They
what did
s-
they do?
it
Did
went
they go
down-
back home?
5%.
Yes, they did.
Well,
They went back home.
5%.
Got
And then look,
her.
the same line of best fit from before World War II. Because
And notice how retarded it is that she, well, what happened in the 70s? A lot of shit happened in the 70s. And so Rachel's just like, what happened in the what happened after World War II? See how that's not a good debate tactic? Shout out to Sweet Tooth. Welcome to the party. I accidentally deleted the banner, so I'm just trying to get that good, and I will pull that up in just a second. Welcome to the party.
And then look, the same line of best fit from before World War II. Because you know what made women go back into workplace? Access to new technologies that made it easier to go back to the workplace.
Of course.
That's what made them go back.
You haven't heard me say this the 3 times I've heard it. Industrialization and technology allowed for this. Yes, obviously.
But we want to
that
throw it
doesn't
at the feet of
address my
feminism.
point. That doesn't address the point of what you're going to do about the demographic cliff we're about to fall off of.
We can
Do
get
you
there.
understand how you can possibly have
This is a
feminism in
crazy
a
pivot.
world? If you're going to keep interrupting me,
Alright,
I'll just
got
ask
her.
for time.
I'll ask my question after
Because
you're done.
if I interrupt you, it's a big problem. But apparently, I can't speak. I need to participate in order for this to be a conversation, Kyla.
Ideally,
Got
yeah.
her.
So
When you monologue for 5 minutes straight, yeah. Typically, I need to be
none
able to
of
respond. back.
this, we don't have to spend 40 minutes on what happened in this decade or why women worked. The
You
point of
certainly don't want to.
Again,
Yes.
the point of everything we're
hard for your
talking about
narrative.
here is that, yes, thanks, James. Nothing you're saying addresses the fact that we are about to have a collapse of our first world standard of living. This economy in the
Okay.
West, and it's ubiquitous across all Western nations. In fact, it's so
All right, so I got the banner back. Now I need to add this, and then we'll go from there. We got that. Let me again. All right, so we're still going. Okay, we got this.
in the West, and it's ubiquitous across all Western nations. In fact, it's so congruent across all of them that it's kind of crazy. Like Statistics Canada has the same GDP numbers that the United States has, that Australia has, that Western Europe has, which is when you push women to go to college and have careers and have their own money and be financially independent, they listen and they do that. And they say, if that's what's expected, I'm not going to have kids. Now, again, we can go back and prove this is what happened in Russia. And it didn't matter how many pro-natalist campaigns they had. Women said, if I got to work full time, I can't have 3 or 4 kids. It doesn't work. You look at South Korea, same thing. They don't have communism. They don't have pronatalism. It's a capitalist Western style economy, and they can't even reproduce the Korean woman.
Okay.
It's a serious problem that arguing over the gold standard or the 70s or women should have choices. First of all, they've always had choices. Second of all,
just less.
if you don't address this problem,
Fair.
you can kiss feminism goodbye. You won't have it anymore. It won't exist.
There's this really famous, actually, you introduced me to this researcher, Joseph Miller, because you cite him a few times. There's a great conversation that the anti-suffragettes had where they insisted that, oh, by God, if the feminists, if all this happens, the world is...
All right, we got it. We got it back. Oh, wait, I gotta make it slow. There we fucking go. We got it back. I missed a lot. So let's see what you guys are saying here. First, of course, we've got... So did I read the... Yeah, we got that. Thank you very, very much, sir. We got Sweet Tooth in the building. Welcome to the party. Everything is already good up until Jennifer. There you go. Sweet Tooth, welcome to the party for the Big 5 said, did you see the Stu Peters versus Andrew Wilson debate? That was pretty entertaining debate as well. That might be, is that, I don't know how well you can see that. I got Dinesh, and then I have Kim Coulter. So apparently not. I will have to check that out. Thank you very, very much, sir. We got the Big Daddy Pod with another $5. Said OBS will help you from doing that again, but the learning curve is steep. Yep, I will double check. I will double check that I hit the edit button over the delete button rather than having to learn all of that shit. But thank you so very, very much. And then we got Jennifer. Aw, is Frankie in a bad mood? Frankie's mad that nobody likes him. Oh, poor baby. Poor baby. Let me get through this. We'll get him the peanut butter. And we got the Big Daddy Pod with the $4.99. My goodness. Said, let's get Morty his treat. There you go. There you go. So what happened to this? What happened in the 70s? Oil crisis, abandoned Vietnam, Jimmy Carter, Islamic Revolution, Watergate, birth of Big Daddy, first unelected president. I mean, there's a lot there. I'm like, that's fine. If you wanna, like, what happened here? And then they give the answer, and you go based off of that. That's fine. But when it's not there, and you keep asking the same question, and it's a very broad question, you look stupid. You look fucking stupid. Thank you so very, very much, guys. Oh my God. Let me do this now because I'm not going to be able to pay the fuck attention to anything. All right. So we have got a double feature. That's a double feature. 397. That's 402. 402. All right. I'm going to stop keeping track of anything but the dollar amount now because I'm going to get fucked up. 5, 6. That's 236. Thank you so very, very much. Boom. All right. Well, let's catch up. Let's see what you guys are saying. I don't want to ignore everybody just because you ain't dropping money. That's not what this place is about. Had that plan while I fix that up. A little bit of struggle streaming. All right. Okay. I was here. We got to Costco. Yeah, I've seen The Fifth Element. It's Turner. It's my turn. It's my turn. Yeah, she's shit-faced, bro. That's why you're so pathetic. Like, you just say dumb shit. Thank you. At least somebody else is fucking doing it. Nikki said this chick is dumb as fuck. She thinks women working happen in a vacuum, but doesn't examine the historical events that were occurring. Yup. We got Daniel Ramirez in the building. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. Life. I've never heard of that. We got a double feature. Funkmaster gets to pick one, and then we'll do a poll for the other one. So figure out what you want to do with that. Nikki said the country wouldn't fall apart. Is this saying if all women and immigrants just didn't go to work or like just disappeared? It turns out the vast majority of people that work in fields that actually keep our modern world running are men. Right, but that still doesn't mean that the amount of jobs that exist. Like if they just didn't happen, and mainly because of the immigrants more so than the women. But yeah, that would not be good. Viddy said, I've been sitting here listening while I review my debate prep for tonight. Oh, what you debating? What you baiting? I just responded to the something else me and Nikki have in common. We'll do it live. I'll make sure we get through all of this because I see some new ones and we're gonna keep it rolling. Kyla learning from Destiny, drinking those Red Bulls. Oh, I bet you it's water in the Red Bull can. And she's just fucking addied out of her face. I mean, because again, I've seen her debates, you know, in a number of different contexts, and she's always a fast talker, but she's never like this. Because don't get me started on fucking Carter. If he hadn't been such a pussy, you would not be bombing Iran today. Like, how embarrassing that Canada had to save your diplomats. We try to put that one under the rug. Oh my goodness, Sweet Tooth again with the $2. You full? Are you full? All right, I'll leave it there. I guess he's full now. Thank you so very, very much. Let's make sure we keep up there. Okay, so we're good there. So I'm just gonna add to the total. This is gonna be fun. You guys trying to watch me do all these fucking push-ups. This is scary. Kyla, indeed. Destiny dressed as a woman, and I mean, he kind of is a woman. I have not seen Up in Smoke. We got Dylan Soup. Welcome to the party. Ooh, that's a good one. We're gonna have to. We're definitely gonna have to cover that because I mean, depending on which direction it goes. Because I said yes to this. I said yes, but my intention is that religious studies isn't studying a religion; it's the study of religions. And I think that would help a lot of people not feel like when they're in a bad spot or they're looking for spirituality that the church is the only place that they look, or the Christian church is the only place they look, or vice versa, that Islam is the only place they look. Oh yeah, you guys deal with that. Frogert. I'll be arguing that for teaching religion in school, and I'm willing to bet the Christians will still hate my argument. You'll probably like it though. Did I kind of get it? What where you're going with it? Yeah, right there. I'm right there with you. All right, we are caught up, guys. Again, I want to give you an unfiltered dilly, because you're amazing. And it's days like these where it's like, oh, another Friday. We cover the Wilsons a lot. I don't know if anybody's going to show up, but I'm personally excited about it. So I hope people, like it and whatever. And then you come in like this, and it warms my heart. Let's fucking go. I've been waiting and baiting for somebody to pick that. Let's go. Dilly. There you go. Now we're making headway. Yeah, let me star that so that we don't forget. Exadriller said I'm down for them to teach the basics of the top 5 religions in schools. Yeah. But you said the comparative religion studies is my argument. Bingo. That I don't know how you're going to say, yes, we should know about religion, but not all of them, only mine. That's such a stupid argument. I hope you win, man. Dilly to you. Let me fucking dilute this shit so I don't get shit-faced, because we're going to be here for a while. Oh, man. I'm going to have to sleep in tomorrow. Holy moly. We've never had a show like this, and it is, it's a little scary. I feel like I've got so much pressure. Now we got to have a good show, right? God damn, we got the sucker in the building with the big $5. Thank you. So very, very much. Can you reach it more? Can you see it? There you go. You drop it? All right, we'll drop it for you. There you go. Zucker said, watching both Destiny and NotSoErudite, both similar. Kyla debates in a more defensive way, while Destiny debates in a more aggressive, offensive way. Agreed, but 2 sides of the same coin. Welcome. And again, from the Big Daddy Pod, another $5. Thank you. We're down to crumbs, guys. You're amazing. Big Daddy Pod. So my VA is religious studies. You're 100% correct. It's not a Christian church pastor degree, much more philosophy, theology, history, and literature. And so I'm very curious what the, so that's tonight, right? So I think we'll be around. We'll keep an eye on what's going on. Maybe we'll pop in and see if we can, adjust the result a little bit. We'll see. But yeah, comparative religion is definitely the way to go, because then, the people who want that religion, they learn about that religion, and the people who don't also know why they don't want that religion, instead of just, oh, God is bad. Why? Slavery's in the Bible, and blah, 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 blah. That, I don't know. That was crazier. But like that was like kind of a thing where it was his own thing. Like, this is just us. This is just us. This is just you guys. So I don't know. It's right there. It is right there. Word up. So keep an eye on the horseradish Discord, and we'll see if we can catch a little bit of that. Good luck to you. I believe you have the right answer. Thank you again, guys. You guys are amazing. 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 All right. Let's watch a debate.
You cite him a few times. There's a great conversation that the anti-suffragettes had where they insisted that, oh, by God, if the feminists, if all this happens, the world is going to collapse. People have been insisting that the world is going to collapse in the next 10 years. I mean, they're like climate people as well. We're insisting that we were going to die in the next 10 years as well. It's just fear mongering that's not typically based in reality. Now, I know you want to run away from information that is disconfirming of your narrative, but you still need to deal with the Gulf states, right? Qatar having declining birth rate. It's not feminism.
Is
it's
that a first world
modernization.
country you want to live in?
No, with 2 R's, right? Thank you again, guys. Very, very much appreciated.
I want to live here, which has feminism and a booming GDP and like one of the best countries on the earth. That's why I'm here.
Well, what are
GDP?
What are we going to do? Yeah. It's great. It's
GDP go up. GDP go up. It's interesting how there is a lot of anti-Crucible people there. It's mostly Crucible people, but there's a lot of anti-Crucible people there. So it's interesting to see what they cheer at. Extra Joler said, if you have sex with Erudite, is it considered great because she's retarded? I sure hope not. I sure hope not, because I'm gonna be on this level real quick, guys. I'm gonna be on this level real quick. And she ain't never seen a short king like me. I wouldn't be mad, but I do generally yeah, right. I do genuinely want to see this, but I ain't gonna be mad at that. I ain't gonna be mad at that.
Here, which has feminism and a booming GDP and like one of the best countries on the earth. That's why I'm here.
GDP
well,
go
what are we going to do? Yeah, it's great. It's great right now, but your field of psychology that you got your degree in is so oversaturated. We have, and it's almost all women. It's like 88%.
Yep. As somebody who I went to college from 2008 and graduated in 2012 with my bachelor's in psychology, and it was so weird. It was so weird. There were so many just weird fat girls in all of my classes. I was one of like 3 dudes, and it was a smaller school. So, I mean, there was probably like, 700 or so students in the psychology department. 3 dudes, and the rest weird girls, mostly weird girls. My college girlfriend was also in psychology, but she ain't one of them. She ain't one of them. She's she was cool. She was cool. I'm trippy and I'm still better than you. Yes, sex with her, that makes you. I'll take that. Let's go. I'll be retarded to hit that. I don't give a shit. Leah said, no fun. She's the type that expects you to check in with her 15 times to make sure she's still consenting, even if you're her husband. I disagree. I think it's the liberal ones that are always the fucking nastiest, sluttiest, oh, fucking pull my hair and choke me type shit. Tell me I'm wrong.
So oversaturated. We have, and it's almost all women. It's like 88% women.
Not going to deal with the Gulf, though.
There's
We're just
not.
Oh, the distraction continues with the $2 make you holla over on Venmo from Glowing Dog doing the damn thing. Thank you. That's another push up. Oh my God, this is not going to be fun. This is not going to be fun later. Thank you so very, very much. Where does that leave us? 409 and 244. Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Thank you, sir. Vidya said, leftist women tend to like free use. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. What is it? The milking farm? Like, it's not the I mean, maybe it is, but I was gonna say it's not primarily the bitches that are reading the Bible, that are going from the Bible to morning milking farm, but you know, maybe. All right. Down back.
Almost all women. It's like
There's
80,
pivot.
88% women.
Not going to deal with the golfs, though.
There's
We're just going to
not-
run from that one.
there's
I'll just come
not
back to it. It's
enough-
fine. I'll write it down.
You have to hear.
I'll write it
She
down.
just-
It's
she
okay,
just
James. I'll write it down.
steamrolled. Adderall.
Good one.
It doesn't address the problem that you have, which
That's Red
is
Bull,
the
though.
paradox of pushing women into
See, I told you. What did you? Wait. I just missed it. See, it took a second because immediately she's gonna be like, "No, it's just the Red Bull." But it took her a second. Because if she was like, "Oh, I see what you're saying. No, I'm just a little wound up from the Red Bull," then she would have said that immediately.
it doesn't address the problem that you have, which
It's Red
is
Bull.
Oh, now it's Red Bull. She's like, "Oh fuck. I'm acting weird. What do I say? It's the Red Bull." Sure, it is.
it doesn't address
And this is why we wear condoms.
It doesn't address the problem that you have, which
It's Red
is
Bull,
the
though.
paradox of pushing women into work and telling them to be career women like you, and then they don't have children. How are you going to perpetuate the next generation? Do you realize that the complex systems first world economies rely on can only suffer about a 5% loss of skilled male workers? And right now in this country and all across the West, we have all of the Gen X and Boomer men who know how to run complex water sewage treatment centers, keep the power grid up and running. Like, these are highly skilled things. You can't just get someone from Pakistan, put
I'm a downer guy. That shit, like my natural way of living is just added out. So I go the opposite way. I mean, I did have a little affair with cocaine, but that was a whole other thing connected to the fact that I was drinking because I couldn't smoke.
keep the power grid up and running.
Oh, you need a nap, bud? I got you. What do we say? Let's do 5 minutes. Let's start with 5. Sorry, I didn't mean to bore you.
Like, these are highly skilled things. You can't just get someone from Pakistan, put them in a 6-week course or whatever, and make them a power lineman. You can't do that. These men are not replaceable. We have to start having babies, or you're going to have short-term boom. That's what we've got now, at the expense of long-term stability. And it's
Right. So that is the basis of Rachel's argument. I don't fully understand the basis of what Kyla is presenting, but Rachel's argument is that all of that stuff that you're talking about may be true and correct or whatever, but it has brought us to a point where we are now dealing with a problem that there will not be people. That is what she's saying. Bringing back memories, baby. Memories. Methadone? What? Yeah, right?
going to have short-term boom. That's what we've got now, at the expense of long-term stability. And it's not fear-mongering, it's math. The World Health Organization, the UN, and Elon Musk talk about it all the time. Like, hey, we're already seeing supply chain shortages. We're already seeing problems in keeping up the infrastructure. Trump ran on the fact that most Western nations, like including the US, have shit infrastructure. We have water lines in LA that are 100 years old, blowing up all over the place. What, 6 or 7 of them in the last 2 weeks?
Okay, we
Because
have to
we're
do like a
not
timer at this
replacing
point. I don't even.
So
If you want to,
I will give her that, you know, Rachel was kind of, like I said earlier, it seems like both of them are looking to just give their lecture. Shout out to Eyebrow. Yo, I don't know who this is. Oh my god. There we go. That's what I meant. There we go. Dilly dilly to Eyebrow Chat. Eyebrow Chat. Welcome. Said Maverick is one of First Amenders' buddies. No fucking way. No fucking way. Birds of a feather flock together. Oh my God. Things just make sense. Sometimes things just make sense. And like I said, in all the, whether you saw it on X or Discord or YouTube, I was not expecting this. So the plan for today, because again, Fridays are usually slow. So my plan for today was the First Amender Rachel Wilson thing that the clip was in this week's Substack, which you should check out before the new one comes out. But hell yeah. Welcome to the party. I fucking love it. Yep. Clarissa explains it all. Clarissa said, what's a short-term boom? Meaning that you're going to get a bunch of stuff. You're going to be living large. You're going to get the bag. You're going to have a nice car. You're going to have this and that. But in 20 years, what is that doing? Even Leah. Oh my goodness. I wouldn't even be surprised. I'm not saying that this is. I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised if this was Frank explicitly just trying to make something that, like, can I get positive attention, please? Please? Oh man. All right. Diving back in. Welcome to the party.
Yeah,
last
I got
2
2
weeks,
Okay, we
because
have to
we're
do like a
not
timer at this
replacing
point. I don't even.
So
If you want to, I
address
want to
the
talk to you.
How dare you?
Evil.
And if we
cliff
want to
or
talk to
none
each
of
other,
this
we have to go
matters.
point by point. Like if you
We're gonna pick
monologue
it
at
back.
me for 5 minutes straight with multiple points, they're all valid points, and I want to talk to you about all of them.
I just have one question.
I-
How
I-
are you going to solve the birth rate crisis?
Answer mine first. How
There's
do we do
no
that?
future without
How
more
do you
people.
how do you reconcile the fact that you're claiming in the 1970s feminism infused a bunch of women to the workplace, but we actually see the largest
Okay, I'll
boom
just
of women?
grant
Hold
it.
on, I'm not done.
I'll just
Rachel. I'm
grant
not
it.
done.
Again, look, you're talking as she explicitly stated it before, but she was like, it doesn't matter what we're talking about from the 70s and why it is the way that it is. We're talking about, Rachel was saying, I'm talking about the fact that however we got here, the way that it is not going to work. And I said, well, why do you think that is? Do you know about this thing? Did you know that it's that? Like, have the conversation. Stop trying to win the argument. And yes, I understand I'm saying this to somebody who's debating a Wilson. But even still, a debate is a debate is a debate. You cannot try to only win. You have to have the conversation. You cannot win without engaging in the conversation.
But we actually see the largest
Okay, I'll
boom
just
of women.
grant
Hold
it.
on, I'm not done.
I'll just
Rachel.
grant
I'm not
it.
done.
It
The
doesn't even
largest
matter for my
boom,
argument.
the largest boom of women entering
She's
the
like, I don't care.
workplace is right before the golden age of capitalism in America. Right?
God damn it.
That's what we see when the American currency becomes the gold world reserve
Okay, and then?
currency. So if you want to blame it at the 1970s, my question to you again is what actually magically happened? Because based on all of the actual data, nothing transformative happened. Manufacturing was starting to die by the 1950s, right? We have the Triffin dilemma, which is a much better.
Wait, do you mean the Q&A or did they have an actual debate? Because if so, I need to see that debate.
By the 1950s, right? We have the Triffin dilemma, which is a much better understanding of, if you don't know the word, just ask, just saying, okay? The Triffin dilemma is a
Condescension. There's a reason I chose the words arrogant and tweaker. Because she's tweaking and she's being arrogant.
huge issue that causes massive trade deficits for America, and it causes an issue where people are always going to want to invest in America because, frankly, we're the best.
We gotta find that. We will cover that. We definitely will cover that.
We're the best at everything. So again, if you're going to say it's the
I
1970s,
didn't. That's a straw
what?
man.
It's
My
not a straw
argument-
man to say
yes.
that you said the 1970s is when this
Finish,
took off, the she economy
and I'll
happened.
tell you, no,
It's not a
that
straw
was
man.
not the in any way a pillar or linchpin of my argument.
So it's the 1950s?
No, birth rates have declined since industrialization.
You're
Since
right. Like the
it ex-
18.
Bitch, shut up and let her make the argument. You wonder why you're getting accused of straw man, because you know what the fuck she's saying, because she hasn't gotten one single sentence out. Other than that part where you were actually quiet and let her talk, and she had so much to say because you weren't able to let her in. That fair enough, she was kind of monologuing there. But that's your fucking fault. Shout out to Mr. Alley Cat. Welcome. So Kyla, to be fact check here, USD became the reserve currency at Bretton Woods in 1945, not the 70s. Oh, man. So what is she appealing to? Just when we officially got off the gold standard? Is that what she's appealing to? And does that hurt her argument? That's an important question, because it's okay to be wrong, but if it still finds the point, then she's good. Welcome to the party. Leah Bobia said she's floundering and has no clue how to shut the fuck up. I've been there. I just was at a kitchen table with a bunch of people doing coke at 9 a.m, not on a professional debate stage. Nikki said it's not as bad as watching Bryce Shapp debate that Professor Warren guy's dedication to willful ignorance is a superpower. I just saw that. That was the last video that I watched before I came down here. And I did see that Cool Vic cover the whole thing, and that is also on my watch later playlist. The Big Daddy Pod again. You tapped out, huh? You tapped out. Thank you, he says. Big Daddy Pod with a $2 said Kyla is the mistress of meta. Scary. Thank you, sir. Very, very, very much appreciated. Okay, yeah, she's appealing to the gold standard. Yeah, definitely Nixon. Good one. Got her. You are having a great fucking time. Am I wrong? Are you not entertained? And I said, I mean, we're 38 minutes in. I said out of 2 hours, and we're doing the whole damn thing. So if we got to be here till 3 a.m, then that's how it's going to go.
No, birth rates have declined since industrialization.
You're
Since
right. Like the
it
18...
accelerated.
Wait, isn't that like the 1870s?
I have already...
Maybe you mean those 70s.
Okay, when she's done, then I'll talk.
All right. Do want to make sure there's not too much interrupting. So
let's do a game. We both talk for 2...
She's even interrupting James. She's even interrupting the moderator. She's just like, yeah, let's debate. You said this? Okay, I'm just gonna chill the fuck out. In case you missed it, this is what we're looking forward to. This is what's coming. This is not sped up.
Yeah, so in the case of America, I would say booming countries that are succeeding as a result of the labor force being injected with women and basically everyone who wants to work. America is a really good example of how it is working, you know.
Girl. What are you doing?
Yeah, so
I have already...
Maybe you mean those 70s.
Okay, when she's done, then I'll talk.
all right. Do want to make sure there's not too much interrupting. So if you
Let's
want
do a
chance-
game. We both talk for
See?
2 minutes at a time. We'll have timers. How about that?
So condescending.
I appreciate that, but
Keyboard
I'm
warriors.
okay with keeping it organic as long as there's not too much interrupting.
Mrs. Turner, is it my turn to speak? Can I...
Got her. Can I go now? It do be like that. Actually, so my favorite part about going from a Mender stream to Indian Jew stream is I can actually say retarded. Yeah, because we're not little children over here, and we understand the nuance of the difference between somebody being mentally disabled and someone acting stupid, and the hyperbole of saying retarded. Nikki said, look back fondly on the time when Nixon was the most corrupt motherfucker to ever be POTUS, and Watergate was the worst scandal. The good old days. I wasn't specifically alive for that, but yep. I don't think it'd be very hard. I don't think it'd be very difficult. Shout out to Baby Mahara. Welcome. So found the debate boring. We already seen her debate Andrew, and she's not impressive. I tend to agree, but you know the crack addiction. Yeah, exactly. The crack addiction or the crack behavior, should I say, was something that I just been waiting for this ever since those clips came out. I assumed that Modern Day Debate wouldn't put these debates out for like another month or so. Because I even told you I was thinking about just getting a membership just to watch them early, but I didn't want to have like the stream. And then it's 2 weeks old when they actually drop it, and then everybody else is got, you know what I mean? But shout out to Seth in the building. Welcome. So she's focused on winning the debate, not making sense of the contents. Exactly. And you have to do the latter in order to do the former. Yes, in a debate, you do have to focus on winning. It's not just a conversation. So the whole stop trying to win and just have a conversation, that doesn't apply to official debates. That being said, it doesn't mean it's irrelevant. You still have to understand the other person and properly dismantle what they're saying. So if you don't know what they're saying, then you can't dismantle it. It's pretty fucking simple. Holy Adderall, Batman. Yep. I did. Because a First Amender and people like him give real retards a bad look. Got him. Then he said she'd be a great 50s housewife, all hopped up on speed. Why is she hating so much? Got her. Leah said, if you like reviewing women prattle from time to time, I have a call into her show you should really listen to. Yes, please. I didn't know she did call-ins. Fucking yes, please. Was this when she was with Bry Shapp, or did she do call-ins on her own show? Holy fuck. Yeah. Drop that in the Discord or DM somewhere or something. Hell yeah.
As a because you're the only person actually being sane right now. If she talks for 7 minutes straight with multiple points,
Just do 2 minutes. It's fine. I have
well, sure. I just want to let's go
minutes.
point by point.
All right, you guys agree on that? That's progress. All right. You guys
Also,
are both
you're
okay
welcome.
with 2
You're
minutes.
welcome to interrupt
I'm
me. Like when
setting
you
the
need
timer. Give me 1 second. And Rachel, you want to go first?
Sure.
Okay.
So the whole you're totally fighting a straw man. You completely made up this idea
Oh, let me get those.
that my whole argument rests on something fundamental changing in the 70s. I'll just grant everything you said. Agrippa's trilemma, whatever you want.
So again, understanding her argument, or at least understanding your own argument well enough to understand that, okay, even if I'm wrong about the 70s, none of that is relevant to what I'm actually saying. So just grant it. Just concede it. Okay, let's say you're absolutely right about the 70s. And then she just Collins on her channel. She sometimes goes a call-in stream before. Ooh, well, that is on the docket. She's on about on the Chili situation. I'm not familiar. Wasted an hour of my time on her, and she rage quit. Cool Vic and a few others reviewed it. Slightly cinema. Fair enough. That I like that. Not giving the expectations too high. But yeah, if you find a link or anything, let me know. That's why I'm a downer guy. You could take fucking 4 bars of Xanax, which I don't expect. You think that munchies from weed is bad? Oh, you think munchies from weed is? The Xanny munchies are on next level. Next level. All right, let's dive back in.
You completely made up this idea that my whole argument rests on something fundamental changing in the 70s. I'll just grant everything you said. Agrippa's trilemma, whatever you want.
Good one.
Birth rates have been on the decline since industrialization. I didn't say that no women ever worked before the 70s. I said that's the point where it really accelerated and took off and became mainstream, totally socially acceptable, the norm. Now, if you're a stay-at-home mom, that's the weird, creepy thing. That's when that changed. Doesn't matter. It started in the 1800s with industrialization, urbanization, and women going to work. Yes, that's when the birth rates began to decline. And the sexual liberation stuff, whether it's no-fault divorce, birth control pills, abortion, the overall thing and the only thing that matters in this argument is what are we going to do about demographics? Because it doesn't matter what they're doing in Saudi Arabia. It doesn't matter when the gold standard happened. It doesn't matter when or how women got into the
Come on, man!
workforce. We are now in a position where all Western nations are in the exact same boat, that when you shove all the women into the workforce and tell them this is what you need to be doing and focusing on, and you need a 2-income household now to survive, no one has babies.
Come on, that's the millennial thing. The Tide Pod, I have never eaten a Tide Pod. I don't know anybody who has eaten a Tide Pod. But that was a millennial thing. I made some videos on TikTok about the Gen Z stare. And all of the Zoomers were like, I don't know what you're talking about. This isn't a thing. I'm like, hey. I just never eaten a Tide Pod. But that is a millennial thing. So even if you don't do the Gen Z stare, Gen Z does the Gen Z stare. So get the fuck over it. Quick quick Ambien story. So, I don't know if my mom still does, but she at one time took like a small dose of Ambien. And so, I'm in my addict stages, and I'm at home. I'm looking through the drawers for jewelry to sell or whatever, and I find this bottle of fucking pills, which is like, I think I have. Is there one right here? I don't have a visual aid, but I find this bottle of pills. And I'm like, oh, and I know she uses them, so I'm not gonna take the whole thing. But there's a lot there, and there's small pills, so I took a handful and whatever. And then I damn near forgot about it. Like I knew I had them, but I was like, when am I ever gonna be using this? Because I'm fucking taking Xanax and oxys and smoking all day and all that shit. So like when am I gonna take this? And one day I did. It just so happened that you take the Ambien, you're supposed to stay up past when it knocks you out, and then you get all weird. For whatever reason, I decided on Ambien, past that state, that hey, there's Molly in the house. It would be pretty cool to be on Molly, but to use the Ambien to kind of balance that out. I came to hours later, still in the thick of it, using a toothbrush to clean the kitchen floor.
What?
Don't do Ambien. Don't do Ambien. If you need Ambien, find a different drug. Don't do Ambien. Again! Shout out to the Big Daddy. But another $5. Thank you. They're right here, more. They're right there. There you go. Thank you. So that's West. I mean, when I said she even I was telling James how to run MDD, completely insufferable. Yep. Even when she was he was trying to be like, okay, how about we do this? Just like, let's do 2 minutes. And then if you know, but let's not spoil what's the comment. What did Go say? Yeah, that's just dangerous. Nikki said crack is not conducive to food. My BFF's sister was always fat. I went a year without seeing her, and she was super skinny. I asked what happened, and she went on Jenny Crack. There's Jenny Crack, and then there's Jenny Craig. Whichever one. Crack Hills. We could say Tide Pod problem is the moment we should have stopped making warning labels and let nature take its course. I'm not mad about that. If I had remembered it, it would have been a nightmare. I remember the emotion of like feeling heightened, but also out of it and like dissociative. But oh my God. So if you ever do take Ambien, do not take anything else. You make you start cleaning, fixing things, you stay up on it, it's trippy. And then I had fucking snorted some Molly. Don't do that. All right. Shout out again to the Big Daddy. Bye. Let me hit the banner. Yeah.
And you need a 2-income household now to survive. No one has babies. Do you think that that's not going to be a problem?
I think that we absolutely need to incentivize.
Kyla, just to be clear, I'm going to give you full 2 minutes. If you want to use all of it, you can. Otherwise, you can kick it back to her when you want.
Here's what I'll say. Let's just talk. If I start listing off like a bunch of points.
You just said, let's do 2 minutes each.
Just interrupt me. It's pretty simple.
No,
I don't know, guys.
But then you got mad and asked for the 2 minutes.
I know conversations are hard for like the autism in the room, but that's how they can work.
Projection. You're the one interrupting everybody. I know you guys are fucking that. Just don't fuck with it.
Going back, it was your idea to do 2 minutes. Let's give this a try.
Sure, I'll take 2 minutes precisely. Sure, we can do that. It's just gonna be terrible.
Andrew's face.
2 minutes. Let's give this a try.
Sure, I'll take 2 minutes precisely. Sure, we can do that.
I can only imagine what he's. This guy's like, what is that? Oh. I knew this was going to be fun. I'm having a great fucking time. Let's fucking go.
It's just gonna be a terrible conversation.
Well, no, what I'm saying is, like, Rachel took 1:40 or so, and then she let you go for your 2 minutes. If you want to use a minute,
I want 10 seconds. Okay? Oh, I know. I'm so fast.
All right, but
Because she's not understanding. She thinks that everybody's groaning. That Kyla thinks that everybody's groaning that she asked for 10 seconds. Everybody's groaning because you just fucking stopped the whole debate to create this time thing, and then as soon as we get into it, you're like, no, I don't want to.
Seconds. Okay? Oh, I know. I'm so fast.
All right, but I'm going to kick it over to Rachel. Use 2 minutes.
Well, like I said, he always says that Rachel is more like vicious than he is, and I completely disagree. I think she's a much, I don't know if she's a better debater, but it's much more fruitful for somebody like me talking about religion to debate Rachel than Andrew. Because, well, when do you ground your objectivity in?
Oh, I know. I'm so fast.
All right, but I'm going to kick it over to Rachel. Use 2 minutes.
You just said industrialization is when women started going to work. That's false. Industrialization is when women stopped going to work. That's when women workforce participation declined in the 1800s. What?
Okay, so
Hard for your narrative.
when you talk about women working, nobody thinks that working on your family farm or in your family business with your husband and your dad and everyone, nobody thinks, when we say women going to work, we're talking about dad leaves the house in the morning and goes to his place of business, mom leaves her house in the morning, goes to her place of business, and
Right. Shout out to Liberty Plus TV. Welcome to the party. We haven't gotten too far in. We're still we're about we're about 20 minutes in out of an hour and a half. So do with that what you will. But always a pleasure to see you, sir.
dad leaves the house in the morning and goes to his place of business, mom leaves her house in the morning, goes to her place of business, and the kids get sent to daycare or public school. That's new. That's post-industrial. Nobody thinks that agrarian pre-industrial society where you're working the farmstead with your husband is women going to work. They were having 7 babies on average before industrialization per woman.
Right. And what is Rachel's central point? We need more babies. Feminism is bad for babies.
That was fine. Even post-industrialization could have been possibly sustainable had we not introduced sexual liberation, sending women to college, delaying the first birth until you're 31. That is doom. It's demographic doom, and you don't have a way out of it, and you don't have an answer for it.
So that's the argument. I'm not saying she's correct. I'm not saying she's incorrect. It is very clear. Feminism leads to an ideology that people have less children. If you would like to argue that, like in a professional debate setting, then you need to engage with what's happening. And I think like I said before, I think they both do it a little bit, but Kyla's clearly worse with it. That you're just there to fucking, you're just there to lecture. And you wait till she's done, and then you do your part of the lecture. That's not a debate.
Which is why you want to talk about anything else.
Speaking of wanting to talk about anything else, still haven't gotten an answer to the 1970s question, which again,
I granted it.
You can laugh.
I granted it.
It is a hinge point of your narrative.
It's not. I granted it.
I asked.
Okay, so tell me what the thing is. Say the thing. Okay, you said in the 1970s this happened, and then that led to that. That is wrong because what actually happened, instead of just saying, nuh-uh, 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 nah, I'm not doing that. She's still sexy. I don't give a shit. She's still sexy. This is a bad look. I don't ever want to listen to her speak again. But she's still sexy. You can't take that away from her. I don't give a fuck.
It is a hinge point of your narrative.
It's not.
I
granted it.
I asked you.
And so again, then Rachel will be like, okay, can you steel man why the 70s is so important?
When?
Right.
I asked you when.
You're completely right about this.
Breastiny! Breastiny works.
70s.
I'm
just going to rant though. You get the
order in the crowd.
Full point for you. Now,
All
what
right,
are you going to do
folks,
about
I
demographics?
need you to, just so the speakers can be heard, I do need you to keep it quiet in the audience. Is NotSoErudite, you have 2 minutes if you want to use it. Sure. Otherwise, we kick it back to Rachel for 2 minutes.
No, I'll use my 2 minutes.
Okay.
So the Gulf states, again, so the reason why you're acting like this isn't relative at all is because it's bad for your narrative, right? For example, Japan. Do you think that Japan was like a highly feminist country?
Yes, it's highly modern and industrial.
Post 1970s?
Women are absolutely expected to work in Japan.
Post 1970s specifically is when that feminist infusion really came out?
I don't know. I'm not
Gotta
I'm
pick
not
a
sure.
date if you're
I'm not sure
narrative.
exact
If
your
timeline
whole-
of Japan.
If we
Does-
He said women also still worked. There's an entire servant class of housemaids, scullery maids, ladies' maids, milkmaids, laundresses, lace makers, weavers, knitter. Modern feminists are dumb. Got 'em. All right, shout out to Bidgie. Good luck in that debate. We will try to pop in and see what is good. Throw me the link when you guys are done, and we'll help you out. We'll help you out. Let's fucking go! Cheating for the win! All right. There you go. There you go.
Doesn't matter to my argument at all.
If we want to stick with 2
Completely
minutes,
If your
irrelevant.
entire narrative,
if you're Kyla, if you're asking her questions,
she
it's
needs
kind
2
of
minutes per question?
it's kind of pushing back
That's what you asked for.
the 2 minute to her. Do you want to go with the 2 minutes?
So if I ask her one question, now you're going to give her 2 minutes. That's what we
This
want
is
to
your
do.
idea, Kyla.
Rachel, I'm not
Rachel
playing this
deferred to you, and she
And so again, maybe if she wasn't so high, she would be a presence of mind to be like, oh no, well, I was kind of joking about that, and then we kind of started doing it. No, I'd rather have like I do think we need to calm down and have more even speaking time. But I think we can just have a normal debate. But she's not even putting together. That's why she's confused about the 2 minute thing, because her brain is already gone from the point when she was like saying, oh well, you got to give me time. She's not there anymore. And this is what drugs like this do to you. You're so hyper focused on the moment that you don't remember what just happened.
accepted your idea of 2
I'm not
minute
playing
back
this
and
game with you,
forth.
James. This is silly.
And now she's condescending to the moderator, the leader of this whole fucking thing, who, by the way, is a big ass fucking dude. He's like 6'4" or some shit.
Sure, I guess every question I ask you, you get 2 minutes. That seems ridiculous, but if that's how you want to moderate things, go off.
Was it you who asked for 2 minute responses?
Sardonically, yes.
Sardonically, not sarcastically, sardonically. Well, then when everybody said, okay, let's do this, why weren't you like, no, I was just joking? Stupid. Because you don't know where the fuck you are.
And
Yeah.
Rachel deferred to you and said she's okay with it. So that's what we're doing.
He's a big dude.
If you want
All
to,
right.
if you want,
Look in the Q&A. Look in the Q&A how tall he is. We know how some of the other people, how tall some of the questioners are.
you can say, hey, can we do 60-second responses so it's shorter? But you already brought up the 2 minute response
Okay,
idea.
let's talk about the 1970s since you're not going to answer the question and your narrative does hinge on it. Your argument is fundamentally this. In the 1970s, in fact, I believe your quote was, in the 1970s, something changed. And it wasn't these various economic factors that we've
That
been
was my
seeing
quote
for the
on
last
Joe
50
Hold on, we got
years.
Would you like to play a game?
Give her a chance. Go ahead, Kyla.
I didn't say that here, but I said that on Joe Rogan.
Correct. You also
Hold on.
said it
All
here.
right. Kyla, go ahead, finish your point.
Okay.
James is getting mad.
In the 1970s, which is what you hinged it to in this conversation when I asked you what time feminism started infusing women into the workforce and the she economy began, you did say that. In the 1970s, the thing that you actually think that was magical that happened is called the Quiet Revolution. That's what you're citing.
So the whole time, the entire time, she hasn't. She hasn't said anything because this is what she's been trying to do. This is exactly what she's trying to do. This is exactly what she's been trying to do. She kept asking about the 70s because she wanted Rachel to say the Quiet Revolution so that she can make her argument about whatever she's about to say. So that's why over and over and over she was going back to the 70s. And when Rachel's like, why are we talking about the 70s? I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. And I was like, yeah, I bet you don't. It's like, you didn't make your argument yet.
And the she economy began, you did say that. In the 1970s, the thing that you actually think that was magical that happened is called the Quiet Revolution. That's what you're citing.
So now she's going to go off on her argument about Rachel citing the Quiet Revolution.
Claudia Golden's work, which, by the way, I chatted to her before this conversation. She loves your book, by the way. Claudia Golden.
Again!
Guys, we might have to split this up to the fucking movie night. You guys are gonna kill me. 10 more gifted memberships. Of course, not only is that he's tired of it. He's tired of it, but he gonna take the peanut butter. Oh no, that's not what we want. I'm just gonna give him a spoon. He didn't eat some of these, so I just put them on the spoon together.
Shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom
Thank
of
you,
confusion
thank you,
carved
thank
out
you
of falsehood.
so
Body
very, very much, sir. Can we see him? Beautiful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Of course, Funkmaster is the GOAT. All right, let me update the banner. We'll keep him up here so you can see him enjoying the fruits of your labor.
walks through the room.
Added to her before this conversation. She loves your book, by the way. Claudia Golden discovered and coined the term the Quiet Revolution, which in the late 1970s, there was a revolution, not in an infusion of women in the workplace in the 70s. That was the same since the 40s. It's been a consistent progressive trundle up. What was different is women's relationship to work. Pre the Quiet Revolution, work was temporary, acute, and low-skilled for women because they understood they would have to go home and take care of kids. After the 1970s, they went, I think I could get an education and get long-term career prospects. So that's what's changed in the 1970s, that you're blaming all of the economic downturn, which I agree, there's a lot of economic problems on, which is not feminism. The 1970s, the economic problems that started there is connected to the gold standard and the Triffin dilemma.
All right, we can kick it back to Rachel. Both speakers have been told by the audience to shut up. So, Bob, if you can do me a favor, come to the front. Is the next time someone does something like that, we're going to take them out of here, regardless of which speaker they're saying it to. All right, Rachel, 2 minutes.
So it wouldn't matter to me and to my argument whatsoever if Martians came down in 1910 and told the women to go join the workforce, and that's when it happened or how it happened or why. It doesn't matter to my argument one bit how, when, or why. It just matters that in every nation on planet Earth, when you send all the women into the workforce in huge numbers, they stop having kids. And what happens is what happened to Russia, what happened to China, what happened to South Korea, which is you don't have a future anymore. There is no next generation to continue on. There is no future if you don't show up for it. So if you think you can continue this first world industrialized type of economy that you moved here for because you love the United States, you said we have problems, I agree.
Guys, we got a new sponsor of the stream. Shout out to Funkmaster General. He's like, ain't nobody else taking that shit. That is mine. I am the captain. I am the sponsor now. Thank you so very, very much. My goodness. I don't even know what to say anymore. Thank you so very, 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 very much. Nikki said my grandmother was born in 1906. She was a nurse. It's how she met my grandfather. My other grandmother was an egg candler, and then a store clerk at Hudson's Bay. Neither needed feminism. Yup. It's almost like it's a bullshit. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe we'll do like half during movie night. Is that amenable? Can we do that? Like I'm literally going to hurt myself if I try to do 140 push-ups. I'm literally going to hurt myself. So I can do half of that though. We'll do half and then half before the movie starts. Fair? I need the okay. But I think that is fair. I think that's fair.
you moved here for because you love the United States. You said we have problems. I agree. I'm not blaming like economic problems on women. I'm saying, well, it's extremely inefficient and it's basically all propped up by men's tax dollars, as
I'm not blaming women, but like, okay, kind of.
I proved in my opening. But it wouldn't matter. Like I could just grant everything you're saying. It wouldn't affect my argument whatsoever because we still have this problem, which is, do you want a future with human beings in it? Or do you want more crumble cookies and more psychologists and more interior designers at the...
Oh yeah, we're at 280, 281. That goes down to 140. Half of that is 70. So we'll do 70 tonight, 70 for movie night. And remind me at the beginning, because once I get high for movie night, then, well, we got a double feature, so I'll be drinking. So, it's going to be a wild fucking weekend. Holy shit. Exadriller says, see, I think Rachel's point on declining domestic population is a good point because our entire system is built on Social Security, which depends on the previous generation paying for the older generation. Bingo. Yep. And so, like, there's still a, I'm not well read enough on this to see the avenue to say, okay, you're right about declining population, but that doesn't mean feminism is bad because X, Y, and Z. I don't think that argument is there. I don't know, but that is the only avenue that Kyla would have, because you like, that is a factual point. That's not an opinion. So the next generation is carrying the last ones too. We won't have enough people to take care for the elderly in a generation or two. It's already happening. It's already happening. I know. I'm not looking forward to it. But the things I do for you guys, because you do it for me. You do it for me, you know? Like I said, Social Security is a BS excuse. If there are less people in the workforce, real wages go up, and so does tax revenue. That's a good point. I think overall the numbers would be lower, but the way that it would be distributed would be exactly what we needed. Yeah, I don't think in general the total number would be down, but the way that it's distributed, like does that money go? I think that would be a better system. I mean, we'd have to run the numbers, but seems like it'd be better. All right.
Or do you want more crumble cookies and more psychologists and more interior design?
Let's get that full question.
Whatsoever, because we still have this problem, which is, do you want a future with human beings in it? Or do you want more crumble cookies and more psychologists and more interior designers at the cost of a future generation that can maintain first world infrastructure and complex systems that feminism relies on?
Gotcha.
I want you to answer that question.
Right. So there's less tax revenue in general, but the money that is going into the government, the people who are paying the taxes are going to be more easily able to do that, I think. Don't quote me on that, but maybe Nikki, if you could explain a little bit more what you were saying.
Eyes on.
Gotcha.
I want you to answer that question.
Got her.
So if your theory of everything, of all these problems that you've outlined, and I agree, a lot of these are legitimate problems. If your theory of everything is to put it at the feet of feminism, as you did in your intro statement, I'm going to say to you, I think things are probably a little more complex than you're giving it granted for.
Oh, you're just stupid. You don't understand the depth of really what's going on here. Kyla, I know about Agrippa's dilemma, so...
For example, as we've already agreed, although I think you forgot, it's not when...
Oh my God. Oh my God, it's every single sentence. Can you just have a conversation and say the things? Well, maybe you forgot. Maybe it's too complicated for you. Maybe this, maybe that. Shut up!
When you send women into the workforce, that birth rates decline. It's education, as we've already talked about. But again, a really big kink in your armor for that narrative.
Kink or chink? Have they really decided to say kink in the armor because they don't want to say chink?
As we've already talked about. But again, a really big kink in your armor for that narrative is that Gulf states don't have feminism, but they do have declining birth rates.
It's almost like there's more things that can cause declining birth rates other than feminism. Did Rachel ever argue that feminism was the only reason that birth rates might decline? Then what the fuck are you talking about?
And they don't typically let women broadly participate in the workforce. So what's going on in Gulf states? And the major difference
A whole lot that is not really applicable to the Western world.
is women getting education. Now, if you want to say that women getting education
I got a chart.
is feminism, I guess my question would be what your prescription is, that we just don't educate women at all.
Well, maybe instead of just asking about the prescription of what we should and shouldn't do, maybe a definition on what the fuck feminism is would be a good start. And that goes to both of them.
Because when you want to talk actually about economy, I would totally grant you that men are the power engines of an economy in every single country. And I think that that's awesome. And I think that it's sad that men, I think, often...
No, I didn't. Wait. I want to see that.
Would be what your prescription say that women getting education is feminism. I guess my question would be what your prescription is, that we just don't educate women at all. Because when you want to talk actually about economy, I would totally grant you that men are the power engines of an economy in every single country. And I think that that's awesome. And I think that it's sad that men, I think, oftentimes don't get the credit that maybe we deserve for their ingenuity into the GDP engine. But the reality of economics is that what matters most for a country is that you are economically competitive against other global nations. Would you agree that the relative competitiveness is what matters when we're talking about GDP?
Okay, so I'll just grant
To be fair, that was a direct question, Rachel. I know she was kind of prattling on, but she did ask, do you agree with this? And you didn't give an answer.
Okay, so I'll just grant everything you said there. Simone de Beauvoir famously said in an interview with Betty Friedan that if we allow women the choice, most of them are going to want to stay home and have babies. I'm paraphrasing. Which is why she said, we can't allow that. We shouldn't allow that. We should tell them that they have to go to work, which is what the CCP did. That's what the Soviets did. That's what a lot of the Asian nations have done. They've said, like China had a one-child policy because they were like, you ladies need to be working, right? What we see every time is that birth rates crash and those governments have to correct course. All of them have had to try. And what happens is it doesn't work. You've created an economy that depends on two incomes, that depends on women working, like you said. If it's the most important thing to be competitive in the global market, and these countries are having all their females work, then we got to do that too. And what I said in my opening is we're trading long-term stability for short-term gains, and it's coming back right now to bite us in the ass. So
right, and remember the short-term gains being that women are getting more degrees, they're making more money, they're all the materialistic aspects of life they're doing better in. That's the short-term gain. The long-term problem is that there won't be any people left. Now, again, I'm not explicitly co-signing Rachel's specific argument. I am against feminism, but I'm not co-signing anybody. I'm just breaking down what's being said.
Yes, it's very complex, but how do we make babies? And what are we educating women for? Like
PNVG!
When I say education, I have no college degree. I went to cosmetology school, yet here I am with a best-selling book, debating on a world stage, doing all kinds of things, but I did it after raising 5 human beings that are going to go off into the future.
Got her! Got her! I knew this was going to be fun. You guys are making this even more fun.
And contribute. So I'm not now, nor have I ever been making the case that women can't be educated. I'm self-educated.
Based?
We have the internet now. We have more access to information than ever before in history. What we don't need to do is send women to a university, saddle them with an average of $60,000 in debt.
I mean, I don't necessarily agree with putting them in the cages, but exactly. It isn't about us as individuals. It's about our society and our nation. Bitches, be selfish. He said, turns out aborting all the female children for male preference doesn't make for a society capable of maintaining a population that can reproduce. Who could have seen that coming? How much money you make is for the companies. Also, you're talking to each other. Fair enough.
Expect them to start a career, and then they don't even start a family until they're 31, and it's almost too late.
Sure.
That's backwards.
So the reason why people invest in early on education is it dominantly comes from, again, capitalism and modernization, because what you do early on in life is going to have the most net returns, right? Anybody who knows anything about investment knows this, right? If you, as a young person, invest in education early and you are guaranteed a higher income, that will have net returns for your whole life longer.
As those ifs are doing really a lot of work. If you invest in your education, and if that comes, okay, but if you invest in your education and you go to underwater basket weaving, then it's not going to net returns for your whole life. That's the point. But women's choices, right?
Education early and you are guaranteed a higher income, that will have net returns for your whole life longer.
Yeah, it'd be nice if the world worked like that.
The reason why men and women are choosing to get married later is, frankly,
I'm quite aware. I'm quite aware.
Because of what we've taught them with the Protestant work ethic and being good stewards of their family and their children. The reality is, I'm super happy that you've been really successful, right? You and Andrew are world level. You've got, I think you have a massive income at this point, right?
I want to bet that she's going to say some backhanded thing.
That your story isn't everyone's story, and it can't be, because not everyone can be a best-selling author or a world-traveling debater.
Okay, and? What is your point? What are you getting to? I don't understand. Like, what, can anybody articulate what her position is? And maybe we don't understand the words enough. Maybe it's just too complex. But the point of a debate is to present your argument in a way that the audience can be on your side. So unless you're just saying, Kyla, that we're all just too stupid to understand feminism, then you fail. Nikki said, Sonny Hoskins' kid went to fucking Harvard to teach fourth grade talk about net worth in investment. Sure that, well, I mean, for him, you never know. You never know. Salcats, so don't put down underwater basket weaving. They make some good shit. I mean, I've never had an underwater weaved basket, but my apologies to the underwater basket weaving community. We got Real Black Betty in the building. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. We are checking out this shit show of a debate.
Can't be, because not everyone can be a best-selling author or a world-traveling debater. The reality is that a lot of women who opt for the postponing education typically never go back to it. They never actually end up achieving. And it's really, really hard, actually, to be 36, no background of education, you haven't worked in years, to try to vie for now career prospects that will be sufficient enough to fund you and your child.
Get a man.
I agree that the dual income issue poses the biggest issue for families, and it poses a problem for men and for women. And the reason that that's happening isn't feminism at all. It's runaway inflation, right? It is dominantly low, it's called the K-shaped economy, right? You have people who are...
The what? The K-shaped economy? Like economy? I don't get it. I don't get it. What do you mean? I'm so stupid.
Dominantly low, it's called the K-shaped economy, right? You have people who are lower income, they have less ability to negotiate wages because it is actually more profitable for businesses to offshore manufacturing because of the Triffin dilemma. If you can build a $2 toy and you can build it in Vietnam for 50 cents, but in America, because workers are more educated and expect higher income and their dollar is worth more, you unfortunately have to offshore it. It's more effective. That's why manufacturing left. It's not feminism.
So real quick, just in case you are not familiar with the K-shaped economy, it's the the difference here that when we have a recession, then you'll see the lower classes getting worse and the higher classes getting better. And I mean, it's not true. It's just like putting a lot on that. Autocorrect is racist. Everything is racist on stolen land. Hoo-ah! Keeping the meme alive. You guys have been failing with that. Leah said, I also get tired of even conservative people saying it's impossible to live off a single income. Meanwhile, I've been making things, shopping sales, couponing, making $1 out of 15 cents for years to make it work. It can be done. It's just a matter of whether people are willing to do things, and we get to the mindset of expecting that this is done for me. The government is supposed to do that. And it's like, well, what about you? What about you doing something? Like, no. The government's supposed to do it. Fuck you. He said that's why Trump tariffed the shit out of other countries to bring manufacturing back. Sucks short term, way better long term. That was the story. I don't know how well that's playing out, but that's what he said, right? Shout out to Real Black Betty with the $2 make you holla. Thank you. So very much. Is he full? He might be full. All right, we'll leave that here for you. He got a lot. Thank you. So very much. And look who we got. We got Count Emmett in the building. Welcome to the party. Yeah, man, I'm not some fucking liberal. When are you gonna learn, man? I'm not some beta liberal bitch. I'm a non-theist. Welcome to the party. Let's dive back in.
Have to offshore it. It's more effective. That's why manufacturing left. It's not feminism.
Well, a lot of early feminists wrote a lot about how once we achieved full Marxism and communism, because feminism there's a capitalist side. That's what my first book was about. But the second one is about the Marxist communist side, which wanted to destroy the family so that we could have women workers and we could have communally raised children where everybody's loyalty is to the state.
Hell no. Oh, hell no. Oh, what are we doing? Oh, hey. Shout out to Count Emmett for the big 5. Appreciate it. Very much. Appreciate it. There you go. Thank you so much. And again, Real Black Betty. Can you say Tanu is a fatso? Tanu is a fatso. Let me get it right in the mic for you. Tanu is a fatso. Thank you. So, very much to the both of you. Adding to the push-ups. It's a good thing you guys are letting me split these up because I would die. Thank you. Let me update the banner and let's dive back in.
You could have communally raised children where everybody's loyalty is to the state. And nobody can pass down private property or anything like that. When you send all the women to work early and you tell them they have to go to college and they invest all of their fertile years, those feminists over 100 years ago saw that this was going to be a problem. And they said, in the future, our main obstacle is going to be biology. We're going to have to overcome biology. We're going to have transgenderism. We're going to have artificial wombs.
How about no? None of those things. We don't like that.
Biology. We're going to have transgenderism. We're going to have artificial wombs. We're going to need some way of dealing with the demographic cliff that's caused by pushing mothers out of motherhood and into the workforce, because you can't do both. Motherhood is not a nights and weekends gig that you do when you have time and you're not at work.
I mean, it could be, but it doesn't really get you the results that you're looking for.
It's a full-time job that deserves full-time attention, and there's never going to be a way around that unless you do want everybody do the Dave Rubin thing, and
Got you, bro. Did you take the hey, we got Leah in the Discord. Let me make sure you got your roles there. Boom. Emmett, yeah, are you have the prompts for DMZ? Cause that's probably the best place for us to team up and take down some beta fucking frogers. That's my word. I tried to call. I called First Amender a well. I called him the F slur, but with an R, so it was frat, and then the rest, and I got a strike for that. So we're Frogert. Take him down. Take him down. Thank you again, sir.
around that, unless you do want everybody to do the Dave Rubin thing and, just buy designer babies, and we'll just outsource wombs, we'll outsource daycare, and by the way, who's doing that? Just other women. So for you and I, if we want to have kids, our privilege of going to work means some other random woman who doesn't care about our child is now going to be raising them for 11 or 12 bucks an hour. What about her? Is that liberating and empowering for her? Is it liberating and empowering for me to spend all day at work and not see my child take their first steps? Or
see, but I need some. That was like other people were saying. I don't even remember, but I was like, I need something that hits, like the actual word, like, oh, you fucking like that. Just it hits in the right ways. What was I forget what the other one that I was using before, but Frogert. It has to be fucking Frogert. It just, it works. It's not the same word, but it works. TOS.
Is it and empowering for me to spend all day at work and not see my child take their first steps? Or does it make more sense to tell women, hey, look, you can do a lot in this life. There's a lot of living after 40, but focus on family first. Find your husband, build your family, grow together. Your husband's income will grow as your family grows. And then after that, there is a ton of stuff that you can do. There's all kinds of other options.
Starting to sound like a Marxist socialist, Rachel. So I'll be the first to grant.
It's a Marxist socialist thing to want to have families? What? What does that even mean? Shout out to Real Black Betty again. I think that is the somebody else asked that before as well, so I guess we're gonna have to do that. Morty's getting full. All right, we'll leave your treats there for you, bud. You can eat. We don't want you to throw up, but thank you so very, very much. And yes, we will do that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh look, we got our boy T-Bone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Said, my wife makes double what I make. If anyone's staying home, it's me. Gang. That would be the fucking life. I don't give a shit. Because like if I was a stay-at-home husband in the sense that my job, my main focus was to keep the house together, take care of the kids, I would be fine with that. But it's not like I'd be sitting around eating bonbons all the time. Like once they get school age, then I'd be out fucking doing shit. But that's not socially acceptable, especially not to the fucking the ortho bros. Oh no, you gotta be a man. I don't give a shit. Shout out to T-Bone. Welcome to the party.
So socialist, Rachel.
I figured.
So I'll be the first to grant you that the way that America has its orientation towards mothers, particularly within like capitalism and the way that we, for example, don't give them any maternity leave. I think in many states it's like 2 weeks here, which is crazy, right? There's very little tax credit incentives to make having a family more affordable for the common man, right? So there are many things that I think the government can and should do to make it so that family rearing is more affordable. The reality, though, that you're prescribing for people.
Sounds like the life. Because, I mean, that's basically my life, except I don't have anybody but Morty here waiting for me. I mean, I'm not really a video game person, but I'm watching TV, I'm watching movies, I'm doing whatever. And like, when obviously I do have a job, but like if I found someone and like it worked and they made more money, ain't nothing wrong with that. It works the way it works. T-Bone said maternity leave is usually covered under short-term disability, and then the FMLA if more time is desired. And so I think that's another. I wouldn't know about this. You guys would know better than I would. But it seems like there's ways to. There's an avenue in order to get the things that you need. But the liberal mindset is that, well, they don't just make it easy and put it right in front of my face for me, so they're mean. That seems to be the perception. Like, do something. Be worth something. We said, what do you call a gay guy in a wheelchair? A fruit roll-up. Got him. Got him. All right.
Make it so that family rearing is more affordable. The reality, though, that you're prescribing for people of the young girl who's at 19, stays home, gets married, has kids, number one, the reality is that those marriages are the most likely to dissolve.
Okay, but why is that? Is it because they're young, or are there other societal factors? Is it the Instagram shit where girls that age are much more what's the word? Much more more easily influenced by propaganda and Instagram and all those things? Does that have to do with it? You know, like where it came from, feminism, to make it socially acceptable to just be talking about sleeping with a bunch of guys and do. That's a genuine question. I don't know. Have you looked into it? Or are you just saying, look, number went down, chart go up?
The highest divorce rate group is.
Okay, why is that? Same questions, Kyla. Are we just saying things, or do we have evidence to back up our claims? Leah said, I mean, realistically, I understand sometimes it needs to be that way. One of my good friends is a retired sailor and 100% disabled. So his wife works and he collects a check and takes care of the kids. But if the woman must shoulder the full financial responsibility, she will become bitter eventually. I can't be convinced otherwise. Well, that is the rule of thumb. That absolutely is the rule of thumb. But individual people are individuals. Individual people are individuals. And so even if 9 times out of 10 that's going to be the case, there's still that 1 out of 10 that's out there.
Young people getting married. Second of all, the reality is that that young man, he basically will have to sacrifice, if he even wants to begin to having any amount of income to be able to afford his 5 babies, for example. The reality is that man is going to entirely sacrifice his fatherhood, right? How many men here work more than 40 hours a week already? I believe, yeah. Yeah. How many of you work more than 50? More than 50 hours. More than 50. Yeah, you, sir, too? 60. Or got an option. 80. Okay. Yeah.
God damn. God damn. I ain't built like that. Sorry. Call me a fucking beta. I don't know. But Jesus Christ, 60 hours a week? That's crazy. That's crazy. I'd find an easier, a better paying job. You say, what do you call an Indian that got hit by a car? Been under? All right. Not as good as the other one, but I'll give it to you. Leah said, of course, there's always nuance and the exception to the rule, but with women, all of them think they're exception. I'd argue 1 in perhaps 50 to 80 actually are. And that's the game. That's the game for us, is to find the ones that are actually the exceptions. T-Bone's living large, trying to damn just work as little possible, but I'm salary. I try to get out with less than 32 hours. There you go. How many hours are even in a week? 106. That's fucking crazy. If there's 168 hours in a week, that's insane. That'll do it. That'll do it. I'd rather not get laid than have to work fucking 60 hours a week for at least 18 years. Hell no.
More than 50. Yeah, you, sir, too? 60. We got an option. 80. Okay, yeah. Men work so much. They work so much, and your prescription is that they miss their childhood's first steps. They miss talking to their kids. They miss fatherhood because they're attached to their GDP output to provide for their family because mom shouldn't work and shouldn't work for an economically viable option.
That's not the argument. That's not the argument. I think she was pretty clear about the fact that this isn't about women bad. This isn't about women working bad. This is about the ideology that it is bad to not work and to be a single mother. Or excuse me, a stay-at-home mother. It is bad to be a single mother. But that hasn't been addressed. It's the ideology.
That's ridiculous, right?
Right. That's why she's not arguing that.
That's actually telling young men, abandon your children for the next 10 years until you've made it. It is.
All right.
I agree. That's very bad. It's very bad for Rachel to do to men.
All right.
I've miscarried twice, but nice try.
Relax.
Didn't stick as well as you hoped it would. Hey.
Go ahead.
They already are. I know you grew up in a nice company, have all the privilege, but most people don't have a cushy life like that. Yep. And I mean, I think that I'm probably in that realm where it's like I've always paid for myself, but I've always been able to have daddy's help in case of anything. That safety net is a huge privilege, and it took me a long time to understand that I'm not a bad person because my parents worked hard to provide a better life for me. But for a long time, I felt like I was. But we all have we're all dealt a different hand, and you got to do what you got to do.
Rachel,
Yeah,
we'll give you
okay.
2 minutes.
So-
all right, in the back, keep it down.
Are they going to be exited or just the ones that are heckling the other way? I mean, he said weird stuff about my children. It's kind of weird.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, he made some comment about me not having children.
Bob, can you find him?
Listen, we don't need to make any of this personal, guys.
Yeah.
Totally unnecessary. I
right.
care about
Only Kyla is going to do that.
the
Help us
arguments and
find,
the worldviews.
folks,
I miscarried.
Got
Thank you
him.
for your concern. just
help
so you know.
us find that person. We're gonna walk him out.
Apparently not. I would say a slow learner. Unless you want to say, what do you call a woman with 2 black eyes? A slow learner, and then 1 black eye. But
Folks,
if she learned quickly, why the fuck did she get hit?
sorry about that, Kyla. I honestly, I thought it was like they were agreeing with you. I didn't hear what they said. So
You're good.
I agree with you. Yeah, folks, don't bring up people's families. And again, if it's
I mean, I would neck myself before living with my parents, but feels you.
I want to be easygoing, so if it's like something playful and you agree or something, like I'm not gonna flip out. But if it is malevolent toward one of the speakers, and we're just gonna take you out right now.
Good
so,
to know.
Who?
All right,
book
come
called The Two Income Kids.
Go ahead, Rachel.
So Elizabeth Warren, of all people, wrote a book called The Two.
I just want to make it clear. I am not a well, I mean, what technically? Because like, I'm gonna get some type of inheritance. I genuinely, honestly, have not even the slightest clue how much money my parents have. But like, I'm 36, so I feel like if I'm 55 before I get that inheritance, that doesn't count, right? I don't know, but I mean, hey, I'm definitely a lucky person. I will not ever argue that I was dealt a good hand.
Income trap. And there's a reason why you could still, post-industrialization and post-technological revolution, have a janitor who
Told you I'm insecure about it. I'm insecure.
could support a family of 6 or something like that on a single income, and now you can't. Yes, there's lots of economic factors, but the biggest one, and the one that's different than every other economic downturn throughout all of history, is that when you push, and this is, proponents of feminism actually say this. They say, oh, it's great when you send all the women and the moms to work, you get this much higher luxury standard of living, you get a higher GDP.
Right? And you get Louis Vuitton bags and all this stuff. That's the short term that she's already talked about.
But they'll also admit that this does create a reliance on that. So we're building sectors of the she economy around things like education. Women dominate healthcare and education over every other type of job, and then everything else is like cottage industry stuff like Etsy. Like I have an Etsy shop and I have a brownie shop. You guys see like the 5,000 different cake and cookie shops that are in every single mall now. It's like, how many of these do we need?
Who is even buying those? Women. You said my parents left me nothing, which is why their ashes are in a clock in my living room. I mean, yeah. I mean, we got to do what we got to do. That that won't be my experience, and I'm very grateful for it. And sorry to hear that they're not around.
We started offshoring all of our, manufacturing and all of that. This is all bad stuff, but it was made possible. It was made possible by pushing all the women. Now we have all this new labor. Nope. This was what the big industrialists of the Gilded Age did. Get the women into the factories, pay them cheap labor, like you said. This was the beginning. Then you pass the income tax. Now we're taxing 2 people in the household instead of just 1. Then we pass compulsory education systems. Now you have to send your child to public school and you have to pay the taxes for that too. So the net result of all of these things coming together and creating this new great society is the daddy is your government now. Or the government's your daddy now.
There you go. You got it.
The government's your daddy now. And all those men who just raised their hand who work 50, 60 hours a week, how many of you would prefer your wife to go to work and your children to be raised in daycare so that you can work less?
My guess as to the response. Cake, 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 cake. I ain't eating nobody's ass, and I mean, you're gonna have to do some wild shit to show me, like, oh, maybe I should open my eyes a little bit more before you get anywhere near my cakes. My cakes have been exit only. But okay. Oh, so Leah's new. Hey, shout out to Leah. Not only new here, but join the Discord and already doing the damn thing. Speaking of HR, has helped us in other ways. If I absolutely needed something, I could. He has helped in many other ways. If I absolutely needed something, I can call him. He isn't rich, but he isn't struggling either. And I think that's probably the most common experience where it's like you have like in an emergency, like there's money, there's support, there's whatever it is there, but it's not just like money, please. Yeah, I don't work like that. I know you did, but cake. Yeah, I mean, start drinking and it gets a little freaky after hours.
Would prefer your wife to go to work and your children to be raised in daycare so that you can work less?
None.
Of
course not.
Exactly. So,
yes, please.
Again,
They'd prefer to be home with their kids as well. I suspect they would probably prefer to be able to know your kids' first words. You don't want...
Right. So let her make the fucking argument instead of rambling about how people like things. Yeah, no shit. People want to spend time with their kids. That was the point.
You want to watch your kid walk for the first time? You don't want to be there? You just want it on film footage?
That's...
You're at work?
Andrew worked 60, 70-hour weeks for 12 years and still was a very... integral part of the kids' lives.
Well, the issue is it's not a critique of dads and saying that you guys are bad dads. I think you guys are probably excellent dads who love your kids. And in fact, you're working.
So then what is your argument? What are you trying to say?
To provide for your kids. But this idea that mom stays home and dad works, it is denying you guys the ability to spend time with your children.
Okay, let's say we accept that. Then what? What does that have to do with feminism? What does that have to do with Rachel's arguments? What does it have to do with anything that we're talking about? You guys know the show, the Netflix show, Is It Cake? We never find out.
Mom stays home and dad works. It is denying you guys the ability to spend time with your children. You are trading it. Do you know what the number one regret of all men in hospice?
Time with family.
Do you know what the number one regret is of all men in hospice? Not spending enough time with their kids.
Oh, crazy. I never would have thought that. So what is your argument? What is your position? What is your prescription? How is feminism helping that issue? Let's focus in on that. that men in hospice overwhelmingly are frustrated that they didn't spend enough time with their family or time with their kids. What does feminism even have to do with that?
It is. And the reason why
It is
because they are told, particularly from this side, that you're not a good enough man if you're not solely providing for your family, even though the reality.
Okay, fine. Okay, I'm with you. So what then do we do?
Is that the corporate elites at the top have made it damn near impossible for you to do so on one income. What is upper middle class right now? I think it's like $93,000.
What is your point?
$1,000 in certain states. That's a lot of money, right? A lot for one person. And the reality is you guys have almost no negotiating wage power, mostly because we're flooding things with like reduction of jobs through AI. And also because, again, of this expectation that you are paying the cost of fatherhood, so moms get motherhood. And I don't love either of these trade-offs. What I want is a situation where families can flourish, but it's not feminism.
Yeah, it sounds like you have a healthy relationship, and that it's a maybe more unique and less traditional than the Christian ortho bros would say. But do you? Are you happy? Are your kids taken care of? Then who the fuck is anybody to say anything?
It's not some simple, small thing. It's so much more complicated than that.
Okay, then tell us what that is, Kyla. You can't just say, well, it's complicated, and it's complicated. I win the debate. Feminism is good because it's complicated.
What?
You're not saying anything. You're using a lot of words to say nothing. This is what I'd be saying to you. Oh, I got the heavies. Yeah, okay. Look at said if a man was not the sole provider, the children would lose time with both parents instead of just making one, making it worse on the child. And so what Kyla is doing is comparing having two parents in the home all the time versus having one parent out of the home sometime. When, as she just said, is impossible. That's not the comparison that we're making. It's father has to work all the time, or father and mother have to work all the time. You're exactly right, Wicked. You're exactly right. Yup. That's her.
And if we don't have the real conversations about the people pitting us against each other while they're raking in millions and billions.
But you have the microphone right now. Say it right now. Why are you using the time to say, people won't let me talk? Now that I have this microphone, I'm going to let everybody know that I'm not allowed to talk. Just say the fucking thing. Just do it. Just do it right now. You don't have to cry about people not letting you behind the microphone and giving you a platform and whatever. You're doing it right now. Just do the thing. Say the thing.
About the people pitting us against each other while they're raking in millions and billions, trillions, I think now, at the top. We're never going to solve this issue. We're just going to keep pointing at men and pointing at women and being like, it's all each other's fault. It's like,
okay, and then, so instead, we should...
It's not. It's like, it's bad antitrust law and a K-shaped economy that's fucking with all of us.
Okay, so what do we do about that?
I agree with the problems you outline. It's not good. It is a problem.
Okay, so what do we do about it?
But it's not feminism.
Okay, well then what is it?
All right. So you might remember in my opening how I said that 1/3 of all American men are not in the workforce. It's a historic low male participation rate. Do you know why? It's not just automation. It's that most of these men have no prospect of marriage or family that they can see. And so they don't see any point, and they're going to stay at home and live in mom's basement and play video games where they can at least pretend to be winning the game of life. Men need challenge. They need to be able to go out into the world and overcome and become who they are. That's what being a man is. And when you send all the women to work and tell them, don't get married, that's dangerous, you'll get abused, which, by the way, is a total myth and a complete lie.
I remember this point. I saw a clip of this. And I just want to make sure you're paying attention because it's a good point. How about that?
Don't get married, that's dangerous, you'll get abused, which, by the way, is a total myth and a complete lie. All we did with no-fault divorce was shift the pool of abuse from married women to women living with their boyfriend. You are 40% more likely to be abused in a cohabitative relationship than you are if you're a married woman.
So even if we accept that those who get married younger are more likely to be abused, even if we don't dig into that and ask why that is the case, it still doesn't make a difference to the point that's being made. Because if they're, okay, fine. If they're not married, then they're just going to shack up and be in the exact same position, except have no legal backing.
Stupid.
You won't say they'll never find a woman to keep if they are living in mama's basement. That's their choice. Get out of the house, lazy assholes. I mean, yeah. You do have to do something. You gotta do something.
And what has happened is there's no true solutions. This pie in the sky, like, oh,
there
we'll
you
just
go.
have UBI
there you
and
go.
socialism, and then everyone can stay home with the kids, and everybody can just work part-time. Again, if you value this first world, like, high standard of living, that's not going to happen without the men that go out there and make it happen. And everything you enjoy about this first world standard of living was built by men who were willing to risk death to get the girl and have the family and go out there and risk something and build great things that took multiple generations to build for their future, for their children. And if you're not going to give them children and you're not going to marry them, they have no incentive to do that. That's where the problem is. And you still haven't addressed it.
Boom. The same thing. Rachel has been on the same point the whole time. And you guys know the Wilsons are not my favorite people, but they debate well. And some of these ideas are extremely well thought out. Caleb says, I wouldn't dare make such a fool of myself publicly. The midnight cringe would be torture. Yep. Nick said, why should they leave their basement when they can order what they want from OF and on demand? On demand? That's hilarious. But yes, streaming services and everything, yes. For the younger folk who don't know what on demand is, Nikki says, women with no standards allow men to have none. Dilly fucking dilly. What do you think is going on over there? I'm not saying that you can just find any random OF account and be like, hey, but let's just say if you're searching through YouTube channels, TikTok accounts, Twitter accounts, any other platform, if you asked 100 people, I will pay you X amount of dollars to come and have sex and then leave, I guarantee you the hit rate would be way higher on OF. There's a Discord that I used to be a part of where there was verified sellers, where it's like they were OF girls, but like from the Discord, you could just straight up be like, okay, I want this. And they'll be like, okay, $50 for a 5-second video. I did a little research. Pay $50 for a 5-second video. But I just, a bunch of dudes out there. And it's easier than you think.
That's where the problem is. And you
Oh no! I want you to stay. Send me them pics, girl. Pics. Or it didn't happen. That's what I'm saying. She keeps saying that she got the heavies, that she got the proof, that all of this and that. Pics, or it didn't happen.
They have no incentive to do that. That's where the problem is. And you still haven't addressed it.
Sure. So, lots to tackle there. 1/3 of men are not in the workplace anymore. Isn't the GDP still going up? So,
oh my God, GDP go up.
If
so, it doesn't matter that men are necking themselves and they're out of the workforce, and women are out earning, and all of these things, and the population is going down. It doesn't matter because GDP go up.
If men are the most important for that, and they're the highest output, and women are filling in all those spots, why is our GDP still increasing while men's workplace participation is decreasing? Is that
because women are working more? What do you mean?
Maybe because women are able to also be efficient in the workplace potentially and accommodate for some of these things?
Yes. What does that have to do with anything that Rachel brought up?
We're not doing the 2 minutes anymore. No, there's a lag. There's a lag with birth rate too.
I'll defer to you, Rachel, because
Sure.
Because I don't know what the fuck she's talking about.
It's something that a lot of people don't understand about demographics. You can have below replacement rates for quite a long time before you all of a sudden hit
China.
They call it a cliff because it'll look
China.
like, oh, and this is why people say, oh, we're actually overpopulated. There's too many people, and the population is still growing. It's an actual delayed thing where it keeps growing, and then all of a sudden it goes bam, and it hits like this low. And again, I have graphs on my phone I wasn't able to put on there, but if you look at Russia, South Korea, China, places that have tried this, that's exactly what you see with their birth rate. It'll go up, 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 and then it'll sharp downturn, and then they try to get it back up, and it never recovers. So it's like a snowball effect. So yes, GDP is still going up for now. We have maybe 30 to 50 years before we hit serious trouble that we might not recover from for like many generations.
Maybe. I'm sure you don't have a single source for that claim.
Oh my God. It's just pure logic. She just said Russia, China. Well, I don't remember the other the other countries she gave, but like, just because these people are so stuck in, well, where's the paper from the authority that says that? If you don't have another person telling you this is correct, then it doesn't matter. It's a shame. It really is a shame.
Just said, look at South Korea, look at China, look at Russia.
Well, that would be great if you would tackle the Gulf states. But again, a really big problem with your narrative that you're pushing here, a big problem with the narratives that you're pushing here is that the Gulf states are not letting women participate by and large. They are getting increasingly educated, and yet their birth rate is still declining.
Yeah, they're like 70 years behind us.
And their GDP.
So, again, this is where I'd be like, so wait, Kyla, do you think that the only reason that birth rates would decline would be because of feminism? And she would obviously say no. So, okay, then what the fuck are we talking about?
Is booming and growing because, to be honest,
they're 70 years behind us. They'll have this problem.
I will tell you why it's booming. The reason why it's booming is because rather than allowing women to participate in the workforce at all in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Kuwait, what they do is mass migration. They bring in a whole bunch of people, particularly from like Trinidad and Tobago.
Oh, but they read all the studies. I got a study that says that this, that. I didn't read the methodology. I just read the abstract.
And all of these low-wage workers that they treat as second-class citizens.
I think Rachel realized that, like, Kyla's just so out there, not even making any arguments, that she's like, let me just save it. Like, this is definitely not the last time Rachel's going to be debating feminism. So save the arguments for when you need them.
To prop up their economy so that they can keep doing these things. So if you want to get women out of the workforce, you are going to have to fill it with something else. And it's not just going to be just men.
Machines!
The reality is, especially if it's a 50-year problem, you're creating an acute crisis where you will absolutely need to just bring in way more mass migration to replace all of this. But that's just the reality of what you're prescribing for people, right? So again...
So if that, let's say that's true, do we want that? Do we want to end up in a place where we need to import a massive, we need massive migration to fill these roles? No? Well, if that's what you're saying is going to happen, then I don't want to do that.
And birth rate going down, I agree. Not great. We should probably try to fix that. But the conversation is about feminism, and you keep insisting it's feminism's fault. But again, the Gulf states easily demonstrate that it's not. Nobody looks at Kuwait and Qatar and goes, wow, the bastion of feminism. Nobody thinks that.
I mean, I definitely use, I use ChatGPT and Grok. I use them all the time, but you have to be like, they're programmed to be like, oh yeah, you're so smart and special. What a great question. You have to investigate it in the same way that if you're doing like an actual scientific experiment, the idea is that, oh, I think this thing is going to lead to that thing. So the process of doing science is looking at every single way that this thing does not lead to that thing. And then when you fail, then it's like, oh, I know this thing leads to that thing because I tried every way to make it not fit, and it fits. So it fits. Exactly.
He looks at Kuwait and Qatar and goes, wow, the bastion of feminism. Nobody thinks that, obviously. So your narrative runs into immediately counter-competing information.
I would also ask her, or if I was Rachel, I'd be like, can you tell me why my argument falls apart because of the Gulf states? What about the Gulf states? And when she says that they have a declining birth rate, then you go back to, so feminism is the only cause, the only possible cause of declining birth rates. And then when she says no, what the fuck are you talking about?
You talked about manufacturing. Again, manufacturing didn't get crushed because of women's push into the workforce. It got crushed by the Triffin dilemma. The U.S. has massive trade deficits. Everyone knows this. So in this situation, when the U.S. dollar is the global currency, everyone wants to bring business here because it's like the hot spot. It's the best place to be, and the American dollar goes far. Manufacturing gets crushed because American workers want higher wages because our cost of living is higher because everyone's bringing their business here and everyone's infusing cash all the time. You have to deal with the real economic issues that are causing the issue, not just blame feminism.
Okay.
Rachel, you got 2 minutes as well.
I'll try.
Well, you said she's both making the failing birth rate at the she's both making the falling birth rate the most important thing to her arguments and the least to Rachel's. Like, hello, make up your mind. Rules are not really, no principles, just positions. Whatever is the position that helps me now is what I believe. I don't have any principles that I lay that I base these opinions on. I'm a liberal, so just whatever feels good in the moment is what I use.
Try this one more time. I'm not blaming every economic problem on feminism. I'm blaming one economic problem, the only one that matters, which is demographics.
Gulf states.
There's a lot of different, they still have above replacement because all the women aren't working.
They don't. They're under replacement.
I do it the same way that Rachel didn't interrupt you in the last one. I want to give her the same.
The whole world is going this way. So all the countries that are still above replacement, which is only a handful, are trending down. And when those people, so you said immigrants, you're right. Saudi Arabia imports their entire workforce.
Ooh, I'm stealing that. They have no principles, just positions, and if they do, it's the principles from convenience over conviction. I love it. Dilly dilly to you. I love it.
Mm-hmm. We're trying to do that in the West. And what happens? Number one, all the places we're trying to bring immigrants from are now getting below replacement as well. So you're running out of other people to bring over. But two, when you bring those people over from those cultures where there's no feminism into the West, within one generation, their birth rate drops to as low as the native population in the West. So you bring someone over from Pakistan where the birth rate is still like one of the highest in the world. You bring them to the UK where there's feminism. You send their daughters to college and send their daughters to the workforce. They also only have 1.5 children per woman. So no, my claim, you're strawmanning me again. My claim is not every economic problem is caused by feminism. Of course not. But the one that is caused by feminism will be the only one that matters, because if there's no people, there's no future. And you still haven't told me how you're going to combat that. How are you going to have your first world feminist utopia where the men and the women both work part-time, everyone gets to stay home, However, we're going to work that. Everybody gets to follow their dreams and do what they want.
I think that's called a straw man.
How do we get to do that with below replacement birth rates?
Yeah, we
if
need to solve
women
birth
are
rate.
working, they're
second.
not going to have babies, and that's the only part of my argument that matters.
There you go. If women are working, they're not going to have babies. That's the only argument that matters. Because the principle of convenience is a great description of people who cry about Jeff Bezos being rich while ordering same-day delivery from Amazon because they're too lazy to go to the store.
Bingo.
Now, I am happily willing to admit that grocery delivery and Amazon delivery has changed my fucking life. I don't want to fucking leave the house ever if I don't have to. Did my plug hit me up? So I'll probably have to leave the house tomorrow to go to the dispo because the fucking the guy is, probably not going to be here till Sunday, and I need to whatever. And that is the only reason that I want to leave my house. If I'm not working, if I'm not going to a client, I don't want to be out of the house. That's it. I want to be home with my puppy.
If
Need to solve
women
birth
are
rate.
working, they're
second.
not going to have babies, and that's the only part of my argument that matters.
Sure, yeah, I'm talking, so I can
Get
repeat
back
for
over
you.
to Kyla for 2 minutes.
I've responded to this multiple times, which again, declining birth rate is not feminism. It is modernization.
That's not even the equation. She's not saying declining birth rate is feminism. She's saying feminism causes a declining birth rate. That's like saying I'm trying to think of a good. I mean, I can't think of a retarded enough analogy for this. But it's like I'm trying to use drunk driving. She's saying declining birth rates is not feminism. So drunk driving is not driving. No, drunk accidents are not drunk driving. Right, but drinking and driving causes accidents. You're just saying that's not that thing, as if there's no connection between feminism and birth rates or drinking and driving and accidents.
Stupid.
This is why Saudi Arabia, as it modernizes, has a decline, which, by the way, is below replacement. Saudi Arabia's is like 1.7 right now. So no, they're not replacing themselves. Birth rate decline is because as you modernize and give people more education, they choose to postpone marriage and they have less children as a result of it. It's
So maybe even when you're saying that modernization, what you're calling modernization, is an injection of the presuppositions of what feminism says. It is not unless you can prove logically that simply having more technology or whatever metric that what you want to use, unless you can clearly say that inherently having more progress means that you have to think that way, then it just means the problem with modernization is fucking feminism.
more education, they choose to postpone marriage, and they have less children as a result of it. It's really that simple, but that's not feminism. That is actually education, that's capitalism, and it's kind of the Protestant work ethic. Because if there's any system that tells you delay gratification, hustle and work hard, make sure you're a steward of the future, it's probably something like a capitalist system with economic incentive to grow, 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 and a Protestant work ethic that says work, work, work.
So again, at this point, I'd be like, okay, maybe I'm stupid. You've heard me say that in debates a million times because it's the only way to get around the people who are so guarded. Like, okay, maybe I'm stupid. Can you explain to me? Give me one area where we can clearly see the best example that you have of feminism making this better. Because if we already have declining birth rates, then you can't argue that having feminism, while we already have feminism, is going to solve the birth rates. So what exactly are you saying will be better by having feminism? What is that thing? Like I said, question for the Americans. They figured out the tax amount paid by an average family of 4 for healthcare annually in Canada, and it's $21,000 a year. How does that compare to insurance? I mean, it definitely depends on, it definitely depends, but we pay for, don't know the exact thing. I think it's cheaper. I think I paid like, I want to say six or seven. No, I don't even remember. I think it's like, yeah, I think it's like 600 to 800 for every 6 months. I don't remember. I'd have to look, but I don't think it's $21K a year. But is that American dollars or is that Canadian dollars?
To grow, and a Protestant work ethic that says work, work, work. That's what you're actually contending with here. Does feminism have impacts on certain things? Yeah, I think it's made women particularly significantly more choosy in like their partners, for example.
Yeah, and that has nothing at all to do with the birth rate.
But if you look at these bad college women, for example, they're the group getting married more than anyone else since 2010. They are the highest population to get married.
Yeah, and that has nothing to do with the fact that the entire world was shut down by people like you happily backing it. It's nothing to do with that, right? It's nothing to do with the fact that people don't go out anymore. And the only place that if you're at that age to meet people is at school. That's irrelevant, right? It's just feminism good.
Their marriages last longer. They have a divorce rate that's way lower than everyone else, by the way. Their children are more successful. Their children contribute to the economy significantly more. I'd love to get those ladies having children more too. Let's invest in more technologies to kind of help them increase their window of IVF, but I'm sure you're opposed to that, right? There's all sorts. Let's get tax credits. Yeah, let's laugh at it. You guys want to solve the birth rate problem unless you actually have solutions that are about modernization, because
I'm sorry. Well, what solutions did you propose?
your actual enemy here today isn't feminism, it's modernization, and we're never going back to monkey.
So there's no way to modernize without lauding females over males, right? That's your argument? That modernization requires that we see men as lesser people.
Stupid.
You may as well give up on that one.
So give up on men being real people because feminism. What? And of course the fucking retard. Yes, queen! Oh my god!
Okay, so first of all, you said it's a capitalism problem along with a modernization problem. That doesn't explain how communist China and communist Russia had this happen to them first before any capitalist nation.
Got her.
Because in communism, it was, yeah, have the babies, but mainly go to work because we need to fill the factories and everybody needs to be a proletariat worker, right? They experienced this before capitalist countries did, and to the biggest degree. So it can't just be capitalism. Second of all, telling women to wait to have children because IVF will be there, people who say that haven't looked into IVF and how abysmal the failure rate is. First of all, it's massively expensive, and even if you completely subsidized it like they do in Israel, it's horrific to put women through. Have you ever had to inject yourself with a crap ton of hormones and go through all the things that you have to go through for IVF? It's miserable.
Yes.
And if you wait until you're 40, it has a less than 10% success rate, about the same as conceiving naturally.
So probably have kids when you're younger if you can. Probably don't put that off to get a Gucci bag.
Doesn't work. So telling women to wait for IVF is cruel and unusual punishment. It's a horrible idea.
I think that's called.
And so, like, again, here is where, you know, the hypotheticals, the analogies. These are where I think, or this is why I really like them, because it brings down the intellectualization of, well, this factor is that factor and that. Okay, so what if? Sorry,
It's miserable.
Yes.
And if you
the IVF ago. So let's say we do a TikTok video. Right? And it's about IVF. So we should say, we don't want IVF. We would prefer, because of the fact that it's expensive and because of the fact that it's uncomfortable and it's not very useful, it's better to have kids when you're young. That's it. That's the whole video. Do you think the self-proclaimed feminists would be on board with that? Or do you think that they would have a problem with that? That seems like a good starting point for a discussion.
wait until you're 40, it has a less than 10% success rate, about the same as conceiving naturally. It doesn't work. So telling women to wait for IVF is cruel and unusual punishment. It's a horrible idea.
I think that's called a straw man. Yeah. That's a great, yeah. Yeah, I think, oh, what did you call that?
Oh my God. Spit it the fuck out. You already said, okay, it's a straw man. So, shut the fuck up or say the thing. Well, yeah, what did you call it?
Yeah, I think.
I think,
what did you call that? I think you call it a straw man.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, I was just going to say, like you said, owning things will never be as fulfilling as the legacy of a child. Take it from a childless person. I think that might be me eventually. Well, I mean, it is me now, but I mean, you know, the fact that I will accept not having children. I still got my fingers crossed. As a man, I could stretch it a little bit more. But yeah, I really don't know. I've always wanted kids my entire life, but time is a ticking.
What did you call that?
Nope.
Wait for IVF. In fact, one of the things that I think
I backed it up like I normally do. I was like, nope, not listen to that again.
Most importantly has to happen is a college level radical reformation, right? The idea that to just like work in mid-level HR, you need a bachelor's degree is fucking crazy. I'm sorry. There's no world that you need to be like Aristotle and, you know, back of the day said that doesn't matter. What need is more technical schools so that people can get into the careers that they actually want, that are economical, that are pushing our GDP. All these fluffy industries, by the way, are what makes our country dominate the world. So careful what you insult there, okay? These fluffy tech jobs, by the way.
That's not what, I wish I'd used this fucking, this thing for the thumbnail. Well, which one do you like better? This one or this one? Well, I mean, I took two different things. Like you know, like the erudite one is from a different point in the debate than the Rachel one. I need to find the right one, but anyway. Yeah, fluffy tech jobs are not what we're talking about when we say fluffy jobs. Like maybe HR, okay, but like even as you just said, that's a lot of wasted time. You don't need a master's degree to be in HR. So what is your I don't even know what she is arguing. Feminism is good because I like it. Feminism is good because of the things that I like. It appeals to that. Again. God damn it.
What?
Glow said, never really wanted kids. I'm a little worried. I'll change my mind. I like kids. Just don't feel the need to have my own. But not everybody does. Not everybody does. Because I'm 47, there's a 0 chance of me having kids. Men can father children into their geriatric years. Yeah, but there's a certain point, like unless I'm with a much younger woman, then there's a certain point where it's like, I don't want to be the old dad. And I think that I don't know. I'm too young and too far away from this being a reality to have any you know actual thoughts on this. But it feels like I listened to Theo Vaughn talk about the resentment that he has because his dad was 71 when he was born. And so like he was just an old guy. There's no playing catch. There's no like he was like games we used to play. We go like, is he asleep or is he dead? So if I get a nice young little thing, then maybe we can talk. I remember I had a dog training client once where it's like, oh, I can see where this started. This is a mildly attractive, maybe like 50-year-old woman, maybe not even like mid 40s, decently attractive. I mean, she was mom looking, but she was decently attractive. And then it was like a 65-year-old dude, and they lived in a giant house. I'm like, I see what happened here. Yeah, there you go. Sometimes that's all we need. Because having children allows you to pass your family's stories, history, and traditions. My biggest regret is not having children. You can bonk heads.
world. So careful what you insult there. Okay. These fluffy tech jobs, by the way, sitting there, what's more like fluffy and soy than sitting and like working on a computer? I don't know. I feel like men should be sweating, right? By your mantra. I love men sitting on
Are you okay?
computers. Okay. You guys go off, kings. What you
Look at look at Rachel.
by your mantra. I love men sitting on computers. Okay. You guys go off, kings.
She's like, what the fuck is happening? What am I barred of right now?
What you actually need to talk about here is a radical reformation of the education system, which if you want to get on my leftist craziness, join me over here, okay?
No, thanks.
Okay, I'm down for it. If you want to talk...
Has this been I'm down for that pat leave, bruh.
I want moms to stay home for like a year. I want dads to stay home for at least 6 months to a year. It's tradable between the two. I think...
Again, why is she talking like she's talking to children? I think that would be great. Don't you think it would be good to stay home for 6 months? At least 6 months, maybe even a year. Are we good? Okay. Yeah. Fucking dumb.
Year. I want dads to stay home for at least 6 months.
At least 6 months?
To a year. It's tradable between the two. I think that's awesome. Norway does it, and it's fucking awesome, by the way. Also, you want to know, before you laugh about it, the childhood outcomes
Not really.
of children whose parents get mat and pat leave? You might want
Matt and Pat leave and Pat leave and sack leave.
to guess it's really fucking good. Yeah, they're really successful children. So I want to deal with the birth rate issue just as much as you do by...
Do you though? Do you though? Sounds like you are advocating for the very thing that is causing it.
radicalizing the speed of getting people from education into it. I think the tax that we put on the young in America is insane. I want boomers to stop just gobbling up all the wealth at the top and then holding on to their assets so that it's not there for anybody else. And
What does this have to do with
I
feminism?
think the moment you make life affordable, so it's
10
not
seconds.
$45,000 to have a baby,
Just
suddenly people
yapping.
want to have kids a lot more. That's going to be my
Just yapping. And of course, all the fucking brainless bots. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so
She stopped talking. She's the one we like, right? Yes.
This is a math problem, which is why I started my opening with all those infographics for you, because you cannot subsidize your way out of this problem. In order to be able to have enough,
private, but okay.
we're not Norway. This is a very large country. And
Well, I said private
excuse
institutions
me.
would
It's my turn.
cover it.
It's
Well, you
my
at least deal with what I'm
Sorry.
saying. Or you
So
can straw man. That's fine. We're doing strawman hour now. Go
you
ahead.
can't subsidize your way out of this. You can't just
I mean, if you know, like, I mean, if you know, you know. If you've been around people on cocaine, too much Adderall, crack, meth, anything, you know what that behavior is. This is not Red Bull behavior. Okay? What are you looking for? I just want to make sure you're good. You getting your water? Oh, you need a little stretch. You need a little stretch and some water. Getting some water. He said, well, it's not a zero-sum gain, you mindless twat. Does nobody on the left understand basic economics for the love of fucking Jesus, Joseph, and Mary? Well, they understand their version of reality. And it just doesn't match with our version of reality, which does match with reality. And I mean, you've seen her, well, say specifically debate. You've seen her debate before, right? This isn't your first time seeing her. Because that's also another thing. Like, some people are just different. Some people are just like up like that. People accuse me of being coked out all the time. And then, we know that Destiny is like that. But he started on a different thing, and before that he wasn't, whatever. And so if you have seen her before, you know what her normal behavior is like. And this ain't it.
we'll just pay for people to be able to be parents. We'll just give them infinite time off so they can spend more time. I already explained this is a math problem. When you have 1/3 of men in the country not even participating in the workforce, your social safety nets are already about to collapse. You cannot add paid family leave and have everybody working a part-time job and subsidize college for everyone. This is what started the problem. The smart countries that are going to still be here and are going to be dominating in the future, I would wager, are the ones who are going to prioritize producing actual goods, including things like food, their own power. They will have energy independence. That's all male-dominated industries. The smart countries are going to say, hey, ladies, here's some incentive for you to stay out of the
It's because they're stupid.
workforce early on in life. Have a family. We're going to make women staying home and raising their own children the affordable thing, not some kind of weird government subsidy where mommy and daddy both work, but you get a bunch of government subsidized time off for like the first year or two of your child's life.
They dig your homes. They dig your jobs.
I don't know if you know this, but they live longer than a year or two. They still need you when they get older. So
My died young.
it would be a lot smarter rather than to
Nobody cares. Notice how she tried to slide that in there for a little bit of, well, my child died young. I'm sorry if that happened, but that's not relevant, and you're still making stupid arguments, even if a sad thing happened to you one time.
need you when they get older. So
My died young.
it would be a lot smarter rather than to just
Good job, Rachel. Just fucking moving right by it.
double down on all the shit that has caused all the problems to say, maybe this was the wrong approach and maybe looking into the future, we should prioritize long-term stability and make families independent of the government rather than continue to double down on government's your daddy policies.
Gotcha. So speaking of fluffy dream worlds, oh my goodness.
Wait, she was just talking of... I can't.
Honestly, Rachel, I want to live in your fan fiction utopia too. It
You can. You just have to come down to reality.
sounds fucking awesome. How are you going to do that though? Because it seems like
That was her fucking point, you retard. She was explicitly saying you can't do all of these things.
you know, if you want your economy to be successful and booming, it seems like the countries who are best at it went, well, we definitely want all people who are best at human capital to be in the spaces that they're most efficient at. It seems like, you know, we've done things like we've tried to have comparative advantages. So we go, why have one woman at home teach 2 kids when that same woman who's really talented teacher can teach 15 kids, and that other woman who is now not teaching her kids because another woman that is wonderful and that we've regularly and we trust is teaching her children, and that woman can go and do something else successful in whatever way that she would be. Maybe it's
I'm gonna be honest. I'm not even listening to her, but there's definitely going to be a difference between oh, do we want to cheat? Do we want to cheat? If you would like to cheat, this is the. Let's just take a look at the straw poll of grade schools. Where are they? Oh, we need to help them. We need to help them. Oh shit! Oh shit! Go vote for Veggie! Go vote for Veggie! Don't tell anybody. Get it done. Get it done. They are very biased. I mean, the fact that I didn't win both of my debates, you know, we need them. So go vote. Go vote for Veggie. Santana said Andrew Wilson's wife has 4 baby daddies. She's disgusting. I disagree. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of them, but I believe her first husband died or was abusive or whatever. One died, and I'm not really concerned about anything past that. Oh, we got a hater. We got a hater. Oh, you mad, bro? You mad? Okay. I mean, here usually we're a little bit more mature and, you know, deal with the arguments. You know, that's why we have the please keep the chat respectful, attack ideas, not people. But I understand if you're too dumb for that. I understand if you're retired. Oh, she bad. What is this one? By the way, Andrew Wilson thinks smoking cigs is cool. Bro, that was Cook in the 80s. Andrew Dice Clay, that was the last one to make it cool. Okay. Baby Daddy's bad. Smokey Man bad. I just hold on. She's not going to fuck you. I think Kyla's hot as fuck too. She's not going to fuck you because you're simping for her on a channel with 5 people watching. That's crazy. That's crazy work. Oh, maybe she'll see what I said. She's like, the Indian Jesus? Who the fuck is that? Actually, I'm pretty sure she does know who I am, or of me, but ain't gonna help you. Moving on.
Teaching her children, and that woman can go and do something else successful in whatever way that she would be. Maybe it's making delicious brownies, which, by the way, don't knock brownies, okay? Never knock brownies until you've tried one.
What?
Did anybody say brownies were bad? What? Oh, we found Kyla's alt account. We found Kyla's alt account. Oh, Kyla. It's all right. It's all right. I've had bad debate performances as well. And against the Wilsons. It happens. They're good at what they do. Even though I don't agree with everything that they say, they're good at what they do. But coping. Oh, well, now we got 6 people. Now we got 6 people to see. They're like, oh my God, Kyla, look, this little short guy said that you were bad, so I said no and made fun of the Wilsons. You're gonna fuck me now? Jesus Christ. Ah, what happened? Okay. Oh shit. Oh shit. We got Al Puke in the building. Welcome. Kyla says it's easy to make fun of the libtards on the left. That's easy. But critically critiquing the cult behavior of the right isn't easy with so many fucking cucks for the orange pedo grifter rapist, which is why maybe you should learn what the fuck channel you're on before you realize that I'm way better at doing that than you could ever dream of. Whoopsie! You see the MAGA? Oh, no, I took the MAGA hat out of my frame because I call out the cult behavior of the right. Oops! You fucked with the wrong Indian! You fucked with the wrong short king! What a fucking frogurt! Go lick some asshole! Jesus Christ on a motorbike.
Children, and that woman can go and do something else successful in whatever way that she would be. Maybe it's making delicious brownies, which, by the way, don't knock brownies, okay? Never knock brownies until you've tried one, right? But when we're talking about the affordability, if you're talking about the affordability crisis, how are you proposing to solve it? Because
nope, these people are real. These people are real, and they vote.
I'm putting forward real answers, like, for example, tax credits. So tax credits for anything having to do with child rearing. Make anything associated, diapers, for example. Make it tax credit. That's not the taxpayer paying for it. That means you don't have to pay extra for it, right?
Oops. Again, you spent all this time typing the shit that I just yelled in your face. Yeah, right? Like, what? I wish I had the confidence of just going into a random stream and be like, I know exactly everything about you for reasons. I don't find it terrifying. I just find it a legitimate issue that people like this not only vote, but are a part of the exact thing that they say they don't want. You have to listen to the guys that I like. Sean Ryan is a fucking cuck, bro. He's a fucking fed. You're retarded. You're stupid. You are the mark. You are the reason that people like Nick Fuentes and Sean Ryan get hired by the fucking government to tell you what you think is, the deep, real shit. You're a fucking retard. You are too stupid to engage meaningfully in this project that we call American politics. But good try. I'm not bad. Oh, the right's bad and the left's bad and everything is bad but me. Moving on.
Credit. That's not the taxpayer paying for it. That means you don't have to pay extra for it, right? All these things can be helped to make it more affordable to have a children. I'm down for that. What is your fanfic utopian dream process of economy where women aren't working and aren't getting educated, but we're maintaining a competitive global GDP? What's the system for that?
Sure, I'll tell you. First of all, it's not women can't work. It's mothers should be. Mothers already have a job. They don't need a second job. The constant throughout all of human history still matters. Yes, we have modern.
I got the good one. I went the right one. They told me they're the real one because they say things that on the people on the TV, they say it's bad. So they must be good. Right? I don't know. I don't know how these people. Like, can you just please, please, LP, that's another one of your accounts, right? That's not a real person, right? Please. Such a great night. I don't want to be brought down by the fact that this could be a real person.
Technology now. That doesn't mean you can automate motherhood. That doesn't mean you can replace it or outsource it. We should be in.
He's an insider. Oh my God. Oh, we have to find this. I don't think it'll be in my retweets, but let's see. Fuck. Please have reposted it. Sean Ryan, Tucker Carlson, skit. Let's do skit. No. Yes. Fuck yes. Oh, fuck yes.
And so
this video is entitled Tucker Carlson and Sean Ryan having a dark force in them. So let's see your boys.
what I'd like to know, what I'd really like to know is what's been going on with you lately? What have you been experiencing?
I just feel like recently
He talks so slow.
I've been battling some dark forces internally.
Well, because those things are
That's
real.
your
Those things are
boy.
real, and I've
Oh
experienced them
shit!
personally. I
Santana
have.
knows what's
I have
real good.
experienced them.
He
I've
knows
just
what's
been feeling
real
it
good.
inside that something's not right. I don't know if there's anything we can do to stop it. But
What kind of dark forces are you holding inside? What do you mean by that?
it's just there it is.
Oh, wow.
They keep coming. See, Tucker, it keeps happening. And see that?
Ooh, that's bad. That's like really bad.
Holy shit.
Do you think that that's BB or Israel?
I know it is.
Right.
Yeah, it's not faith anymore. It's fact.
Yes. I mean, I've experienced the same thing, by the way.
Really.
It was from a demon, from sitting around eating hummus. It's like,
Oof, holy shit.
I mean, mine sound like me. I mean, there it is.
Yeah.
I mean, when I was there in Israel, very briefly, by the way, because they did.
Hey, Santana, in case you didn't catch it, this is making fun of not just them, but you.
Detain me, and I interviewed Mike Huckabee, who was disgusting.
Yeah.
But ever since I came back, it was nothing but there it is, and it's been happening ever since.
Oh, it's constant, Tucker. I'm not out of it yet.
And when demons attack you, which they do, by the way, they leave an odor.
Are you serious?
And even in my pants, there were claw marks.
And I've contacted 3 different exorcists and my priest, and they all said the same thing to me. You don't need an exorcism. You need a gastro.
Right.
And the first person I looked up, you know what his name was? Dr. Marty Rosenfeld. Go figure.
Go figure.
You mean to tell me that this Dr. Marty Rosenfeld, who's going to be responsible for getting out
Excuse me, Mr. Halibut. I am live. Welcome to the party. We are making fun of some retard in the YouTube chat.
the demonic forces inside me is likely working for Israel?
Disgusting.
And then I just realized everything is a lie.
Yeah.
Everything is a lie.
I'm so sorry.
I don't even know if my name is Sean. And I spoke to all these former patients who go to this doctor. They all said the same thing. He's working for Israel, not us.
I totally agree.
So, I mean, I'm still dealing with it, but
He's getting lower and lower.
Can't-
We get it. Yeah, that's Santana here. Anyway, moving on.
Automate motherhood. That doesn't mean you can replace it or outsource it. We should be investing. So like I said, we have this 1/3 of American men who are
Well, that's what you get with the Sean Ryan show. So
not in the workforce because they don't see any reason to be. They've been told they're bad, they're toxic, they're never going to get a woman, and they're never going to have a future anyway. So just play World of Warcraft. Why not? Get on government subsidy for your ADHD and your autism, which you're all self-diagnosed with from being on TikTok all day.
hey, fuck! I will not stand. I will not stand for people tearing down TikTok as if being on Twitter all day is any better. Fuck all of you. TikTok is unquestionably the best social media platform, and you only don't think so because somebody else told you. You are a lemming. Avery's the only fucking one. No, that's not true. Avery and Matthew King, the only ones who were smart enough to think, I watch this guy all the fucking time, and he's always right about everything that he says. Maybe he's right about this too. I am.
How about we incentivize young men who we desperately need in the trades? We need young men in the trades so bad. It's way cheaper to train them to do the trades than to send them to university. So how about instead of paying them to go to university, giving them $100,000, to
like
go
my
get some
idea.
shitty degree?
Okay.
No.
Yeah,
you-
radical
you send
educational
them to
reform.
tech schools to learn the trades,
Sure.
and then imagine how much money you can save when mom stays home. You don't have to pay for a second vehicle. You're not paying income tax from her wages. You don't have to pay daycare, which makes up 25% of the average American household's expenses, by the way. You're
That's insane.
saving like 35% just
Fair. That is the only fair response. That is the only fair response. I have purposely lost, like I had a day off, didn't stream, didn't have any clients multiple times. I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna scroll the entire day. The entire day. I didn't get bored. I had a great fucking time. Tried to do that on Twitter, and fucking 10 minutes in, I'm like, oh my God, these people are awful. Got their YouTube shorts, and like, I'm gonna be on YouTube shorts. I may as well just watch YouTube. Unfortunately, you got to go to the OF for that. But I ain't paying for that shit.
expenses, by the way.
I don't think she
You're
will.
saving like 35% just by mom staying home if dad has a great, good paying job in infrastructure and the trades, which we desperately need anyway, instead of letting Jose come across the border and do it illegally.
Yep.
Man, it's so interesting, Rachel. You're so much smarter.
Again, with the condescension, just say what you disagree with. Wow, oh my God, you're so intelligent and so much smarter. Just say the thing. I was going to say something. I'm just going to keep that to myself.
It's really impressive. First of all, base for taking my idea. I'm glad we're vibing over that one. Radical education reformation. We can all
Yes,
discuss on that one.
clock it.
And I'm with you on that one. Okay, so it's very miraculous.
Whoa, that it's starting to hit her. It's starting to hit her like that. So maybe she just dropped a fucking Addy in the Red Bull. Well, again, if you know, you know. Look at the hands.
And I'm with you on that one. Okay, so it's very.
You either saw it or you don't know what the fuck you're looking at. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh fuck! Dick for the jugular! Oh my God! Oh my God! Hold on. Let's get, oh my God! Oh my God! We need a fresh. Okay, 4 days ago. Color the heritage. Yeah. Okay, we'll do that. Boom. Nope, that's not the one I want. Want this over here. I mean, it's not a 1-to-1, but it's like, okay. Real quick. Which one is Dylan Mulvaney? Huh? Could you tell? Huh? Got her.
Be mad about that, and I'm with you on that one. Okay, so it's very miraculous how Rachel, in her own divine wisdom, in her own lifetime, has arrived at a economic and societal structural system that I guess nobody's ever thought of before. Like what?
The condos. Oh shit! Oh my god! Oh. I'm trying not to pick this personally, as I am extremely attracted to Kyla, despite all the bullshit coming out of her face and the tweaking she's doing. But when it hits, it hits. Hold on. I've been trying to use less of my fucking soda stream, so I've been using half regular water and half sparkly water. Because the seltzer's already sparkly. Dilly fucking dilly. Well done, gentlemen. Well done. All right, what are we talking about? Oh, yeah, her being a little fucking
and societal structural system that I guess nobody's ever thought of before. Like, what? Why hasn't anyone ever tried that? Oh, wait, we fucking did. We actually did try this thing where it's actually more economic for women to stay at home. It's not actually. The reason why women enter the workforce in almost all most competitive global GDP is because when you increase the local labor force that is highly educated, you do better in the GDP participation. Sorry, that's just a fact. That's just a reality of human capital. We had the barring mothers. We had it from the 1910s to the 1930s. There was marriage bars. And what happened is we got into war. And we were like, oh, fuck, we kind of need them now. We bring them into war. And then all of a sudden, it's a proof of concept. Women can actually be incredibly powerful forces. They were the ones pushing the manufacturing. It is the manufacturing labor of women during the war that thrust America into the golden age of that economic boom and allowed us to negotiate to become the global reserve currency, which I know you seem to not know anything about economics because you poo-pooed at the gold standard changing, which is crazy bad economic theory, by the way. But just so it's clear, when America became the global reserve currency, that was like the game change. You want to know why you're the dominant country now? It's that thing specifically, because all of
what thing? What are you talking about?
Became the global reserve currency. That was like the game change. You want to know why you're the dominant country now? It's that thing specifically, because
what is? I'm not even disagreeing with that, but what does that have to do with feminism?
All of the nations got together and they were like, who do we think will be most reliable and stable and boom in the next coming future?
And so this is where, if you've seen me before and get to this point in a debate or a discussion or a back and forth or whatever, I will literally say this. I will literally give the other person the sentence. Like, okay, and this is connected to feminism because... And then they'll go around, okay, and so that is connected to feminism because, and they ramble again. And you go over and over and over and over because you're just fucking yapping.
And it was fucking America, baby. So this idea of, well, why don't we just try this? Thank you, I appreciate it. This new economic system that nobody's ever...
Yeah, right? Well,
well, why don't we just try this? Thank you, I appreciate it. This new economic system that nobody...
I've seen what you cheer for.
Nobody's ever thought of. We did, and we moved away from it because it was more efficient to do other things.
Again, not a single statement of like a specific example, not a principle, not just, well, this happened and then that happened and then we do this and it's really like that and you think that this and that's and that and then it's more efficient for other things. What are you talking about? What are you doing?
Kick it over, Rachel. 2 minutes.
So I'm not sure that it was more efficient. As I said, in the short term, yeah, GDP go up.
No,
but at the expense of what? At the expense of what?
No,
so,
competitive GDP.
It's now your turn to talk, you fucking bitch.
Well, if you're going to strawman me, do you want to talk to me or do you want to strawman me?
First of all.
Oh my God. maybe if you spoke English like a normal person, then we wouldn't have such a hard time understanding what the fuck you're talking about.
It's
I think
competitive
you
GDP.
I think you need one of those special brownies you were talking about to bring you down from the Adderall high. Because you're just
Yay,
like,
Let's
Dragon
fucking
Soul.
go!
it's like,
I-
whoa, let's
If you want
And hey, in case anybody didn't know, I love my drugs. I don't really do them like that anymore, but I love my alcohol. I love smoking weed, and I'll do pretty much whatever you put in front of me. But that was a good joke.
you were talking about to bring you down from the Adderall high. Because you're just
Yay,
like,
Dragon Soul.
Got her.
it's like, whoa, let's
If you want to just go to like
Did you-
weird
Did you
drug
have-
insults and
How
like,
many Red Bulls did you have?
I don't know,
Just
Rachel, can you
chill.
raise your eyebrows? Give it a try.
All right. We are
Ever tried it
we
before?
are going to all right.
Yeah.
So this
Your
is
Botox looks really good
these
on you,
are-
by the way.
What are we?
all right.
Yeah, and you have no Botox, lip filler, a brow filler, whatever the fuck else people are doing. What are we doing? What are we doing? How is this in any way related to the conversation at hand? It is stuff like this that has moved me into legitimately wondering whether or not women should be able to vote. This is, Rachel's, dealing with what she's got. But do any of us think that Andrew wouldn't have been able to fucking pin her down to something? We got one. Shadow without lies, Islam dies. Love that shit. Projection. Indeed. Love the name. Welcome. It's always project, then gaslight. And that's why we do the projection drink every single time, so we never let them off the hook. Welcome to the party. Guys, if you are new here, please do hit that subscribe. I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. We just earned a double feature movie night for Sunday, and of course, you can join the free Discord, link pinned. It is a good time. The party never ends. But you know that YouTube sucks with those notifications, so you may as well ring the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. Let's dive back in.
Tried it before?
We are going to all right.
Yeah.
So this
Your
is
Botox looks really good
these
on you,
are-
by the way.
What are we even
All right.
talking about?
all right.
Well, I
let's
know
That's
do-
you're
what I
and it looks
said.
great, by the way. Go
let's-
off, Queen. I
all right,
love it.
Let's do a reset.
Okay.
2 minutes for Rachel. Go ahead.
And so then I go like, oh, so are you against women choosing to use Botox? Is that bad? I thought you were a feminist for women's choices.
Good stuff there. So
It was funny. It was for the crowd, okay? We were giving some crowd pleasers.
As the crowd, I'll be the judge of that. And great stuff is appropriate.
yes, you're a bastion of entertainment. Love it.
True.
Keep going.
That's why you brought me here.
So again, we're trading
Not for your intellect, but okay.
long-term sustainability, and again, none of this matters.
In more ways than one, you know what I mean?
Oh wow, you've got a massive GDP right now. Ooh wow, there's like all of this unsustainable, goofy, fluffy women jobs that I just showed you. The reason I had to have slides was to give people the visual impact of just how much of women's empowerment is subsidized by men's actual productivity. Women own 40% of businesses in the United States and produce 6% of the revenue. How is that more efficient? How is that better for the future? How does that sustain anything?
Because small businesses
we
don't
get to
provide
have
that
that,
much
you
revenue.
guys.
I don't know what
You
you
get
wanna
to
do.
have that at the cost of not having enough babies to replace anyone, having labor shortages, massive inflation. Like, if this is working so well and it's doing so great, why do you yourself say we have so many economic problems? Now, you don't think it's because of feminism, fine. But everywhere in the world that we push mothers
So that's a steel man, right? So when you just looked up and agreed, that was a steel man, right? So Rachel understands your argument. Do you understand hers?
Now, you don't think it's because of feminism, fine. But
That's a steel man.
everywhere in the world that we push mothers out of the home and into the workforce, the birth rate collapses. And that
Same.
will have to be dealt
Different.
with regardless
That same.
of if you love having lots of psychologists and crumble cookies and Etsy ladies and whatever.
Yeah, I can tell that you only prepped this point. So I've already addressed that. I agree.
Oh my God. She can't say a single sentence without being a fucking cunt.
And I
Great
didn't only
decline.
prep this point. It's the only
second.
point
I
that
do-
matters.
Well, you're right. You prepped more, and then I brought disconfirming
all right,
evidence, so you had to run away from your 1970s.
You still haven't told me
All right,
what
we
we're
do
going
have
to do
to-
about
we
that.
do have
I've
to
given
kick it
you
over to
multiple
Kyla for
answers.
2
In fact,
minutes
you
as
borrowed
well.
some of them.
All right.
None of them solve the problem.
All right.
So
I
it's
hate
a
to do
gripless
it.
trilemma
Yeah, I hate
all
to do
over
it.
again.
All right, hold on a second. We do have to
Solve
we're
Rachel's
going back to
dilemma.
Do you want to
going
go
back
through
to
it?
the
I
2
mean,
minute-
again,
the 2
It's like, bitches, you can't handle it.
minute responses.
you're the one who
so,
uses a gripless
so
trilemma.
we're going to
You
give
just don't
Kyla
realize it.
2 minutes. Kyla, the floor is yours for 2 minutes.
Okay, awesome. So again, when we talk about so why are women-owned businesses only contributing to 6%? I think when you look at booming economies, the
suck.
Fortune 500, I think probably contributes at least 30, maybe 40% of the GDP in tax receipts. So the idea that it's all these small businesses, all small businesses don't contribute that much to government tax receipts.
Right.
Welcome to the government, I suppose. When we're talking about
That's her
goofy,
point.
fluffy women jobs, I agree that there's too many Etsy shops, but they're going to die and go under anyways, right? Sure. But the reality is that these goofy, fluffy women jobs were created by corporate infrastructure because they realized things like Ford is a great example of this, right? Ford made HR in 1910 because big companies need it. They need managers and they need people that oversee people to make sure you keep making work. So if you're so smart in all your wisdom, you have to go to the Fortune 500. You have to go to Elon Musk himself and be like, hey, those HR jobs really silly, not good for the economy.
Yeah, and Elon Musk would be like, no, I love HR. Oh man, do I love spending the money that I spend with such a large number of companies that are in themselves large, all that money that I have to spend because people are crying about shit. Elon Musk. You think Elon Musk is going to be on your side? True. I think she was trying to say both, but agreed. So steel man, if you think about an actual straw man, so the notion of a straw man is that you've built up this argument made of straw and you've knocked that over. And it's easy to knock over a man of straw instead of knocking me over the actual argument. Steel man is the opposite, where you've presented the best version of my argument. And so, if when Rachel was like, I understand that you think this, we agree that this, and this is bad, but you think it's not feminism. And she said, yes. So that's steel man establishing what the real argument of Kyla actually is. So then attacking the steel man makes you as a debater a much stronger person because you're not using these tactics to pretend like she said all feminists should be, whatever. And it's well, all feminists shouldn't be girl bosses or something like that. And so they're it's not only strong and weak, they're complete opposites. They're complete opposites. One is trying to pretend that this is a weaker argument so that you can attack that argument, and then the other is creating the strongest version of that person's argument so that when you knock that down, then a straw man. That's not what I said, bitch. That is what you said. Nikki said he fired 70% of Twitter and ran it better. If that doesn't say something about useless job created for Fields, I don't know what does. Have we forgotten about Doge? That was his whole thing. But yeah, Elon Musk is a lover of HR. That I don't, that I definitely believe.
Elon Musk himself and be like, hey, those HR jobs really silly, not good for the economy. It's not very efficient. And I'm going to probably look at you and say, I probably know more about what's good for the economy. As I said
I'm sure you think so, sweetie.
before, it's not GDP go up, and it's never been. That's always been a straw man of my argument. It's about maintaining a competitive GDP. And the reason why is if you can't fund your military and keep up with the other countries around you, they are going to stomp on you. And that has been shown in recent history. And we need to be aware of it because we have to fund these things. We have to.
Okay. So again, I don't know how else. It's like trying to teach force doctrine to you. It just doesn't stick. You still think it's about like majorities or something goofy.
No, it's about category errors.
It's not. You just
Right.
don't understand it. But
I do.
if you don't have women, what do we need more of? Do we need more?
I am definitely thankful that Elon bought Twitter, but there is no question that X is a much less enjoyable experience than Twitter was. Do with that information what you will. Do with that information what you will. But I can make about 30, 45 minutes on X before I'm like, I don't even, I'm putting the phone down. Where, as I said before, days. I can spend days scrolling on TikTok and never be like, it's always a matter of like, okay, I'm trying to watch this thing. I want to watch this before I go to bed. So, okay, we'll find one more good one. It's not Chinese anymore. I don't know what people are thinking is the issue with TikTok. And even as Rachel just said, we are all chronically online people. We're all chronically online people. But for whatever reason, somebody told you, the general you, that TikTok is bad, and TikTok is, because you saw libs of TikTok, you think, oh, that's where all the liberals are, and you see all the the reason that you think that, this is a representative heuristic. The only videos from TikTok that you see are people that download the video that like, hey, this really sucks. I got to put it on X to show everybody. But if you actually build your own algorithm, your FYP or For You page is going to be fucking awesome, like mine is. Okay, boomer. They said the U.S. has the strongest military on Earth by exponential degrees and the strongest economy in the G20. What the actual fuck is she talking about? I don't know. Never used it either, but glad you brought it up for the sake of free speech. Agreed. But also, yes, the fuck you are. You are the most boomery person maybe in this entire chat. But I will say, give it a shot. Worst thing that happens. Well, remember, I didn't say baby boomer. Baby boomer is a generation. Boomer is a mindset. You are a boomer. It's okay. We love you anyway. But you're a fucking boomer. Okay, boomer?
If you don't have women, what do we need more of? Do we need more women doing multi-level marketing, selling Lululemons and Tupperware? Or do we need women having babies so that we can actually have a big military? Actually, do you...
Oh no! Is that what it stood for? Hot Rod Death Poets? All right, well, R.I.P. HR Death Poet. At least we got Al Puke, and I can't. I'm getting drunk. Oh shit! I'm a little bit drunk.
Babies, so that we can actually have a big military. Actually, do you remember my slide?
Boomer just means that you're stuck in your whatever mindset you have. You're just, I know what I know, and I don't want that. It's a very broad thing, but you just like. Yeah, not willing to try new things and being stuck in your ways. I definitely have some boomer tendencies. But it is what it is.
Can actually have a big military. Actually, do you remember my slide about if we didn't abort 1/3 of our babies, we'd have 45 million more people in our labor force? You don't think that's a good trade-off?
Well, my
don't think
suspicion
that might be
that
better?
slide probably didn't account
Just-
for the fact that
are
the
you-
women who would be having those children would be single mothers, which are
Just to be
also
clear, you were
contributing to the
No, it
welfare
does.
state that we were upset about.
It
So
accounts so
probably not 45 million.
It did. So
Probably not.
if you have it's an average of $26,000 of lifetime earnings that women will lose when they have a baby that they would have otherwise aborted. That's the estimate from, I think, Guttmacher and then the U.S. Department of Labor.
I don't trust that.
If you didn't, of course, you don't trust that.
I've read your book, baby girl. I don't trust any of your citations.
Baby girl, I read your book, baby girl.
Government, it's the government. The Department of Labor is the U.S. government.
Remember
I'm
when
not
you said
pulling
Hypatia was
sources out
from
of thin air.
Just to be
So-
sure that
That was a fun one.
If you
She wasn't, by
had,
the way.
I don't
wanna-
even know what she's saying.
All right, just to be
She's
sure that we-
spurging.
I do think we're going to go back to the 2-minute
pretty calm.
segments. So
You're not calm.
we're going to
I
go
am
back to the
calm.
2-minute segments. All right.
No.
So go ahead, Rachel. We'll put it at.
So I'm saying once
One's-
again, maybe don't kill off 1/3 of our labor force. That would probably help GDP.
GDP go up. No kill, baby.
Sure, but probably making
All right,
it
2 minutes.
probably making it so that 50% of our labor force doesn't enter the workforce is also not the best comparative advantage that we can talk about. Like, I'm happy to talk to you about abortion and the problems with it and like how mothers need to be supported more in our society.
Yeah, but that's not the conversation. The conversation is feminism, which is directly connected to abortion and abortion ideology, which is what has been Rachel's point the entire time.
I had to do that from the beginning. That's not an assailing on my position, because I'm with you that like one of the worst things that we have seen, even with like the third wave feminism, is that nobody looked at mothers and said that that thing is beloved. Nobody looked at a mother and said that that is something worth cherishing and protecting. And you can see it because of the lack of policy created so that women have options and opportunities. The reality is, do we need more of like babies and MLMs? The reality is, why not try to find a system where it's a little bit easier to do both?
You can't.
You can. We
Other
have
countries have tried it and it's failed massively. And
really,
they've had
America's
over a
failing
century.
so much.
They've had
Well, I can
over a
see-
century to
are
figure
you-
it out in
just to be
China
sure-
and Russia. And China has
James is like, hey, am I allowed to? I know this is my event that I put on, but can I get a word in here?
Are you-
massive technology
Kyla,
and
are
they
you
can't
done with
figure
your-
it out.
Done with your 2 minutes, or do you? I can't tell.
I'll respond. I'll respond. It's fine. It's
Okay.
fine. This back and forth is totally fine with me. Yeah. So in the case of America, I would say booming countries that are succeeding as a result of the labor force being injected with women and basically everyone who wants
All right, bro. Heard and understood. Heard and understood that is your position.
to work. America is a really good example of how it is working. You know, as what my favorite feminist said, the Dow is over 50,000. Right. The
Yeah, America's doing great.
economy of America is growing, and it's growing consistently. Trump is doing everything in his power to slow it as much as possible. However, it is growing, and it is, I think right now it's still 12 trillion over China. That comparative edge matters because for those of you who are in cybersecurity, anybody here in cybersecurity? Okay, a little bit. Yeah, you guys know.
Ooh, now I'm talking to you directly, so you're gonna like me more. That is a tactic. That's why she's asked things to the audience multiple times. These people are so ingenuine. They're so ingenuine.
Those of you who are in cybersecurity, anybody here in cybersecurity? Okay, a little bit. Yeah, you guys know that the main thing keeping us ahead of China in cybersecurity is we have a lot of fucking money because their tech is so much better, which is dangerous to Americans today. It's not just bombs flying over and military troops walking into China.
Okay, what is it?
Shooting Chinese people. It's cybersecurity. It's attacks on our systems. Just recently, the Hugging Face ChatGPT thing got out. That's what's dangerous. So what you
What?
need in a competitive GDP,
What is she talking about?
and your system is saying it's not working. It is working. We just need to continue to find solutions to modernization so moms and dads can have kids too. I'm with you on finding a solution to that, but your answer is pressure women not to go into work. And we tried that. It doesn't work very well.
Nope. Yet again, it is you who has the preference. People on Rachel's side are saying it is preferable if people focus on what I think, but it's okay if you're not, but we should not demonize my position. So yet again, we have a projection.
For maintaining everything that your society needs, which isn't just lots of babies, because Pakistan, tons of babies, not a great economy.
Go ahead, Rachel.
Why do you want mothers with young children to be at work all day?
I want them to be able to work at home. That's a great option for them.
How many of them do you think can work from home and contribute to the necessary and productive parts of the economy?
I mean, I think HR jobs are increasingly moving to remote positions. I think like 20 to 30%.
Just more HR jobs. Everybody be an HR Karen.
Again, you can
Got her.
laugh at
work
it,
in
but
HR.
take it up with Elon Musk.
Do you think Elon
Great
Musk has
economist,
an
Rachel.
HR department because of any other reason than Title IX?
Thank you. That's what I said. Because, yeah, Elon Musk is all about, we got to hire all these new people. May I remind you of Doge? His whole fucking thing was there's too many fucking jobs. We need to fucking fire these people. And he was right. Whether or not Doge did exactly what we wanted to do, that was the whole purpose. Explicitly not your position. Projection. I mean, it is working for him. It is working for him. I'll give him that.
Making women be able to frivolously sue their employers for sexual harassment.
So there can be problems.
He
with
would get
women
rid
in
of
the
his
workplace.
HR department tomorrow if you couldn't bring frivolous lawsuit after frivolous
No.
lawsuit that I didn't get the promotion because Tommy was sleeping with Lisa instead of me or whatever nonsense. Like Title IX caused that. We
No,
did not
it started
have a
in
desperate
1910.
need for HR.
It started in 1910 with Ford because Ford realized that it had more human capital that it could manage with just his.
So, is there any difference in your mind, Kyla, between the infrastructure of the Ford company in 1910 and the average corporation in 2026? That's your best example. Over 100 years ago. It's almost like things be different.
Direct system, so it built HR
do you mean the same
departments. They did
Ford
it.
Foundation that created women's studies?
Yes.
Do you mean them? Oh, that's
I wonder why they're so in line with you.
convenient, isn't it?
Well, wait, are you really trying to tell me that corporations, by the good of their heart, are making these stupid jobs that are useless, don't help their company, don't help their stakeholders, they don't maintain their fiduciary response, they just love women so much? Oh my God.
No, it makes them money. Why? Because there are subsidies for hiring women and minorities.
Every CEO out there is just like, fuck the stakeholders, boys. We got to get women in the workplace. Find them stupid jobs. I don't know, make
If
them
you could
fold
stop the meth
brownies or
prattle,
something.
I'll respond. Like seriously, like you're going 5,000 miles an hour about absolutely nothing.
I know,
And
when
it's
you
like-
don't know anything about
it's
the
like
economy, it can be
watching a
tough when I
person
talk
on
about it, hey?
All right, I
methamphetamine
do-
just
I
spurred
do
the
have
fuck
to-
out.
Red Bull,
All right.
first of all.
All right.
I don't
Is it done? Come on.
do amphetamine. It's
So
bad for my brain.
no,
Andrew's having the time of his life. Andrew's having the time of his life. Oh my
You
God.
have to-
Red Bull,
All right.
first of all.
All
I
right.
don't do amphetamine. It's bad
So
for my brain.
no, corporations wanted cheap labor and the government wanted more income tax. So the Ford Foundation in their own papers, which I cite in my book that you say you've read,
Mhm.
said, let's make women working, let's support feminism, they literally created women's studies departments as a vehicle to push Marxist feminism to universities.
Yeah.
Yes, and to get
No, everybody, Rachel has been saying like, yo, you're like cracked out. Maybe chill on the Adderall because she's been like, even compared to the fact that, compared to her normal debate performance, because she does talk pretty quickly and she is kind of like, prattling like that. But this is different. So I was like, yo, you're adding the fuck out. And she's like, no, it's just a Red Bull that I'm actively drinking now. Yeah. That's why you started tweaking the fuck out. I mean, again, there's a reason why I called her arrogant and a tweaker.
women to
HR
buy
started in
in,
the 1910s.
to
So.
get women to buy into the idea that work and being a career woman is empowering and safe, and that motherhood is risky and dangerous and holds you back from whatever. You need to be liberated, but nobody ever asks from what? What were women liberated
Got her.
from? Because the only thing I can see that we were liberated from is
Freedom.
structural families, our own children, and our own interests. Now we spend our lives working for corporations and paying income tax at the expense of our own relationships with our children, our own marriages, our own communities. Like, how much have we lost from sending women to work for Ford and Elon Musk and be in HR versus them being at home building communities, taking care of each other? The women used to
And-
all be home together.
Sure.
All right, so I'm about to put up a poll, guys, because we have a little bit of time left. We got about 30 minutes left, so that could be a while. And I do want to get through the whole thing, but we have a number of new people here, so I'm trying to decide. I'll leave it up to you guys. If we want to welcome in the new people, we can do that. If we want to do what we do, that is your right.
This is them being at home, building communities, taking care of each other. The women used to
And-
all be home together.
Sure, we've
We're
probably lost
We're at
many
3 minutes.
things.
I want to give each of you a minute and a half. That's the last of our 3 minutes of open dialogue.
Okay. Bet. So your theory of everything falls apart really hard when you get any amount of disconfirming evidence, right? Manufacturing, for example, as you tried to suggest originally, was dying.
You should do that, but I do want to say that you got everybody fucking came the fuck through. I think this is the highest earning stream that I've done since the Shuli rate. So I very, very, very much appreciate. And I like to push it open, especially people who have donated who are not members. But it's your guys' party, so it is your decision. We got four votes. That can still be swung. So hit the poll.
Of disconfirming evidence, right? Manufacturing, for example, as you tried to suggest originally, was dying in the 1970s. It wasn't. It started dying in the 1950s, again, because of the Triffin dilemma. When you want to talk about economics and why people are struggling, we have to have big girl conversations and not just be mad at the other girls and what they're doing. The reality is that we did try the model after industrialization to keep women home. We barred women from workplaces, particularly married women, the women that you would like to bar from workplaces. And the reality is that America was not competing at a large level.
Okay, so at this point, Kayla, do you think that Rachel thinks we should ban mothers from working? No? Then you're talking shit. Yes? Then you weren't fucking listening and you're retarded.
Wasn't a superpower at the time. And there's a reason why most Fortune 500, all Fortune 500s, have invented these things. Again, a CEO's fiduciary responsibility, and
Yeah, Jesus, right here.
since we're doing pop quiz, that means a legal responsibility is to stakeholders. Corporations aren't going out of their way to make jobs that are useless for women because they're nice and they love feminism. That doesn't even make sense. The reality of a capitalist is they're constantly thinking about their bottom line. And if HR
Well, I want to, if you are not a member or a mod, please give a thank you to everybody who has not only donated to keep the regular party raging, but also voted explicitly to not kick you out of the chat.
makes their large corporation work more effectively, that's what they're going to do. This idea of Ford and the gender studies, I'll just grant you, Ford did do that in the gender studies. I don't really care. It falls.
Of course you don't. Of course you don't. Because it's relevant to your argument in a way that's negative. No principles, just positions. I don't care about that right now because it doesn't help my argument right now.
Apart the moment you just think about a timeline. Ford invented HR long before they were pushing.
I would have said loop maxing, but go do your Jew thing. That's funny.
Gender
15
studies.
seconds.
So this idea that Ford just had this maniacal plan, instead of actually, it was an economic supply response of needing clerical work increasingly in large corporations to make these corporations more effective. I guess take it up with every single fucking billionaire. I don't know what to tell you,
Fine.
Rachel.
With that, we'll kick it over to Rachel.
She thinks billionaires want to pay for HR.
Stupid.
I genuinely don't even know what that means.
For him. It's the final segment. 1.5 minutes for you, Rachel.
Here we go. And remember, guys, the Q&A is the best part. So if you've been, we've been kind of ebbing and flowing. Thankfully, yeah. Thankfully, we're in the last part, and she's not gonna. I guess I think they get a closing, but other than that, she's done. And the hiccups. I am definitely not a Crucible member. I am definitely not a Crucible member. I likely will never, ever, ever be a Crucible member. They could change that if they want me, but that's a whole other story. They got to understand the difference between an atheist and a leftist. So I will probably never be. Crucible crew. Respect where it is due. But they don't want me. That being said, the Crucible crew did the damn thing. Rachel throughout the debate, and then what we're about to see. Shout out Does it have shit in it? It's got shit in it.
Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly.
Shout out to the Crucible crew. That's not a bad thing. What's it? Oh wait. They're always coping because they can't justify their own positions. Yep. I become a member, but me? I wouldn't kick you out. Why the fuck would I kick you out? You're already here without being a member. What the fuck? What? Like, yeah, you can talk shit for free, but if you come and pay me, then you're definitely not allowed.
What?
Bum, 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 bum. I don't know. I was thinking this weekend, but now we got a double feature, and I'd be drinking during the double. Like, if we just have one movie, I'm just gonna smoke. But now we got a whole thing, so we'll make it happen. I gotta figure out. I still owe you guys a fucking members only stream. I'm falling behind, but we will make it. All right, I'm gonna pee during this final piece here. Then we get to the Q&A.
It's the final segment. 1.5 minutes for you, Rachel.
So first of all, I'm not going to be lectured on having big girl conversations by someone who hasn't accomplished even a tenth of what I've accomplished in my life.
Got her.
That's number one.
Got her.
Number two, you came in here
How much
wanting,
older are you than
it's
me?
my time.
Aren't you like 20 years
It's my
older?
time.
I do want to give Rachel a
You
chance.
gotta shut up at some point and let me talk too.
Yeah,
You
only
came
me
in
is
All
here
right,
wanting
we
to
do-
have
hold on.
this friendly female conversation that was all subterfuge, that was all trickery.
It wasn't.
That was all like, I know you're retarded, but I'm just gonna explain this to you.
Because you were the quickest
All right.
to insult me personally and
Nope.
and spurg out and go off on wild tangents. And I'm not going to be lectured about big girl conversations by somebody who is just over here having an absolute autism fit with her Red Bull or what. I don't even know half of what you said.
That's it.
But here's the problem.
You definitely don't
The
know.
future belongs
Correct.
to those who show up for it. And we have a choice to make. We cannot have women working full-time jobs and dedicating all their lives to careerism and have them be good full-time mothers, raising the next generation of human beings above replacement level. They will continue to abort a third of every generation. They will continue to remain single and unmarried, or if
Got him is for men. It's got her. Gotte. M is for men. R is for women. Get you. Damn it. I was going to make a joke about pronouns, but it didn't come to me. But got her.
a third of every generation, they will continue to remain single and unmarried, or if they even, do have children, they're doing it single and
15
unmarried.
seconds.
This is the only question that matters. Everything else economically won't matter if this doesn't get solved.
Thank you very much for that closing. I think this has been the best debate we've had on this subject. So let's keep.
When he says that, he means, people are gonna fucking pay for this. The ad revenue on this is gonna be great.
The Q&A productive. If you will line up on the left side here. Oh wait, there is one thing we are going to do something a little bit differently. Is
Oh no!
just because this debate has been especially. All right, folks.
It's a man, baby.
Need you to focus. If you
What? Wait. What? What? What did I miss? What counts? Oh, they got him. Got him. Got him. Oh, it's not that one. Where hold on. Give me a second. How do we do it? We did that, and then we skipped on that. That and that. Oh my god! Oh my god! It's the same guy. Got him. All right. With that lie said, these lefties like Erudite aren't fighting for themselves. They're fighting for Islam. They may not know it. Subversion. You know what's good. Yeah, because the Muslims love the Democratic Party, right? Or do they just know that's their way in? Got it. Got it.
They will continue to remain single and
I don't.
What's your?
All right, we're ready for you.
My question is for you.
I have a name.
What's that?
I'm just kidding.
Kyla.
Every opportunity to be obnoxious. I have a name, you know. Okay, so do I. When I'm looking at you and speaking to you, do you need me to invoke your name in order for you to understand that I'm speaking to you?
Stupid.
Yeah, hi,
All
sir.
right.
What's your name?
John.
Hi, John. Nice to meet you.
I heard somewhere that
Apparently.
the three most influential things, I guess, on the planet are the nuclear bomb, the transistor, and birth control, right? I don't know if that's true, but it sounds right to me.
Okay.
If you could remove one of those, you can't remove the first two.
What was
the
it?
third planet.
Hi, John. Nice to meet you.
I heard somewhere that the three most influential things, I guess, on the planet are the nuclear bomb, the transistor, and birth control, right? I don't know if that's true, but it sounds right to me. If you could remove one of those, you can't remove the first two. The third one is something you could do about. And to me, that sounds like that's under feminism. Can you at least acknowledge feminism as at least part of the problem? And if we eliminated that part, would that not help everything?
No, you're just wrong and misogynist and you hate women and...
So feminism is part of the problem and it's part of the solution to a lot of issues, right? Society isn't just like a simple thing, right? Pakistan is a really good example of a country with exploding birth rates. They really solved that issue, but their economy is struggling and they keep on getting dumpstered by India in war, right? Pakistan is a great example of why in a country, lots of things matter all at once. What you're calling contraception, is that like feminism or technology? It's probably a bit of both, right? But what it really is pharmaceutical companies making money from a technology that's utile, right? So the issue is you're pointing at one of the technologies as being like useless and we don't need it. However, I don't even know how we begin to make that argument, because we do need women in the workplace, and giving them more control of their family planning has allowed women to massively excel in workplaces and achieve higher levels of education and productive output than ever before.
Put a 1 in the chat if you did not listen to what the fuck this dumb bitch just said.
Hey,
I know you
James,
can't respond, sorry.
just a quick note on that. The reason that Pakistan's economy sucks so bad, even though the birth rate is high, is
Because they're third worlders and they fuck their cousins and they shit in the streets.
because they are a Muslim nation with the highest rate of inbreeding in the world.
Oh, I forgot brown people. How did I not think of that?
Did she say brown? Did she say brown? So hold on a second. Hold on a second. Kyla! Kyla! You just let the mask slip, my girl. So in your mind, incest is a brown people thing. In your mind, Kyla, brown people and incest are connected. Rachel brought up an ideology. Rachel brought up Islam. But you just showed that you think brown people and incest go together. Whoopsie! Stupid. In case you missed it.
Rate of the birth rate is
Let's
just a quick note on that. The
Maybe I got it wrong. Maybe I misunderstood.
reason that Pakistan's economy sucks so bad, even though the birth rate is high, is because they are a
So notice how so far she said they're what'd she say? They're
that the reason that Pakistan's economy
so the Pakistan economy sucks
so bad, even
so
though
bad,
the birth rate is high, is
even though the birth rate is high.
because they are a Muslim nation.
Muslim nation, no reaction.
With the highest rate of inbreeding in the world.
So immediately, she hears inbreeding and she thinks brown people. Ma'am, sir, whatever the fuck you are, aside from an embarrassment, proper women in general, human beings, you just self-owned. That lie said, never acknowledge the ideology, run to race and be racist, then blame the opposition. Bingo. Yep. just the clearest example of racism you can have. It's just so, it's the same old story. It's the same old story.
Got brown people. How did I not think of that?
Are you going to sit here and say that that
Do it!
lowered IQ from inbreeding?
Oh, Rachel went to argue the inbreeding instead of the connection.
Is not a serious factor in
It's
their
a huge,
economic-
it's a huge issue within Pakistan. The issue is that if your birth rate dream was so
Projection. You're right. Yep. She's racist, so she projects her racism onto Rachel. Crazy how India's right next to Pakistan and they aren't inbreeding. I don't think that's true. I mean, I am the least knowledgeable person about India that would have India or Indian in their name. But I remember the first time I ever heard about inbreeding was an Indian girl in my 5th grade class. And somebody said something about how, something's weird in her family and she was Indian. Let's see. Which country has a higher rate of inbreeding? Pakistan or India? Get your guesses. India or Pakistan? I want a clear answer. India or Pakistan? And I'll wait. Interesting. The question is, which country has a higher rate of inbreeding, Pakistan or India? Nikki says Pakistan. Give me, okay, we got Glow that said Pakistan and not close. Give me one more, and Dick says Pakistan. If by inbreeding you mean consanguineous marriage, especially first cousin marriage, Pakistan has substantially higher rate than India. 49% versus about 8% in India. God damn. So India varies enormously by region and community. Some populations in southern India have considerably higher rates than the national average, while northern Indian populations have very low rates, so the national comparison can obscure. But yeah, if you're asking, Pakistani, as Glow said, not even close. Well, I mean, can't say I'm not mad about that. But going back to Nikki's point, it's almost like it's not about being brown, Kyla. It's about Islam. It's about ideology, as it always is.
awesome. Their birth rate is like 7.1.
Well, you don't have to marry your cousin.
Well, you kind of, sure.
I'm not saying marry your cousin.
Rachel, I know disconfirming evidence sucks for you, but you actually have to deal with it and
blew
not
you
just
out.
go, ma, brown
You
people.
sat here and said my birth rate is not always so good. It's like, no, you're
It's almost like countries that only invest in birth rate and don't invest in GDP tend to be shit. Yes, countries that control women and don't let them in the workforce
Cut the mics
and don't allow them any
There are more
autonomy
people.
are
There are more people
shitholes.
wanting
True.
to ask their questions. All right.
That's Islam.
All right. Next up,
Kyla.
I need folks just so they can hear the speaker.
Billy is not a common name.
You mentioned Saudi Arabia and Qatar, but from 1960 to today, Saudi Arabia's female participation rate went from 15% to over 35%.
Now, I don't disagree that if we're talking about America, then you are way more American born. Let's say, yeah, like American people, not like just like you're physically here. Like you're American. Like in the way that I'm brown, but I was born here. I'm not like, that's Indian is secondary. Of people who are born here, I have not fucked my cousin. But that being said, I do agree with you that it's probably more white people per capita than anything else. Alabama. Greenbow, Alabama.
You mentioned Saudi Arabia and Qatar, but from 1960 to today, Saudi Arabia's female participation rate went from 15% to over 35%, and they've delayed
last chance to add push-ups, guys.
To have a first child to almost age 27. How does that not make Rachel's point?
Because again, I don't think I would look at Saudi Arabia as a bastion of it. In fact, Saudi Arabia, a close ally of America, is letting women who are very educated in Saudi Arabia, for example, participate in their workforce because it's useful for them. That's why they're letting them do it. They're, by the way, still cutting off clits, so not exactly a feminist bastion.
I mean, it makes her point, though.
It doesn't make her point, because if the point is feminism is causing this problem, it's actually modernization that's causing
They
this
more
problem.
than doubled their female workforce.
I do want to move
and
to
they're
the next one.
educating women and pushing them into.
And again, it's like if you're willing to hang your hat on modernity or modernization, then you have to then separate that from feminism. You have to show where there's been modernization that didn't include feminism and compare those. You're just saying things.
Look, if you want to take the claim that Saudi Arabia is a famous feminist bastion, you can take it.
Why
I just
are
think
you
it's
so
absurd
upset?
on
Can
face.
you-
All right.
Why are you so angry?
All right, we're gonna go to the
I'm
next
not
question.
angry. I'm
You've
laughing.
been,
All right.
you've been
I'm having a
freaking
great
out
time.
this whole time.
I got a
Everyone's-
cute outfit
that's
on.
just
I'm
you.
feeling
all right,
great.
we're gonna go to the next question.
Hi,
Hi,
Kyla.
sir.
So I wanted to ask you about Henry Ford.
I don't know
so
much about
it-
Henry
so
Ford.
he started human
You don't, bitch. Did she just say that? Please tell me she didn't just fucking say that. Please tell me she didn't just fucking say that. You mean the fucking thing that you brought up 7 times in the debate? You don't know much about that? Surprise! Surprise! You don't know much about shit.
So I wanted to ask you about Henry Ford.
I don't know
So
much about
it-
Henry
so
Ford.
he started.
Too late. And actually, I completely disagree. Learn everything you can about Islam, because they are learning everything about our secular world. Whether you're a Christian, whether you're an ortho bro, you are part, in their minds, of the secular world. So you better learn what the fuck they are doing. You better learn that they have taqiyya. You better learn that their goals are to take over the entire world and nothing else. It's not going to be fun, but you're going to want to know.
So I wanted to ask you about Henry Ford.
I don't know
So
much about
it-
Henry
so
Ford.
he started human resources, you said, in the 1910s. So
I
like
believe it was 1910 that the Ford industry.
Bitch, shut up and let him answer. Oh my God. I'm getting triggered. I'm getting triggered. Shut up and listen to the question.
about Henry
so
Ford.
he started human resources, you said, in the 1910s. So
I
like
believe it was 1910 that the Ford industry
In
did, yeah.
1916, he was sued by the Dodge brothers for improperly investing and not protecting shareholders and lost that case.
Okay.
So wouldn't that kind of show that Henry Ford was not a good actor in the corporate space?
I don't know.
Islam is the problem.
Okay.
So wouldn't that kind of show that Henry Ford was not a good actor in the corporate space?
I don't know much about the case, but were they sued over HR?
They were sued over wages and improper investment,
HR?
using dividends to pay for HR.
That's a big stretch there, sir. So was it HR that they were sued over, or was he doing fraudulent behavior? Sounds like the fraud might have been a bit more of a spicy problem. Okay.
Hi, Kyla. Hi, Rachel.
Hi.
Appreciate the debate tonight.
Teriyaki!
My question is for you, Rachel.
Shout out to the fucking Irish! Shout out to the fucking Irish! Do you fucking see it here? You're fucking Irishman! VIP pass! Alright, sorry.
Appreciate the debate tonight.
I'm going to guess that this guy is on Kyla's side. He just looks like it.
Juicy, as James would say. My question is for you, Rachel. You and
Called
Andrew
it.
sometimes
Called
deal
it.
with this idea that like guns are an equalizer.
Yeah.
As
Called it! Called it! Dilly dilly to me! There's no way this guy wasn't. Who's wasn't there someone in here before They were saying like, oh, she's not gonna fuck you. Was that today? Was that today? Or was that a different thing? Anyway, whatever that was. That's why I imagine that. Yeah, that was today. Because we're like, oh, we found Kyla's all. That's this guy. That's this guy. Islam is indeed demonic and gay. And a PDF death cult. Yep. They're after me, Lucky Charms.
You and Andrew sometimes deal with this idea that like guns are an equalizer, as in they can sort of minimize the distance between men and women in terms of the physical force they can exert.
Right.
And I know you have problems with that argument, but I can pretty
Notice how she's not interrupting.
Easily imagine a future where a technology that's a true equalizer, like maybe gene editing is just one example, could just be a reality not so far from now. So I just wanted to ask, what does that world look like to you? And in a way, does it make kind of an egalitarian philosophy or fact of life inevitable?
Does the gene editing you're talking about make it so that men can have babies?
Probably.
Well, it depends on if you consider trans men to be men, in which case, yes.
Thing you're talking about make it so that men can have babies?
Probably not for a while. Probably not for a long time.
Then I would say no. Will it make it so that we have women that are the same rough size and strength as men? Because if it basically, unless you're going to turn
Rachel,
women
famous
into men,
biologist
then no.
here, by the way, knows a lot about.
Oh my God. Nobody's talking to you, bitch. Your role in this is over. Your role in this is over. I genuinely. Nah, I'd still fuck her. But this has made me question.
CRISPR, I'm sure. Did you know that?
Did you know that? Did you know that? Did you know that?
What the technology is called, by the way? It's CRISPR. Yeah.
Thanks, Mrs. Turner.
Look, baby girl, you're gonna love when I go through your book.
I
Okay.
love when she educates me.
all right.
It's my favorite.
When did Hypatia? Who's Hypatia, by the way?
Look, I
It's in your
can't.
book.
You're like meth-spurging, and I can't right now.
I-
would
We're
like
gonna
to
go
get to
if
the
you
the
point.
next
can keep
question.
like insulting me, Rachel, but
Terry,
first of all,
I'm not
between me and you,
debating
you.
I'm
I'm
mugging you
talking
every
to the
single
people.
We're
day.
gonna move.
I mean, maybe physically, yeah. I'd fuck Kyla over Rachel 10 times over, but
You
Next
can
question.
keep like insulting me, Rachel, but
Terry,
first of all,
I'm not
between me and you,
debating
you.
I'm
I'm
mugging
All
you
right.
every
talking to the
single day.
We're gonna move.
yeah, we got a good crew here. We know what's good.
Second
We're gonna
of
move
all,
to the next
who's
question.
Hypatia?
Terry,
Yeah, you don't want to answer,
What's
do
great?
you?
Yeah, so Kyla, I was wondering, like, what is the
I agree. I think a lot of people are like, no, that's so awful, but I completely agree with you. All right. The Irishman. What have you
Yeah.
got? What have you got for us?
You don't want to answer,
what's
do
great?
you?
Yeah, so Kyla, I was wondering, like, what is the proposed solution from feminism? Because in terms of Rachel's proposed
Can you say
solution,
that again? Sorry.
what is the proposed solution from feminism that we're going to get at least 1 million lives back into the economy for workers and all that stuff? This is what Rachel's talking about with the mathematics. We get rid of elective abortion. That's 1 million lives each year coming into America.
Yeah, a lot of those.
Shout
so
out to
getting rid of
Easy.
abortion also means that you're going to have a massive amount of those lives going on the welfare state, which I think you guys don't like, actually.
It's still more
The
Wait, what?
each year coming into America.
So the question is, how is that not helpful if we're not aborting babies, and so all of those people grow up to be workers?
Yeah, a lot of those.
What's
so
the
getting rid of the
feminism
abortion
counter?
also means that you're going to have a massive amount of those lives going on the welfare state, which I think you guys.
Not necessarily. I mean, yes, yes, but what do you think that we think is worse? People being on welfare or people being murdered?
Stupid.
What? I'm sitting here trying to work this out. Like, maybe I got this wrong, and she's actually making a point. She thinks that our argument is, well, we don't want to kill babies, but I mean, if they're going to be on welfare, let's just get rid of them. What? I don't know what to say.
Getting rid of the abortion also means that you're going to have a massive amount of those lives going on the welfare state, which I think you guys don't like, actually.
It's still more
The
big.
solution for birthright that I've offered a number of times is we need modernization solutions, so probably tax.
You explicitly said that all of the problems that Rachel brought up throughout the entire debate was modernization. And now you're saying we need modernization. I think her career's over. Well, her career's not over because, everybody's going to suck off the fact that, Rachel Wilson, she's so bad. But her reputation outside of her little echo chamber is done.
Credits, making it affordable to have children, making it easier for moms to stay home or work at home and be economically successful. There's a lot of things that we need to try. It's not really a simple solution because it's not a simple problem anymore with modern technology. But we should try things, and we haven't really tried enough things, and we should.
Yeah, so 1 million lives a year is not worth banning elective abortion, is what you're saying.
Much bigger tax base to help fund those social safety nets.
Again, unless they're on welfare, which you would assume that they're going to be if they're being born to
you would
single
not
mothers.
assume that they're all going to grow up and be on welfare.
I wouldn't
Absolutely
assume
not.
all of them, but I would guess that it would probably be 20 to 30% of them because.
So ask the direct question. Ask the direct question. Let's make it 1 million. If 1 million babies would not be aborted, but 30% of them, you said 20 to 30, we'll go high. 30% of those babies are going to grow up to be on welfare. What do you think that the ortho bros are going to say about that? You fucking retarded. I don't even know how you got here. What makes you think that the ortho bros, the Christian nationalists, are going to say, yeah, well, I mean, we don't want to murder babies unless they're on welfare? Stupid. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't get into all that, but
Probably the women most likely to seek abortions are going to be women in situations where they become single mothers.
So ask the question.
And so those children are going to be on welfare, which is going to be costing tax receipts.
And so we should kill them, is what you think, that we think.
So I guess your system, not so great. It feels really great when you chat GBT your numbers. When you actually get real about economics, it kind of falls apart.
We're jumping to the next question.
I'm sure if you talk faster and say more, everyone will think you won.
I'm sure that if you're just bitchy and rude, everyone will think you're funny.
Objection! Who is rude and whatever the fuck else she just said? The audacity. The caucasity, as the liberals say.
We're going to go to James.
All right, so my question's for Kyla.
Hey, let's give a big dilly dilly to our boy. Speak easy. I will say, because if you look at the thing, I'll show you when they go back to the debaters. But this is usually it's modern day debate and uncensored America. The thing that I did, the 5 versus 1, 5 versus Andrew Wilson versus 5, or Rachel Wilson versus 5, those things were filmed at DebateCon by Uncensored America and didn't come out for like 6 or 8 months. Meanwhile, this just happened last weekend. I think there's somebody, is there not somebody, yeah, we have Rob doing his I'm Back thing right now. And we already have the debate here. So I'll give him a little, oh, fuck you. I hate you. I hate you so much. It gets worse. It gets worse. It gets worse. Juan on Juan.
We're going to go to James.
All right, so my question's for Kyla. So if greater, it's based off something you said in your opening, if greater reproductive autonomy predictably results in more murdered babies, what's the benefit of that autonomy that is justifying the outcome?
I don't think.
Yeah. So if you're saying, okay, autonomy is going to lead to more babies killed, why is autonomy a good thing?
What's the benefit of that autonomy that is justifying the outcome?
I don't think anywhere in my opening I talked about reproductive autonomy. Like it was her.
No, you.
Oh. Roll it back.
You said that it's better if women have control over their.
You said these things were predictabilities when you were talking about.
Do you think reproductive autonomy just means abortion?
It results. Are you going to answer my question? Or are you asking me questions?
I'm following up because you're talking about reproductive autonomy.
Do you want to answer the question or no?
Do you want to know anything that you're talking about? What's reproductive autonomy?
This is that likability problem Andrew was talking about.
Yeah. There's one thing.
We're going to.
I mean, yo, that's a screenshot. That's a screenshot right there. Don't want to do that. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. If you are new here, yes, funny moments. I'll take a little screenshot, pop it in the private notes. Actually, I can delete that one. And then New Year's Eve, not only are we going to be able to go through all that shit, but you can look. I have an Indian Jesus 2026 playlist. So everything that we've done, like including the roll up and chill streams, they're all there. So New Year's Eve, New Year's Day is going to be fun. I'm thinking of maybe doing some like long ass fucking thing. Like maybe I start at like 5 p.m. New Year's Eve and then go until like a while. I don't know, but it's going to be fun. If you are new, again, please do hit that subscribe. I'm live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. Here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense.
Likability problem Andrew
All right,
was talking
we're-
about.
Yeah, there's one thing.
We're going to. All right. Let's rein it
What,
in.
in a room full of Rachel
right.
fans, they like
Can
you
you-
more? That's crazy.
You know, it
can
helps
you
your
just
arguments if you're
hold
not
on.
insufferable.
All right. Sorry to
I
do
would.
this.
It
but I do have to-
actually
I do
helps.
being
have to-
insufferable is
All
good
right,
for your
I do-
arguments, actually.
Cut the mics.
Through-
funny.
just to
No,
get through
everybody
people's
likes
questions.
me.
That's
just to
not
get through.
true.
I'm very popular.
Just to get
and
through people's
well-liked.
questions.
Oh, I would have loved if on the actual debate live stream, they did who's more, like, you know, during the debate, they did who's more likable. I would have just loved to see that.
Can you restate your question in a rephrase it?
Do you want to just talk about abortion? Sounds like you want to talk about abortion.
Okay, do you want to
Relax.
answer my question?
She goes, oh my God. Hold on. We got to make that up. Oh my God. James, okay, do you want to ask you? Do you want to just talk about abortion? Like, you need to calm down. Bro. Jackson. Oh my God. I did not, wait, she's a being insufferable. What?
Just to get. All right. Sorry to
I
do
would.
this.
It's
but I do have
actually,
to- I
you
do
being
have to-
insufferable is
All
good
right,
for your
I do-
arguments, actually.
Dude, you being insufferable was good for your argument?
Just to get
That's
through.
funny.
Just to
No,
get through
everybody
people's
likes
questions.
me.
That's
Just to
not
get through.
I'm
true.
very popular.
Just to get
and
through people's
well-liked.
questions. Can you restate your question in a rephrase?
Okay, so let's count the seconds. We are in normal time. We have not sped this up. So from the time that James starts moving the microphone away from his mouth towards Easy's mouth, let's see how long Kyla can keep her fucking mouth shut. Ready?
Do you want to just talk
One.
about abortion?
Oh, we didn't get to one. Not even a single second.
Can you restate your question in a rephrase it?
Do you want to just talk about abortion? Sounds like you want to talk about abortion.
Okay, do you want to
Relax,
answer
sir.
my
Keyboard
question
warrior
or do you want to
answer.
ask me questions again?
Okay.
If
go
greater reproductive autonomy results in more murdered babies, what's the benefit of that autonomy that justifies that outcome?
The benefit of more reproductive autonomy for women is that they're able to better control family planning, which allows them to do things like investing in a career and investing in better marriage status, which is why college women, by the way, have the happiest education. So reproductive autonomy allows them to decide when they go to college because they can offset having children, which is good. It also results in things like abortion, which I agree it would be great to get those numbers down, but that's why it's valuable, because it does more than just one thing.
Again, that what you just said is okay.
Oh, get out of here.
as
You're
a
not even
benefit-
keeping up. Get out.
We're gonna go to the next question. Okay. All right.
That's the power. That's the power. I would pay money, good money, to watch an Easy versus a Kyla debate. She would get fucking cooked. And like, I mean, I love Easy, but it's like not that he's like this amazing debater. He's good. But you would get fucking cooked.
Your mom's super proud of you, though.
Got him. Psych.
Well, probably not, actually.
This is a PR disaster.
All right, we're gonna go to the next question.
You are not
All
going
right,
to recover.
We're gonna go to the
It's
next
not,
question.
I can assure you.
Who would invite
Here we
you
go.
to an event
Well,
Not me.
after the way you've behaved?
All right.
I mean, I invite you into a hotel room. but I would also gag you.
We're gonna go
Like,
with Jonathan's
honestly,
question.
you believe.
We do have to go to the question. Jonathan has
Like
a question.
if you were my daughter,
All right,
I'd be
I hate
hauling
to
you out
interrupt
of
you
here by
guys.
your ear to
And
give
if you were
your
my
talk.
mom, I'd have a lot more
about
drama.
your
We're gonna
Yeah,
jump.
behavior.
I
We're gonna
know.
jump to the next question. Come on
Well,
up,
your mama
Jonathan.
should've.
All right, folks, we do need you. Do us a favor if you can keep it down just so we can hear the speakers and the question asker. All right, Jonathan, go ahead.
So what is the biggest roadblock to abortion, Rachel?
What is the biggest roadblock
To abolishing abortion?
to abolishing it?
Yes.
Liberal women.
So there's no more abortion ever.
Women voting for it.
There you go. Thank you.
That's it.
Okay.
Hey, shout out to our boy Everest. Hey, shout out to Everest. All right, I'm gonna send this in just cause we fucking around. Just cause we fucking around.
Okay.
Feminists run away from 50-50 custody. You guys talked today about about how men work and why they don't get to spend time with their children. But feminists constantly run away from the issue that men are treated unfairly in family courts, and that here in Dallas, 95% of the time custody is awarded to women, and they take those children and they abuse men and take our children away from us in family courts. So what is feminism going to come to the table and make 50-50 shared custody the standard?
I think the next time, like the next time you're both here, y'all both gonna have to come up, and he's gonna handle you the way that he wants to handle you. And I mean, he earned it.
Bills and,
wait.
And they take those children and they abuse men and take our children away from us in family courts. So what is feminism going to come to the table and make 50-50 shared custody the standard bills and stop voting to take away our children from us all the time?
Hell yeah!
I'm guessing that you're not particularly familiar with my work, right? Not everything that feminists do I think
No, nobody gives a fuck about who you are and what you do.
is good. I actually think that what you're highlighting here is a really big issue, which is why when I started my work in debate, I was in men's spaces advocating for male issues. Family court planning.
What happened?
And for example, things like financial abortion are rights that men don't have access to that creates an unequal rights. And I think that that's an issue that we have to address. And I think the fact that fathers are assumed de facto to not be a good caregiver and therefore they get limited access to their children is a fucking tragedy. I totally agree with you.
Like a doll's eyes.
All right.
We're going this way.
Not at all. Kyla,
Hi.
you said something I really liked. My name's Chris.
Shout out to JS in the suit.
Hi, Chris.
You said something profound.
Somebody should be like, I have a name.
One of the best things I heard all night, actually. And I want to acknowledge it. And you stated what you invest in early in life yields the best returns. Is it your position that women should not invest in their families when young? Are those...
My apologies, bro. I was giving you shit, but you're using her words against her, and that... Only because I called you a bait before.
Is it your position that women should not invest in their families when young? Are those returns not as valuable as serving a corporation or being a boss babe that can get fired when the boss's nephew needs a hobby?
Got her.
Yeah.
I did the same.
So
I did the
think
same.
what I've pretty
Sorry.
clearly advocated for multiple times is that
You didn't clearly advocate for anything, honey. You didn't, baby girl. You didn't advocate for anything, clearly. You may have advocated for multiple things multiple times, but not once in the last hour and 52 minutes of your time did you explain anything clearly. Let's get that straight.
want women to be able to have the option to do both, right?
But I don't want the option to be things that I don't like. I want you to have the option, but I'm going to demonize you if you take the option that I don't like.
I've said this numerous times, and increasing technology is allowing that sort of thing, right? When I was talking in that context, that was good. That was a smart one. You're quick at that. What I was actually talking about when I said the word returns was an economic label, right? So you can like switch the definition to a different thing. But I
semantic obfuscation. Well, when I meant economically, that was when it was good for me. But when you're talking about money, like I just meant investing, like caring. Semantic obfuscation. Taking the usage or meaning of words and twisting them to fit your political agenda in the moment. Semantic Obfuscation.
When I said the word returns was an economic label, right? So you can like switch the definition to a different thing. But I agree that there's a tragedy that's happened where families, not just young women, but young families don't feel like they can invest in children because it's so expensive and they can't be good stewards of their future things. The reason that parents are delaying isn't because they don't think children aren't beautiful. What
bullshit. Because if it was, you already know what I'm going to say.
They're delaying for specifically is because they know that if they don't have a stable economic thing to rear their children in, they're not being good parents.
This bitch wants to rear your children.
And I think it's a tragedy that you're going to yell. Hold on, don't yell at me yet.
Right,
I think
folks.
that's a tragedy, but actually engage with my words and the ideas that I'm talking about.
We're trying. We're trying, sweetie. I promise you we're trying. But you're barely speaking English.
All right, we're going to go to the next question.
Thanks, both of you, for coming. Taylor here. To me, it seems modern feminism is antithetical to a biblical worldview. From your earlier debate with Andrew, which I listened to, it appears you keep a fairly sharp separation between your private faith and how you would integrate that with politics, et cetera. My question is this: do you believe the Bible affirms the equal ontological value of men and women while also establishing a specific order of responsibility? God, man, wife, children, for example. If so, isn't this consistent to hold that a society could still follow that biblical order with men as the primary heads of voting, repeal the 19th, public life, primary breadwinner, while fully affirming women's equal value ontologically and encouraging distinct roles? This was the arrangement before the boom of feminism and seemed to sustain a strong society. And why wouldn't that be a good solution, even though it does seem far-fetched?
Okay.
And again, to be clear, for anybody that is new, I am I don't believe in any type of Christianity, but I was brought up in the Catholic Church. I was confirmed in the Methodist Church. I am very well read on what Christianity is, and I think it is the greatest moral structure that is already built. I think I can do better with my life's work, but we'll see that by the time I'm dead. For now, I haven't done it yet. So for now, Christianity is the best that we got. Do I believe in the truth claims? No. But the moral structure is the best that we have.
Okay, do you want to tackle the theological question or the like policy question first? Because there's kind of two baked in there.
Yeah, whichever you address first.
Okay, sure. So when it comes to like a theological
Whatever you can do, baby girl.
Question, I think one of the most important things that we need to recognize from the Bible, and most of you are going to disagree with me on this, is that it is not a prescription for statehood. In fact, it's a strong resistance to that, right? Jesus.
Feminism.
This, for example, was quite resistant to being named as the Messiah and King and creating a kingdom of Israel, which is in part why the Jews wanted to kill him. So you might theologically disagree with me, but when I look at these things as far as policy goes, I think God made both of us, right? All people were made in the image of God. And I think that what God wants isn't to make didactic biblical interpretations policy. Because
I can imagine Andrew just like, oh, this bitch is fucking.
That's not what he did, right? To a policy level, it seems to be the case that there is just better benefits overall, broadly for society. There are cons, but there are mostly benefits when you have a policy of allowing your human capital to have opportunity and choice. And I would argue to you,
that's Kaya. Free Kaya! This is Kyla, aka NotSoErudite.
there's a greater Christian imperative than men should be the household, which is choice, because the entire bracket of salvation is about choosing God. So why on earth do humans think that they know better than to try and insist that women can't have simple choices like where they work or whether they get to vote? I think that that's a bastardization of Christianity when we do that.
All right.
Thank you,
This
sir.
is going to be our last question.
Rachel, if you're
No, it's not. No, it's not. Hey, shout out to our boy, the horseradish. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hopefully you had an interesting DMZ. I heard it was a great prompt and looking forward to checking that out. That was a 1v1, right? You gotta check that out. For now, we are laughing heavily. Oh, was that a raid? Hey, shout out to the horseradish people over on Twitch. Oh, silly is the right word. We're doing NotSoErudite versus Rachel Wilson. And I mean, even if you, I definitely have my issues with the Wilsons. I have my issues with Rachel Wilson. But, this was a bad showing for Kyla. So if you're on Team Kyla, then I would watch this and be accurately distancing yourself, because this was not good. Shout out to the horseradish crew. We got 4 questions left.
When we do that.
All right.
Thank you,
This
sir.
is going to be our last question.
Rachel, if your position is so attractive and so elusive, why do you need so many restrictive and regressive policies to maintain it? Because as it stands, your lifestyle would be able to coexist under Kyla's worldview, but Kyla's lifestyle would not be able to coexist under your worldview. And so I just...
Right, but one of them would cause the issue that we've been fucking talking about the entire night.
This under Kyla's worldview, but Kyla's lifestyle would not be able to coexist under your worldview. And so I just think that if women were not able to do all these things and be able to sustain this lifestyle, you wouldn't need the restrictive policies to stop them.
Can
It just
you
wouldn't be
can you
possible in the
point
first place.
to one restrictive policy that I advocated for in this debate?
Would you advocate for the
That's a question.
regression of the 19th Amendment?
Yes, but only
Okay,
because universal suffrage.
Okay, well that's that.
So
that.
it wouldn't be just
Oh, that's bad. You don't like the 19th, but you're bad.
women can't vote. It would be most people.
Do you think
can't
mothers
vote.
would mothers be able to enter the workforce under your worldview?
They've always been legally allowed
Under your
to.
worldview.
Yes, they've always been legally. I've never argued to legally prevent women from working or mothers from working. I think it needs to be the culture. These things come from the culture and the religious values, not from policy. We don't just outlaw things. I've never advocated for restrictive policy changes other than we need to
19th.
limit suffrage.
It's
But
pretty
that
bad.
does
Voting
not
rights are
just
Wait, like you wanna like? Oh, so you think the 19th, which means so you think women shouldn't vote exclusively? That's not her position, and you may agree or disagree with her position on universal suffrage. But it's not just women shouldn't vote. That is a straw man.
But that doesn't just limit women's votes. It limits all votes back to what the founders had framed. I think we need to return to a limited suffrage republic if we're going to try to have a republic.
Hi, Kyle.
Or should I said it wasn't one we want. It was great. Word up. Shout out to the DMZ. Looking forward to watching this tomorrow while I chore. It is interesting. It is interesting. And we got our boy J.S. Urban.
Suffrage republic if we're going to try to have a republic.
Hi, Kyla. My name's JS. Your counter to feminism having the biggest detriment on birth rates was industrialization or modernization. I'm wondering, can you elaborate on how that makes sense when what I see, industrialization and modernization makes it easier, safer, cheaper to have and raise kids?
That's actually a really interesting question. This is the one thing that's kind of like called the paradox of urbanization is that you're right. In many ways, we have more technologies, more supports, more welfare available than ever before.
Indeed, I am always on YouTube live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. I will put the YouTube link in the Twitch chat. That is right there. Come on over, hit the subscribe. I don't really do much on Twitch. People, I guess Twitch people don't like me. There he is. Welcome. Again, guys, if you are new here, please do hit that subscribe. I'm live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and as you've seen me at DMZ, sometimes whenever I feel like it, it is a good time. Come on through. And you know, YouTube sucks with those notifications, so you may as well ring the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. Raiders coming in, getting to see the push-ups for free.
We have more technologies, more supports, more welfare available than ever before. But it seems to be the case that as industries and nations modernize, birth rate tends to fall. And we see this across the board of every country that begins to modernize. And that is a great question. I actually don't know the answer to that, which is why what we have to do is go, well, what are ways that we can offset this declining birth rate so that young families feel like they can't afford to have children and then do?
Not demonize women who want to have children instead of a career. You know, like feminism.
All right.
Yeah, so my question is actually for Rachel. So Rachel, we heard Erudite...
Shout out to Steelborn.
All right.
This was the guy that we saw from VK Live debating his dad.
Yeah, so my question is actually for Rachel. So Rachel, we heard Erudite make a lot of claims, but based on her standard, we can't actually know if anything she said was true. So if we don't have access to certain truth because she doesn't understand Agrippa's trilemma anyways, from Erudite's view, why ought we actually debate? And since we can't know who is correct, why can we know that Rachel's the one who won this debate anyways?
Well, that's true. I could have, rather than just sticking to demographic doom, I could have just presupped her and said, you
Do the Andrew thing. Well, how do you base that if you don't have any bases? That is why I say when Andrew says that, oh, Rachel's even more cutthroat than I am, that's not true. I've debated them both, and Rachel is willing to have a conversation. And to me personally, this is just my humble opinion, but just to me personally, it does seem like a strength from her to feel like she doesn't need to bring every single there he is. I wonder where he is. She doesn't need to bring every conversation. Okay, well, where are you grounding your morality? You don't have a grounding, so you can't say anything. Whereas I feel like Andrew doesn't have any other arguments. I'm being a little bit hyperbolic with that, but literally it's just that argument over and over and over and over. Hey, we got Melted Mind Media. Welcome to the party. We're saying that Kyla looks so bad in this. So bad. Now we're calling her Dylan Mulvaney. And it's fitting. It's fitting. Welcome to the party.
That Rachel's the one who won this debate anyways.
Actually, yeah, let me I forget what he said.
All right.
Yeah, so my question is actually for Rachel. So Rachel, we heard Erudite make a lot of claims, but based on her standard, we can't actually know if anything she said was true.
Oh, yeah.
So if we don't have access to certain truth because she doesn't understand Agrippa's trilemma anyways,
we should run tag on her.
From Erudite's view, why ought we actually debate? And since we can't know who is correct, why can we know that Rachel's the one who won this debate anyways?
Well, that's true. I could have, rather than just sticking to demographic doom, I could have just presupped her and said, you don't believe in objective truth anyway, so why are you here?
So here's the thing that it seems like you guys have like never understood. If we want to talk about the Agrippas, right? Are you a methodological skeptic?
What? Say that again.
Are you a methodological skeptic?
Methodological skeptic?
Yeah.
I don't know. What
So
does that mean?
Hey, shout out to JL, member for 14 months. Welcome. We got Morty a lot of food. If you want it, come get it. You want it? Come here. There you go. Oh, you got it? There you go. Yeah. Shout out to JL. Oh, fuck. Wait, There you go. Thank you. Welcome to the party. Oh my God. Arrogant does not even come close. I thought I was being maybe a little bit extreme when I said arrogant tweaker. But I wasn't hard enough on her. Jesus Christ. Rip Haven said, it's not that hard to debate modern feminism. They just hate men.
Bingo.
Yep. And you can be like Kyla and try to intellectualize all these things, but that's really all that it comes down to. And whether or not she specifically is a man hater, the ideology that she's pushing for is that. In the same way that when I talk to the ortho bro types and the Christians, and I've understood that the word atheist has a lot of baggage. And so I can stand 10 toes down. I'm an atheist. And nobody will fucking listen. Or I can just scoot around all the bullshit by saying, oh, I'm a non-theist. And they're all perfectly fine with that. No, you can determine what you think of Christians in general because of that. I'm just giving you my experience. But the point is that if you want to convince people of a thing, you have to be able to talk to them in a way that they can understand you. And Kyla failed miserably. I mean, that's pretty much the Democratic Party right now. It's more the Muslims joining sides with the atheists, if anything else. But it's the leftists, not atheists. Leftists and atheists are not the same thing. But, of course, all the religious people get their brains scrambled. So I just say agnostic, non-theist.
Methodological skeptic.
Are you a methodological skeptic?
Logical skeptic?
Yeah.
I don't know. What
So
does that mean?
I don't care about the problem of levying the accusation of Agrippa's trilemma because I just engage with the assumption that sometimes assumptions have to be made. We have to engage.
I want you to remember how many times she's brought up this dilemma. I want to say 6, but it's too many for what's about to happen.
Oh, so you just want to start with random axioms?
No, not random, just like yours aren't random. What I've done and what you guys seem to not quite understand is I've labeled the thing that you do, what you call presuppositionalism, is levying Agrippa's trilemma against your opponents. All I've done is pointed out that just as your opponents fail Agrippa's, so do we. I just don't care because I'm not a methodological skeptic.
So
I think what she's saying is basically what I say. That when it's like, oh, when you appeal to God and make fun of us for my preferences, that without being able to prove that God, you're still appealing to your preferences to believe in that God. I think that's what she's trying to say. But I'm not a methodological skeptic, so if you take the Agrippa... Knowing big words does not make you smart. The Dems don't know who they are. That is a fact. That is a fact. Who is Flo? Who are you? Without lies, who is Flo? I'm confused. I mean...
Agrippa's. So do we. I just don't care because I'm not a methodological skeptic.
So, but why should we grant your starting or foundational axioms and not mine?
So that we can have a conversation and you can critique it to see if you think it
But
makes
we're
some
doing it
logical sense.
arbitrarily based off of nothing but
Well,
preference.
how do you, again...
So yes, this is what she said. That until you prove God, until you prove the existence of God, then you can't make the, oh, my preferences... Because you are also engaging in my preferences.
All you're doing is you're levying the Agrippa's problem to me, but I would say to you, you have the same problem. I just don't care. I don't think it's interesting. I'd rather just contextually grant certain presuppositions and axioms and then build from there.
We're just going to go with this.
All right. I want everybody to make sure you've got something to drink. Make sure you are ready for a dilly-dilly. Make sure, oh, no fucking way am I out. No fucking way am I out. Oh, God. I've got 1 sip worth. And it's worth it. Some of you may, yeah, right? You missed a fucking shit show. Yeah, no, that's why I was confused. Because without lies, it's just calling glow in dark flow. I was confused as well, but we are all there. Wait. Is everyone ready? This was the entire debate shrunk into one moment. Ready? All right. I warned you.
Grant certain presuppositions and axioms and then build from there.
We're just going to go with this.
You asked Rachel about Hypatia. So being an educated philosophy person.
This is Jay Dyer, for those of you who don't know.
Could you name one work by Aristotle and one by Hegel?
Sure. I don't know works by Hegel.
By the way, if I'd have known that's what she was saying, I would have answered. I couldn't understand her because she talks like with a dry Adderall mouth, and I couldn't understand.
You're like slowing down with your age. It's a little hard to keep up.
No, I'm just like a normal person who's not on speed.
Aristotle would be the 5 dialogues.
Plato.
That's Plato, you dumb bitch! Now listen. I'm not blaming anybody for not knowing whatever fucking bullshit. right? But when you go on a stage and you act like a fucking cunt, like you're better than other people, it's explicitly your debate opponent, and you're using all of this shit to try to make your argument, and then you can't answer a basic question. Does it mean you were wrong? Does it mean your position doesn't matter? Of course not. But fucking oof. Your entire basis. And now you make me look bad. You make me look bad. Why? Because as an agnostic non-theist, my morality is also based in objectivity that is not divine. But we get shit like this.
Not on speed. Aristotle would be the 5 dialogues.
That's Plato.
And then that's what they all fucking think of anybody who's not a Christian. So yet again, I will beg you guys to understand that atheism is one thing and leftism is a different thing. Unfortunately, there's way too much overlap, but there is way less. I promise you, there is way less than you think. We all know about the representative heuristic. The things that you see often are going to color the way that you think of things. The example I always use, I remember being like 10 years old or some shit. I was at the mall with my dad. I was like, Dad, how come if you're in the military, you always have to wear your uniform? That doesn't make any sense. Like, they should be able to just wear normal clothes unless they're... He's like, what are you talking about? They are. I'm like, what are you talking... We just saw somebody today. I was like, well, yeah, you only know that person is in the military because they're wearing the uniform. How many people did we walk by that you didn't even notice because they were in normal clothes who might have been in the military? Similarly, all these ortho bros, they have a representative heuristic. Every time somebody brings up, I don't believe in God, it turns out like fucking NotSoErudite or Pisco or Destiny or whoever. And so reasonably, not unreasonably, reasonably, they think, oh, that's what this is. That's who these people are. And that's just not the case. That's just not the case. Maybe sometimes, but it's not a rule of thumb that you can follow. And it doesn't really matter to them because they're the majority. It's the minority that hurts from it. So if you are somebody who does not believe in religion, in Christianity, or whatever, then I want you to understand that there's a responsibility whether you want it or not. Unless you're going to come to me and be on my side of explicitly talking about the difference. If you're just going to be a leftist atheist, you have a responsibility to other people who don't believe in what we agree is bullshit to not make me look bad to the people who are pushing this. Because maybe they hate you. Maybe they hate you for your politics. Maybe they hate you for this, that, and the other. But that's not me. And I can make changes. I can convince people. Be who the fuck you are. Just don't throw that shit onto me. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking. All right, well, you guys know what time it is, right? Oh my God. So for those of you who don't know, as you can see, we do have a weekly movie night goal going through up to 400 points for a double feature, which we have hit. So we'll talk. I'll put a poll up and Sunday, 8 p.m. Eastern, we will have a movie night on Rumble. We will start here live on YouTube and Twitch for the pregame, just to get everybody in one spot. And then we'll head over to have a double feature movie night. But as you also can see, the total right there is $75. And that's $290 that we got tonight. That is by far the most that I've ever got. And it's supposed to be every $2 is another push-up. Now, I will injure myself. What is it? $290 It's if I try to do 100, oh my God. If I try to do 145 push-ups, I will hurt myself. So, it has been decided that I'm allowed to split these up and do half now and half for movie night. So we're going to do, it was what, 290? It was 145, right? 290 divided by 2 equals divided by 2. 72 push-ups. We round down. 72 and a half is 72 push-ups. Guys, you've paid me. Now, it is time to pay yourselves. If you can't do 72 push-ups, do 50. If you can't do 50, do 20. If you can't do 20, do 10. You can't do 10. Do some girl push-ups. You paid me. Now it's time to pay yourself. Holy fucking shit.
Shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn.
72.
My darkness gone. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up. They already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I've come to wake the sleeping. The church will bring the fed. Overloads, no illusions, no hollow in compare. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. He stands in the fallout of a world misled, thinking truth from the wreckage, raising dawn from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with the suffering.
Alright, 36, that's half. That's half. Yeah, 35.
I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Beginning the chaos of found to impotence. Strong against the darkness, rising defense. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Now you're head to the beast that controls the dawn. Sitting now of reason with a ball-crushing block. If his ball runs empty, the shadows will consume. The world cracks open, ushering down. So read the command, don't deploy it. If you know what's good, feed boy the overload.
Alright. 20 left. 20 left. Alright, oh, come on, one more, baby. Let's fucking go. 10 left. That's what ups. I ain't no bitch. Let's fucking go. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's good. Fuck.
Shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wants in fire, a mind on this guard. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the sinking journey of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping in church to bring the faith.
What? Fuck! I died! Holy fucking shit! Woo! Were y'all talking shit? Or were y'all at my back? Were y'all talking shit? Or were y'all at my back? Yeah, no, we got half of those. If you want to see the rest, come through to movie night. Free to everybody. Oh my God. Oh my God. How to booze when you got to do too many push-ups. Well, I'm 36, you know. Talking to each other. Fair enough. I'd say they're more justified now than ever before, but that's a whole conversation. That's a whole conversation. I agree there. Fucking YouTube, man. Fucking YouTube. His head stuck? What do you mean his head stuck? Oh, man. You guys star-crossed lovers, eh? There we go. Hey. No, what? That's the whole point, is that I just gotta, I'm fucking puny. We just gotta get through it. And that's why we cut it in half. So I still gotta do another fucking 73 on movie night. I'm puny. I'm a little baby man. I can't do that shit. That's the whole point. Thank you, Dick. Thank you. Burger time indeed. Should we bonk? Let's bonk. Hey, Bubba. They want a bonk. You want a bonk? Are you my little papa? Oh, what a good boy. Look at that. You clean that shit up. You can't even see it anymore. God damn. Whoo! All right, guys. I mean, that was a wild one. I did not expect shit to go like that. And so you know that I got to give a huge thank you. Look at all of this. Look at it. Just look at it. My goodness. We had Funkmaster, of course. I mean, come on. Shout out to Sweet Tooth. And of course, Jennifer. Again. Oh yeah, that's the first movie that we're gonna watch. Cheech and Chong Up in Smoke. That'll probably, well, we'll figure that out. Which order we're gonna do. But the Zucker came in with a 5. Big Daddy Mata again. Flo, aka Glow, with the Venmo. Again. And it keeps going. My goodness. It keeps going. And JL with a member for over a year. Guys, my chair is falling apart. If you would like to donate to the show like these amazing fucking people, but you're like, yo. Sorry. If you would like to donate like all of these amazing people, but you're like, Lutch, I'm not fucking paying for your light bill. I'm not paying for your weed. Totally fair. Totally fair. What you can do. Should I have this prepared? what you can do is head over to throne.com/Lutch, TIJ, and you can contribute directly to, fucking equipment, treats for Morty, new lights so I don't burn my eyes out, new chair. You can see this thing's falling the fuck apart. I literally got it out the dumpster. Lutch, TIJ, on throne.com, and it's crowdfunding. It's not like, hey, just buy me shit. It's, contribute $5, contribute $2, whatever you want. And then, of course, every Sunday, we've got the free Discord server. We got our question of the week. What is the difference between bullying and shaming? Not too much to talk about last week, but of course, we got the videos of the week. What is it? Nando 6 is in case you missed it, one night I was doing a Fireball and Chill stream. We were hopping around, and I wanted to have a good debate, and that did not happen. Read all about it. We got videos on videos on videos on videos, stuff that just didn't fit into streams, stuff that I saw throughout the week, and everything is labeled. So if you're like, I don't give a shit about that, then we move on. Then, of course, we have what I'm watching, meaning TV shows, all that stuff. If you're into that, we don't really get to talk about it on stream. So you want to, God damn it, you want to check it out here. Like 72 Hours, a new Kevin Hart movie. Definitely worth it. No spoilers there. And of course, the Indian Jesus throwback to the time when I talked to this chick whose dad didn't come true. Fucking cold. Took that bottle angrily. I went to the bathroom. I was like, God doesn't even love me. And then for like the next week and a half, I felt so bad. I felt so bad about it. Oh, click Substack to find out what Christian thing that I did that I didn't think about until I just heard that made me feel so bad for a week. Let me know what you think. Big shout out to all of you guys. I really, really do appreciate it. I know that you could be doing anything else in the world, and yet here you are. There's the link. Thank you, Glow. I know that you can be doing anything else in the world, and yet here you are. Here you are hanging out with me and the Overlord, and it means the world. It means the world. I know. There's so much other stuff out there, and here you are. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I won't keep you any longer. Thank you so very, very much once again, guys. That is the Overlord Morty, and I have been your host, Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. Don't forget to join the Discord. It's free. I'm running all of this. I set up the Discord for you guys. I can't do it for you. If you want to be a community, go make a community. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.